Immortal family, I, who merit in my old age, am like a withered tree reviving in spring. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Have you ever seen a giant python? 3 more subscriptions required. Little girl, you have lived for less than 100 years, don't run away. It's a pity that old man Xianji still wants a lovely woman like you at such an old age. It's better to surrender and let me choose a good husband for you. Xiao Xianming chased after her in a 3rd-level spiritual wind, covering a distance of hundreds of miles in one breath. In a blink of an eye, she saw Nangong standing on the 7-stringed building ship. Zhang zhang zhang, at the bow of the ship, a 7-stringed harp began to emit the sound of palaces and buildings, and waves of sound waves vibrated. At first, Xiao Xianmeng didn't think much of it, but when she chased her a few dozen miles away, she found that her ears were instantly deaf, and her soul was also shaken violently. Half-step Purple Mansion, you entered the 3rd level of spiritual consciousness with a way of music. Her face changed, but the layer of precious light where her soul was located had blocked the attack of the spiritual consciousness sound wave, and she raised her hand and slapped it down. Boom! The top-grade magic weapon, the 7-stringed building ship, was torn into pieces, revealing a flying boat that was only 3 meters long. Nangong drove this top-grade spiritual weapon flying boat at full speed, and in an instant, he escaped for dozens of miles again. You still don't give up, Xiao Xianming snorted coldly, and her life-defining spiritual weapon, the Nightmare Pearl, appeared in her palm before she flipped her hand. This was a top-grade spiritual weapon, and the Dream Soul light released instantly directly covered 1,000 miles. When Xianji Sanren, who was escaping in the distance, saw this scene, his face changed drastically, and he looked at the beauty Nangong reluctantly. What a pity. For the sake of my life, I have to abandon this beauty who is within my reach. Nangong showed a look of despair. Her eyelids became heavier. It was obvious that she was about to be dragged into a dream by the other party. Xiao Xianmen, as her name suggests, was born when she met the gossip master who was out on tour. He calculated that there was a master-disciple relationship between them, so he took her away as a disciple and named her Xianmen. The purpose was to let her tell fortunes in her dreams. In addition to being able to calculate the future in her dreams, she can also drag others into dreams and observe their future rise and fall. There is no doubt that no matter which method is used, it requires a strong spiritual realm. Xiao Xianming's spiritual realm is firmly in the late stage of the Purple Mansion. With the help of the Nightmare Pearl, she can even imprison the souls of others. Su Yuming, who was hiding 300 feet underground, was instantly dragged into the horrible dream created by the Nightmare Pearl. His original form was a black python, which was now coiled underground, like a heavy earth. Above the sky, the flying piano boat had already smashed into the ground. On the boat, Nangong, who was holding a top-grade spiritual stone infused with spiritual power, had his entire black robe lifted by the strong wind, revealing a plump and enchanting figure. When he smashed directly into the 1,000-foot ground, he was supported by the precious light of the flying boat, so that he would not be thrown into a bloody mess on the spot. Shui Xiao Xianmen, who had an absolute advantage, had already stepped forward and walked towards Nangong step by step. How can you be so ignorant? You are one major realm away, can you still escape from my hands? She reached out and stroked Nangong's cheek. What a charming beauty. I thought that old cow Xianji wanted to chew tender grass, but it turned out to be a peony. This yin-sha body can probably allow a person to break through a major realm instantly. It is also very useful for Purple Mansion cultivators. He, Xianji Sanren, is already in the late Purple Mansion cultivation. If he gets you, won't he be able to reach a higher level? At this point, Xiao Xianming's eyes showed a bit of ruthlessness. It's a pity that I'm not a man, but it would be a pity to give you to those juniors. After all, without this yin-sha body, your cultivation will plummet. It's better to give you to that old thing, the bone troll, and let him lend a hand to me. Kill the remaining brothers and sisters, and then no one will compete with me for the Bagua map. As she said that, she threw out a shroud and ramped Nangong up. Then she took off her storage bag and was about to turn around when she felt a sense of crisis. She looked down suddenly and found that a giant snake that had been circling for a long time had appeared in the nightmare bead space with a radius of 1,000 miles. The snake body was 1,000 miles long, and each section was as big as a mountain. It was just spitting out a long snake tongue and looking at her with interest, which was enough to make her scalp numb. How could it be? How did my nightmare bead trap a third cultivator? No, you are a powerful demon, a 4th level, no, a 5th level demon king. Xiao Zhanmeng's face was full of panic, but he was not slow-tracked. With a flip of his wrist, the nightmare bead had already smashed down with a huge force of millions of pounds. The nightmare bead obtained from a 3,000-year-old nightmare mirage demon instantly shattered the giant snake hovering over the earth. Xiao Zhanmeng, with a pale face, immediately showed an excited smile. It turned out to be a fake. I said that this is the heartland of the Five Beast sect, where there is no 5th level demon clan. It turned out to be just a trick. The moment she turned back, her eyes went black, and her whole body was swallowed by the giant python that covered the sky and the sun. Outside, the nightmare treasure light that enveloped thousands of miles disappeared without a trace, and the fog in the sky quickly fled from the depths of the earth with a dragon boat. At the original place, an old corpse was lying there quietly, and the middle-grade spiritual weapon robe and storage ring on his body had disappeared. Shui deep underground, Su Yuming held the shroud and kept moving while enduring the stench of decay. His face still showed the relief of surviving the catastrophe. If the spirit had not been affected by the mysterious python devouring heaven diagram, which allowed Xiao Zhanmeng to see the snake demon that he feared the most in his heart, and the snake demon's suppression of the species life level of the nightmare pearl, he would be dead now. However, even if he won, he was very uncomfortable at this time. After escaping 3,000 miles away, Su Yuming immediately drilled 1,000 feet underground, and then quickly dug out a cave with his bare hands. He used the Earth Dragon Boat and the 10 miles cloud and mist array to cover up the breath, and began to swallow and refine in seclusion. Because the soul power of the old woman Xiao Zhanmeng had been refined by him at this time. If he did not quickly refine it for his own use, the third stage late spiritual consciousness would probably burst him. Buzz, just after 3 days, Su Yuming's spiritual consciousness realm had quickly entered the third stage middle stage and was still growing. Nangong, who was injured by the nightmare pearl, woke up quietly at this time. She lifted the shroud that exuded a foul smell and saw Su Yuming, who was meditating at the moment. She felt that her magic power and spiritual consciousness had been separated. Her body was also weak, as if she was stepping on cotton. She couldn't use any strength at all. My soul has been seduced. My soul and spirit have just returned to my body. My spirit and body can't fit together, so I can't move. Her face was miserable. She knew the man sitting cross-legged opposite her. He was Su Yuming, the leader of Yandang sect. She had a good conversation with him and made a deal with him. This time, she thought she was going to die, but she didn't expect to be saved by this guy. When she tried to crawl closer to get her storage ring back, Su Yuming suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her, which frightened her so much that she trembled all over. She could only try hard to force a smile. Fellow Taoist Su, you're awake. She shrank back, took a few steps back, leaned against the stone wall, and looked cold and helpless under the dim candlelight. Thank you for your help this time, fellow Taoist Su. I, Nangong, owe you this, and I will repay you handsomely in the future. Su Yuming felt the soul power in his body that had been suppressed and refined. With less than 1/3 left, fellow Taoist Nangong is hiding it very well. It is clear that your spiritual consciousness has already entered the 3rd level, but your cultivation is still in the great perfection of foundation building. Since you have obtained a mid-range yang pill, why don't you refine it now and step into the purple mansion realm? A bit of charm appeared on Nangong's face. Her beauty has always been her capital to move between various forces and get along with everyone. My Juan sect's ancestor has a short lifespan, but I am not the only one in the sect who has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. I have to take the elixir back. As for the Purple Mansion realm, I am somewhat confident that I can try the Purple Void Transformation realm myself, so I want to keep this elixir. But now that fellow Taoist Su has saved my life, I will give this elixir to fellow Taoist Su. Then I heard that you have the Yin K body. What's going on? Su Yuming's eyes were filled with a smile. Nangong's face turned pale instantly. Fellow Taoist Su, you and I are both righteous cultivators, and Juan sect and Yandang sect are of the same blood, and we have also traded several times. You won't take advantage of me, will you? Seeing that the desire in Su Yuming's eyes was getting heavier, she subconsciously protected her hands in front of her. Fellow Taoist Su, please stop. You are a man of natural talent. You have wasted years of hard work, but now you have gained enlightenment. You have advanced from the 7th level of Qi Refining to the Foundation Establishment stage, and even cultivated to the current half-step Purple Mansion stage. You can even kill an old witch in the late Purple Mansion stage. Even if I, Nanguang, marry you, it will not be a loss for me. But I have a special physique. If I lose my virginity before the Purple Mansion stage, all my vitality will dissipate and I can only be used as a wedding dress for others. By then, my cultivation will plummet, my foundation will be damaged, and I will be finished. If fellow Taoist Su wants to marry you, why not wait until I enter the Purple Mansion stage? I am willing to swear an oath that I will never regret it and am willing to marry you in a grand manner. Seeing her raising one hand to the sky, Su Yuming waved his hand and pulled her into his arms. Sitting cross-legged, Su Yuming felt the heavy weight of her body on his knees. Their eyes met and his gaze moved. There are many ways to erase the Dao oath. Fairy Nangong, believe it or not, I can give you 8 or 10 right now. The Yincha body is a treasure that everyone loves. You are lucky to have cultivated to this level without encountering any evil demons who want to take your essence. I am afraid that Xianji Sanren was deceived by your Dao oath. I don't have the patience of an old man who is about to die. I like to take advantage of the opportunity. As he said this, Su Yuming looked at her trembling body and gently stroked the black hair on her forehead to her ears. Don't you want to know what method I used to kill the old woman who was fortune-telling in the dream just now? Nangong's body trembled slightly, her cherry lips slightly opened, and she heard the bad guy whispering in her ear, have you seen a giant python? Chapter 177 Yin Qi Yuan Qi finally becomes the Purple Palace, one more monthly ticket request. Su Yuming has never been a good man, otherwise he would not have earned the title of the 3 wonders in the Yandang Mountains for more than 50 years. That was naturally earned through life and death battles, and he was always ruthless in outdoor fights. How could he miss the Yin Cha body that could save him 6 months of hard work? The purity of the Yin Cha body's vitality far exceeded Su Yuming's imagination. He was originally refining the 8th ocean current. The Yin Cha vitality entered the Danshan for only 1 circle, and the purple halo that was forcibly suppressed by his spiritual power instantly emerged. In just a moment, the Purple Palace was born. The closed Purple Palace directly set off thousands of waves. Under Su Yuming's control, the 9th, 10th. After a total of 15 ocean currents were gathered, his cultivation level could no longer be suppressed. Suppress, Su Yuming's spiritual consciousness suddenly shouted. The spiritual consciousness realm of the 3rd stage, in the middle stage, was very useful at this time. The 3rd stage physical cultivation also allowed him to perfectly manipulate the meridians and acupoints in his body and use every bit of spiritual power in his Danshan to the extreme. Although he could not control the Purple Virtual Palace, he could control the gasification of the spiritual power in his body. When the spiritual ocean evolved half of the true Qi, he had already opened up the 17th ocean current by chance. The great way is simple, and 9 is the ultimate. I have opened up 17 currents, so I can definitely open up the 18th. Thinking of this, Su Yuming directly used the remaining snake peacock medicinal power in his Danshan at the moment when all the true Qi was condensed, and pushed steadily. Boom, the Danshan was in an upheaval, and the spiritual power in the sky completely dissipated, turning into purple or a mansion covering the Danshan. This is the stomach bag that can accommodate the golden elixir in the future. Every trace of true Qi that fell could instantly injure a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. The true Qi here was intricately intertwined, and the most important thing was the 18 deep purple Qi. Even if Su Yuming exhausted all the true Qi in his body, they could quickly fall off and quickly accumulate new true Qi for him. In other words, there were 18 more high-speed compressed spiritual powers in his body, which were transformed into engines of true Qi. I don't know if the amount of true Qi I have now can be compared with those Purple Mansion middle-stage cultivators who were born as casual cultivators and did not have the blessing of golden elixir techniques, but my true Qi recovery speed is definitely better than that of Purple Mansion middle-stage cultivators. In addition, if I count the other trump cards in my hand, I should not be inferior to Purple Mansion middle-stage cultivators face-to-face. Thinking of this, Su Yuming glanced at Nangguang Butterfly who was still sleeping soundly. Although this woman had a mutant sound spiritual root and cultivated to the great perfection of foundation establishment at the age of 70, her flesh was pitifully weak. Su Yuming, identity, sect master of Yandang sect, registered disciple of 5 beast sect cultivation, mana, early stage of Purple Mansion, physical body, early stage of 3rd stage. Spiritual consciousness, Middle stage of third stage, age 54/1500. Secondary occupation, third grade lower grade talisman master spiritual roots, top grade gold spiritual roots, top grade fire spiritual roots, top grade earth spiritual roots. Talents, diligence can make up for lack of talent, 3555/5000, flash of inspiration, 3055, 5000, Zhuanyang body, 50/50, many children and blessings, 1/10, cold face to gather wealth, 1/1. Taoist companion, Shui Yulong, 6th level of Qi refining, Chu Qingluan, great perfection of Qi refining, concubine, Zuyingguo, early stage of foundation building, beauty, Wang Yuiao, middle stage of third stage of physical body, Nanguang Wei, peak of foundation building. What's going on? After breaking through the Purple Mansion, his lifespan increased by 500 years. Could it be that after the Golden Light Qi Rin horse broke through the third level, it enjoyed a lifespan of 3,000 years and gave him half of it? In addition, Su Yuming found that Nanguang Huner had fallen from the realm, from the half-step Purple Mansion to the peak of foundation building. He scanned with his spiritual consciousness and found that this guy's spiritual consciousness was injured by the Nightmare Pearl. He should still be recovering. His spiritual consciousness is still there, and his previous realm perception is still there. He should be able to cultivate back. It's not a big problem. But this yin qi was taken away, and the upper limit of his potential in the future is estimated to be not high. Su Yuming began to refine the Nightmare Pearl. It must be said that with a strong spiritual consciousness and the Nightmare Pearl, he can almost kill the enemy instantly by entering the dream in the same realm. This taste is really comfortable. In addition, even if he uses great mana to fight the enemy, he is not afraid with the red sand soul dispersing gourd in his hand. Finally, it is the sword. Feeling that he has reached the bottleneck of the second step of the sword after taking the sword tea leaves, Su Yuming is determined to try to use this piece of top-grade sword stone to break through the third step of the sword. As long as he could enter this realm, the power of the 8-sword formation could be raised to a higher level. With just the sword formation, Su Yuming could also fight against the late Purple Mansion cultivators. Clang. Unfortunately, after trying for half a day, Su Yuming failed. His talent for swordsmanship was not high to begin with. If Chu Hongxiu had a superior talent for swordsmanship, then Su Yuming could only be inferior, very mediocre. His previous breakthroughs were all due to treasures and coincidences. But who made him cheat? Did this Zhuanyang Dharma body complete a charge under the stimulation of Yinqi? Huh? The rolling white cloud sword intent burst out, and this oil around Su Yuming's 1,000-foot underground was instantly pierced with holes. Even Nanguang Huner, who was originally unable to bear the conquest and couldn't even lift her eyelids, couldn't help but open her phoenix eyes a crack and look at Su Yuming. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. This person's swordsmanship talent is too high. He has entered the third step of the white cloud sword intention at the Purple Mansion realm and mastered the sword light splitting rainbow. It seems that he also has a big secret. Awake, Su Yuming naturally discovered her peeping, and without saying much, he smeared a ball of royal honey on his fingertips and walked towards her. Su Yuming wanted to try the sudden addition of the cold face gathering wealth talent, but found that this thing was completely indifferent. It seems that it will only react after contacting the shops in South City. Could it be that his business suddenly improved because of its promotion? In this case, it has nothing to do with Nanguang Huner in front of him, and it is mostly the benefits brought by Zhu Yingguo. For 10 consecutive days, Su Yuming was reluctant to get up. Shu until Yubing Jiao used the flying sword that cost tens of thousands of spirit stones to send a letter to him. Junior brother Su, the shop at number 257 in South City was attacked by bad guys. There were half-step Purple Mansion cultivators from outside, and 2 talisman makers you recruited in the foundation building stage. They had their cultivation and were both in the late foundation building stage. More than 10 people in the shop died, but the talismans were not taken away. After we went to the Purple Mansion auction, I asked junior sister Liu Loi in the peak to take care of the shop. She is in the half-step Purple Mansion realm. If she hadn't taken action, I'm afraid all the talismans in the shop would have been taken away. By the way, Zhu Yingzong, the first-level top-grade talisman master of your Yandang sect, died in the battle, and He Jiaya, the second-level low-grade talisman master, was seriously injured. They were both attacked while transporting talismans. Su Yuming frowned. Someone actually targeted him and attacked the shop? There were actually 2 late foundation building cultivators hidden among the recruited guests. Could even his 3rd-level spiritual consciousness detect it? But now, he has the Nightmare Pearl, a top-grade spiritual weapon. Even if he secretly drags all the guest officials he recruited into his dreams and interrogates them about their origins, they still don't know what happened. As for the death of Zhu Yingzong in battle, he has to send a message to the clan. This is a bit unfair to the Zhu family, especially since this guy is his brother-in-law. Zhu Yingzong needs to be comforted. Just take out a top-grade foundation building pill from the inventory and send it over. Su Yuming only has 1 top-grade foundation building pill and 1 medium-grade foundation building pill left. The former is prepared for Shui Yulong, and the latter is prepared for Chu Qigluan. Now this top-grade pill is given to the Zhu family, which can be regarded as an explanation. Thank you for telling me, senior sister. Please pay attention to the operation of the store. I will return tomorrow. Please help me find the mastermind. Thinking of this, Su Yuming casually threw the flying sword letter out. It was a disposable magic weapon, and its value lay in its high speed. Moreover, few people in the world of immortal cultivation would intercept it. If it was intercepted, it would be automatically destroyed and would not be leaked. This thing was really useful. It seems that there is a kind of skylark above the sea of clouds, and its flying speed should not be inferior to the flying sword letter. This flying sword letter costs 10,000 spirit stones. If I only sell a Skylark talisman for 5,000 spirit stones, I am afraid I can make a lot of money. Su Yuming had an idea in his mind, but found that the charge of cold face gathering wealth had disappeared without a trace. So this is how it is used. I came up with the idea of making money, all thanks to its flash of inspiration. Well, this time when I go back, I will make a big fuss. At this point, Su Yuming had already changed into a robe and stood up. In Xiao Xianming's storage ring, there were a total of about 150,000 top-grade spiritual stones. In addition, there were 4 spiritual tools that Su Yuming could sell, which was about 160,000 top-grade spiritual stones, which could also fill his pockets. He stretched out his hand and supported Nangguang, who was so sore that he couldn't walk. I want you to go with me to the inner city of Shanhai, but you have to hide your appearance and you can't leave my mansion in a short time. If you can do it, I will let you go after a year. Nangguang Huner glared at him fiercely. Since you have taken my Yuan Ian, why do you have to detain me? What's the difference between this and those who robbed money and sex? The most precious yin qi in my body is gone. Why do you still keep me? Can I say that in the entire Shanhai city, it is easy to find, can be found, and your appearance is very rare. Besides, your yin qi can charge the Zhuan Yang body once, and maybe it can open a hidden talent entry for me. Huh? After Su Yuming broke through the Purple Mansion realm, he was in a good mood. He drove the Earth Dragon boat across the ground and soon returned to the north of Shanhai city and began to move towards the city. He glanced at Nangguang's hips, who struggled in vain, put on a cloak, knelt at the stern of the boat, and raised her body. It was very pleasing to the eye. Chapter 178. Half a year later, 2 more monthly tickets requested. Junior Brother Su, congratulations, you have entered the Purple Mansion realm, and your aura is so strong. It seems that you have laid a solid foundation. After returning to the city, they gathered at the number 78 villa in the inner city. Yu Bingjiao punched Su Yuming as soon as they met. If it was someone else, she would not dare to do it. After all, she was a physical cultivator and she did not care about the strength of her punches. Among the people she knew, only Su Yuming could withstand it. As she spoke, she lowered her voice. The independent cultivators have continued to recruit according to your wishes, and now our Cloud Rabbit talismans and Cloud Rat talismans have been continuously selling well, but there are many jealous forces. At least here in South City, the business of other talisman shops has been greatly affected. I think, why don't we recruit one group and fight the other? What if the shop that plotted against me before is also among them? Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Su Yuming smiled and waved his hand. Please rest assured, senior sister, I have my own plan. 1 month after his return, Xiao Kingxiu sent a letter saying that after he returned to the family, he began to practice the Buddha treasure book of the clan, which is a golden elixir practice. When he can refine the Purple Mansion's secret technique in it, his strength will surely increase greatly, and he will go to the Sea of Independent Cultivators to carry out the task of trial as a direct disciple. Su Yuming's sales continued to surge. Including the pre-orders, more than 87,000 Cloud Rabbit talismans were sold. and more than 1 million Cloud Rat talismans were sold. There are now more than 400 cultivators rushing to make talismans, and it will take until the middle of next year to complete them. Uncle 19, I just got the news that Cloud Rabbit talismans and Cloud Rat talismans are also being sold in more than a dozen cities around. The price of Cloud Rabbit talismans has increased from 2,000 spiritual stones to 4,000 spiritual stones, and the price of Cloud Rat talismans has increased from 100 spiritual stones to 300 spiritual stones. They have a lot of goods on hand. It seems that when we sell a batch, they resell a batch to make a profit. In this way, we will lose a lot. Shui Yulong, the talisman-making deacon of Yandang sect and the 22nd in the Yu generation, is now a first-class upper-grade talisman maker and has entered the great perfection of Qi refining. It can be said that he is a leader who has benefited from the large number of foundation-building cultivators in the Su family and has broken through the 3 levels in a row. How are their sales? Su Yuming asked patiently. Not bad. Among these dozen cities, the closest to us is Zhejiang City, which is 350,000 miles away from us. I don't know how these guys brought these talismans to such a far place to sell. Although our 2 talismans are well known near Shanghai City, they are not well known in the outside world. Why don't we try to raise the price? Otherwise we will suffer too much loss. Su Yuming glanced at him. Raising the price is self-destructive to our reputation. Do you think the cultivators in Shanghai City have accepted our price for so long, and suddenly the price changes and increases several times? They will not object? Our opponents are waiting for this opportunity. Then let's transport the talismans we have made to the sect. Make a name for ourselves in Jizhao area, and take the lead in occupying the market first. It's already being done. There's also the great elder Yuan in the clan. She's already a second-rank, lower-grade talisman maker. Su Yuang, also an elder at Fufeng, is already a first-rank, top-grade talisman maker. In addition, my Su family has begun trying to cooperate with the third-rank Fu sect. Once they agree, we will start to roll out in a snowball mode in Jizhao, producing large quantities of Cloud Rat talismans and Cloud Rabbit talismans. Su Yunan's mind moved. Uncle 19, the third-rank Fu sect may have a chance to merge into my Yandang sect. Our sect seems to be very strong in talismans, but in fact, only you, Uncle 19, can hold up the facade. On the other hand, the third-rank Fu sect has 10 second-rank talisman makers alone, and as many as 500 or 600 first-rank talisman makers. Among them, there are probably a dozen first-rank top-grade talisman makers, and as many as 80 or 90 first-rank upper-grade talisman makers. If we take them down, our talisman production can be greatly increased. Then let the Supreme Elder talk to them. If the third-rank Fu sect disagrees, I'll live in their house and won't leave. Yes, Su Yuming's skill of playing rogue really stumped the third-grade Fu sect. The head of the third-grade Fu sect is now the second-grade top-grade Fu High Elder, and the second-grade top-grade Fu Zhuan sect master. Both of them are in the late stage of foundation building. In addition, there is Zhuan Fuzi in the middle stage of foundation building, and 7 elders in the early stage of foundation building, including black, white, gray, silver, purple, blue and blue. However, Heifu died in the 10,000 Snake Valley, and even his flying boat was robbed. After the trip to the secret realm, even if the third-grade Fu sect sold its property to increase the number of foundation building cultivators, it only maintained 9 people. Moreover, those elders in the early stage of foundation building who were named after Fu were at best just some tools for making Fu, and their combat effectiveness was really useless. After learning about the Cloud Rabbit Fu and the Cloud Rat Fu, they were willing to accept the joint creation of Fu with the Yandang sect, and proposed that they would share the profit of 10 spirit stones for a Cloud Rat Fu and 100 spirit stones for a Cloud Rabbit Fu. Su Yuming agreed. Within 3 months, Yandang sect produced tens of thousands of Cloud Rabbit talismans and 250,000 Cloud Rat talismans. For a time, the huge Jizhao was directly sold out by these 2 talismans. For a time, there was an endless stream of cultivators who came to ask for talismans, and there were more talisman sects and chambers of commerce who wanted to sell these talismans to other states. In the 5th month, 2 major events happened. Su Yuming announced that he had produced a 3rd type of Skylark talisman of the Cloud Beast talisman, which could replace the Flying Sword Book talisman. The speed was 10,000 miles per hour, and it was smaller and more secretive than the other one. The price was only half of the other one, 5,000 spirit stones per piece, and 3,000 Skylark talismans were put into the market at a time, and they were sold out in just a few days. In the middle of the month, he handed over a medium-grade Jiang pill from Nangguangwei to Chu Xingbo, who was sitting here. Chu Xingbo, who had been reminded by Su Yuming long ago and bought a Purple Palace spiritual liquid and entered the great perfection of foundation building for 3 months, swallowed the Purple Sun pill and entered the Purple Palace realm, becoming the second Grand Elder of Yandang sect in the 6th month. The third rank Fuzong, who had earned enough spiritual stones, took the initiative to announce that he was willing to merge the entire sect into Yandang sect, with the second rank top rank Fu Hai as the master of Fu Peak, and Fu Zhuan as the deputy master. The 7 second-rank Fu Masters headed by Zhuan Fuzi were also appointed as Fu Peak Elders. In addition, 11 first-rank top-rank Fu Masters were appointed as Fu Peak Deacons, and 87 first-rank upper-rank Fu Masters were appointed as Fu Peak Inner Disciples. Diligence can make up for lack of talent, 4,512, 5,000, a flash of inspiration, 4,012, 5,000, Zhuan Yang Fa Ti, 100/100, many children, more blessings, 1/10, cold face gathers wealth, 2/2. After more than 7 months, Su Yuming estimated that Chu Qinglun was also pregnant, so he had to go back earlier to avoid delaying the birth of the child. Fortunately, Zhuan Yang Fa Ti and cold face gather wealth were fully charged. The 3 talismans, the Cloud Rat Talisman, the Cloud Rabbit Talisman, and the Skylark Talisman, can be exchanged for 3 small merits. These days, my fellow disciples of the Beast King lineage have hinted at me. Su Yuming was alert. Those talismans that were bought and resold to make a profit were sold 100,000 miles away, just to save the face of the Beast King lineage. After all, Su Yuming was doing the trial of his personal disciple. You are so blatantly destroying it. Do you think that the old giant of Maishan's Henren can't lift the knife? After Su Yuming handed it in, the small merits could be exchanged for the skills of other factions. It seemed to be a huge profit, but in fact, the foundation of the Beast Talisman lineage was far beyond his imagination. If they could get these 3 talismans, they would definitely make more money. Su Yuming used the second, cold face gathering wealth, without hesitation, ready to make a fortune before leaving. Yu Bingjiao has already reported this to Maishan's Henren. Su Yuming can follow the sect's rules and count it as a small merit. However, any cultivator who practices this talisman needs to pay him 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, calculated on a per-time basis. Su Yuming decided to hand in the Skylark talisman and get away. If the one who is against him behind the scenes is a powerful person from the Beast Talisman lineage, his small body will not be able to resist. As for the failure of the trial mission of the direct disciple, there is no punishment. He has already entered the Purple Mansion realm. At most, if he still wants Maishan's Henren as a backer in the future, he can just follow Xiao King Xiu and try it out in the sea of casual cultivators. In the past 6 months, his 88-acre villa has been filled with talisman makers. Using the Nightmare Pearl, he checked all the casual cultivators who joined in. At present, there are 1,121 first-level lower-grade talisman makers apprentices, 226 first-level middle-grade talisman makers, 88 first-level upper-grade talisman makers guest officials, 7 first-level top-grade talisman makers guest elders, and second-level lower-grade talisman makers. Guangminggyun and Yudang, 2 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building, are willing to become Su Yuming's disciples, although they are only nominal disciples, in order to learn Su Yuming's talismans. They have not practiced the Yandang Cloud Qiju, so they can forget about the 3 Cloud Beast talismans. Su Yuming's 3 series of foundation building talismans are enough to make them envious. Pass my order. From now on, all guest monks will double their spiritual stone salaries for 2 months of crazy talisman making. If anyone can complete the talisman making task beyond the standard, they will be rewarded with another double spiritual stone salary. Yes, at this time, Su Yuming's stored ring already had millions of top-grade spiritual stones quietly lying. Converted into spiritual stones, that would be 1 billion, and this did not count the income from Yandang sect during this period. He bought 3 bottles of purple clothed pills in one go, spending 150,000 top-grade spiritual stones. He spent another 300,000 top-grade spiritual stones to buy 3 low-grade life-extending pills. This thing can only extend the lifespan of about 10 years, but the price is high. However, leaving it to the 3 alchemists in the sect who are about to die is a huge profit. They can't earn back these spiritual stones after refining pills for 10 years, but if 1 or 2 second-level alchemists can emerge among the alchemists they train, Su Yuming feels that he can get his money back. After tonight, I will first transfer the alchemists and weapon refiners. After I hand in the talisman, the monks of Yandang sect will begin to withdraw to the sect one after another. The water outside is too deep, and Su Yuming can't grasp it. In contrast, Nangguang Huner, his hidden beauty, knows everything about her and is good at understanding others. Chapter 179, Willing to give up the treasure bowl, the golden elixir divine power comes into my arms. 3 more, please subscribe. Junior brother Su, I really don't regret it. This Skylark talisman is also a treasure pot. Just exchanged for a small merit, the beast talisman lineage. When you just released the word, there were already hundreds of talisman makers ready to exchange. At that time, although there will be hundreds of thousands of top-grade spiritual stones, it is a world of difference compared to the income you sell in the market. Going up the mountain, Yubingjiao looked at Su Yuming standing in front of the library and asked hesitantly, "You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child." Not only the Skylark talisman, but also the Cloud Rabbit talisman and the Cloud Rat talisman, I also handed them in. 3 small merits for a big merit, it's not a loss. Su Yuming also thought it through. With his own foundation, he couldn't keep these 3 talismans that made people jealous. It would be better to give a large piece of the cake to the upper level of the 5 Beast sect. In this way, the 3 small merits were merged into a big merit, and there would be no obstacles for him to use the big merit to exchange for the golden elixir method. If there were obstacles, how would Su Yuming's merits for the sect be calculated? If you don't give me the golden elixir method, then he will take back the talisman refining method. The beast talisman lineage was the first to stand up and disagree. As for the special problems of the Yandang Cloud Qiju method, Su Yuming also found a way to deal with it. This was the method discovered by his first talisman-making disciple Yi Hongmei at the Cloud Ranch. She was not qualified to practice the Yandang Cloud Qiju, so she could only try to use the spiritual energy to melt into cloud and mist spiritual energy, and use the spirit sealing bottle to preserve it for refining. Unexpectedly, although the effect was very slow, it was achieved. This was a great contribution to the Yandang sect. Su Yuming immediately made a decision and handed over all his experience in several foundation-building talismans to her, and planned to formally accept her as his disciple after returning, and learn the foundation-building chapter of the Su family's Yandang Cloud Qiju. Now the Yandang sect has already started a large industry. The spiritual rice that is harvested once a year has yielded a full 10 million caddies this year. In the second year, some of the 100,000 mu of spiritual fields will definitely be allocated to plant spiritual medicines. However, according to the market value, these alone can bring back hundreds of millions of spiritual stones for the sect. This is the top quality spiritual rice, grown from black soil. On the market, a bowl of spiritual rice is worth 1 spiritual stone, and top quality spiritual rice is worth 10 spiritual stones. 1 caddy of rice can cook about 7 bowls of rice, which is 70 spiritual stones per caddy of spiritual rice. Excluding the loss in transportation costs, and the impact of the large volume on the market, Su Yuming feels that it is not a problem to earn 400 to 500 million spiritual stones. As for the cultivation of spiritual snakes, Su Yuming heard that there were 5 snakes that reached the peak of the first stage, and more than 30 snakes in the late stage of the first stage. At least half of the remaining 15,000 snakes have been bound to the sect disciples. Their Yandang sect is about to become a sect that plays with snakes. It is also worth mentioning that there is a kind of short-necked viper of the small 5-step snake, which actually starts laying eggs in the middle stage of the first stage, and lays eggs on a large scale. Now their spirit beast hall has been selling snake eggs to the outside world. The price of a first stage middle stage snake egg on the market is also 20 to 30 spirit stones each. Hundreds of them have been sold in just 2 or 3 months. In the future, as long as the size of the snake group expands, Su Yuming feels that this business can be expanded to all parts of the mountains and seas. In addition, there is the talisman making. Su Yuming's Golden Sword Talisman, Earth Prison Talisman, Thunderbolt Fireball Talisman, Cloud Rat Talisman, Cloud Rabbit Talisman, and Skylark Talisman are now shining in the market. Even the Divine Fire-Flying Crow Talisman and the Earth Heavy Armor Talisman have become the specialty of the Su family. After annexing the 3rd-rank talisman sect, there is no talisman-making force in the entire Tao County, and even in Jizhao, that can surpass their Su family. In the future, when the cultivators in the state need talismans, the first place they think of is their family. Last month's income reached 3 million spiritual stones. Su Yuming estimated that after he returned with this group of talisman makers, the production capacity could be at least 10 times higher. After all, they are more efficient in making Cloud Rabbit Talisman and Cloud Rat Talisman. In addition to the alchemy and refining industry, which earns 200,000 to 300,000 spiritual stones every month, Su Yuming did not expect that the sealing cloud bottle created by Yi Hongmei actually reached a production of 100,000 bottles last month, and after 10,000 bottles were used by his family, he received an order from the 5 Beast Sex Beast Talisman lineage. Tens of millions of pill bottles are needed a year? Even if my Yandang sect only charges 20 spirit stones for a bottle, it can still make a profit of 200 million spirit stones. Su Yuming was a little confused. He didn't expect that he could get such a profit after handing in these 3 talismans. Junior brother Su Yubingjiao looked at Su Yuming meaningfully. This matter of the Cloud Beast Talisman has been completely blown up. The Beast Talisman lineage is too greedy. We have to compensate you a little. It just so happens that they can't let your Su family hand in the Yandang Cloud Key Juice, such a sect-protecting technique, so they can only think of the Cloud Bottle. So Master will go with the flow and let them purchase it to let your Su family also have a share. Su Yuming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mai Shenren would treat him well as a cheap apprentice who came to the master with skills. So junior brother, if you make a great contribution this time, you can become a direct disciple of my Beast King lineage, so that's it. Mai Shenren also wanted to test himself. If he was really willing to give up such an amazing wealth and share it with the 5 Beast sect, he would be completely integrated into the sect. However, he really didn't want to be a direct disciple. Wasn't it possible to stay in Yandang sect and practice well? Junior brother's Cloud Beast Talisman has shocked the world. Some people are jealous. If the master is standing behind him, even those casual cultivators will have to think carefully. Thank you for your advice, senior sister. Yubingjiao was really good to her. If she really had the opportunity to compete for the golden elixir, Su Yuming could help her a little. Please rest assured, senior sister, my Yandang sect will always have a share of this Cloud Beast Talisman, then you can rest assured too. As long as it is in Shanghai City, your Su family's store will be looked after by my disciples of the Beast King lineage, but the disciples of the Beast King lineage need to continue to maintain a 20% discount when purchasing yours. No problem. Born from a powerful family, Su Yuming understands nepotism. I will give you convenience, and you can help me look after the store, and both parties will get what they need. Half an hour later, the awakened Mai Shenren summoned Su Yuming. Inside Mai Shen residence, Su Yuming knelt beside the incense burner, looking at Mai Shenren lying on his side opposite. Since you have made a great contribution to the sect, you will be my 8th direct disciple from now on. Since you have already entered the Purple Mansion realm, your energy and blood should not be so frivolous. You are only 100 years old this year, and your spiritual roots are not bad. You should have the opportunity to make further progress. Seeing that he was a nighttime reveler, Su Yuming, who was thick-skinned, felt a little embarrassed. Yes, I have to thank Master for his help when I took care of him before. It's just a piece of cake. Mai Shenren waved his hand, and 2 jade slips and a pill bottle flew to him. This is the Beast King art that I'm practicing. There are 9 levels in total. It's probably about allowing myself to communicate with a contracted Beast King, and even reach the state of human-beast unity. It's a 9th level giant in art, and no one knows whether it can break through to the nascent soul stage. In addition, this is a giant and magical power yo-yo deer calling that I created. You can take it back and learn it. If you make some progress, it will be worth your teaching as a teacher. This last bottle of deer blood came from this old friend of yours. It's not his own blood essence, but the medicinal power is not bad. I see that you have a 3rd level physical body, so I gave you a bottle. Among other disciples, only Bing Jiao has this honor. You can refine it. If one day, there is someone in my 5 Beast sect who can step into the realm of spiritual treasure with a physical body, it will be you and Bing Jiao. Yes, Su Yuming bowed respectfully to Mai Shenren. Thank you, Master. Seeing that there was no sound from above, Su Yuming tactfully took his leave. Little did he know that after he left, the Sika deer next to Mai Shenren stood up, looked him in the eye, and spoke in human language. Mai Shen, since you want to bet, why don't you treat him as your last disciple? This boy cares about the family, but he wants to save himself more. If I use drastic measures, he will probably escape 1,000,000 miles before dark. Mai Shenren could see Su Yuming's thoughts. Even if he was reluctant to give up the 3 Cloud Beast talismans, this boy would take the initiative to hand them over to save his life. He showed up just to make Su Yuming not alienate him. As for the reason, Mai Shin's Henren reached out and stroked the deer hair that was like palm fibers. Old deer, return to the forest, return to the forest. On this side, Su Yuming, who was trotting down the mountain, suppressed his excitement. The status of a direct disciple, a beast-controlling technique that can be cultivated to the peak of the golden elixir, and a self-created golden elixir magical power, is Mai Shin's Henren trying to show him goodwill? No matter what, after becoming a direct disciple, at least he is considered a high-level person in the Beast King Peak. In the future, when he meets people from the 5 Beast sect in this small piece of land in the mountain and sea region, he can call them senior brothers and junior brothers. He has to give some face to Mai Shin's Henren. This yo-yo Luming does not look like a sonic attack magical power, but rather a soul attack magical power. Su Yuming observed the contents of the jade slip and found that he had to learn Luming first. This is a bit too difficult, but after learning it, it seems to be like the Golden Eagle breaking delusion technique, and there is a follow-up. Could it be that Mai Shin's Henren has a visualization map in his hand? Su Yuming's mind moved. After he broke through the Purple Mansion realm, the Golden Eagle breaking delusion technique can only fight against enemies of the same level. The Black Python Swallowing Heaven technique has an advantage when the opponent's soul is a demon soul simulation, otherwise it cannot fight against enemies of several levels. This giant and spiritual consciousness magical power comes at the right time. As for this Beast King art, it doesn't look like a Jinden art at all. It looks a bit like the Jinden chapter of the Yuanying art. The first level of the Beast King technique is Beast Language, the second level is Beast Intention, the third level is Beast Blood, the fourth level is Beast Bone, the fifth level is Beast Soul, the sixth level is Deo Body, the seventh level is Human Beast Unity, the eighth level is Celestial Phenomena, and the ninth level is Dharma Appearance. The Dharma Appearance has already appeared, and you still say that this is not a nascent soul technique? Beast Language has coexisted with a golden killing horse for more than a year, which is not difficult. Beast Intention means understanding its 7 emotions and 6 desires, which is also not difficult. As for the Beast Blood, could it be that he wants to use his blood to refine it? He has soaked in the 10,000-year dragon saliva pond. There is so much snake blood in it. What is he afraid of with the blood of a mere killing horse? Chapter 180 Zuchin, Menggezen took me to the brothel to listen to music. 1 more subscription required. Returning to the sect, Su Yuming first transferred more than 200 alchemists and weapon refiners through the 5 Beast sect's large flying spirit beast route, and then sent the talisman maker. On each mountain and sea giant beast, there is a purple mansion cultivator from the 5 Beast sect. Each trip can cross several states in the mountain and sea area, and stop at large cities with tens of millions of people along the way. Tickets can be bought at any time. However, it takes 10,000 spirit stones to travel from Shanghai City to Jizhou. More than 1,000 people consumed more than 10 million spirit stones for Su Yuming. It seems to be a free gift, but the safety of the journey is guaranteed. At least Su Yuming has not heard of anyone who dares to attack the mountain and sea giant beasts of the 5 Beast sect. Junior brother Su, are you really leaving? Yubing Jiao looked at Su Yuming, who had hastily handed over the shop to her and was about to return to Yandang sect, with a look of reluctance on her face. The spiritual energy in your countryside of Tao County is more than 10 times weaker than here. Your half-month of practice is equivalent to 1 day of practice in Shanghai City. What's more, you have a villa and property in Shanghai City. Why bother? My wife is about to give birth. As a father, I have to go back to accompany her. Okay, Yubing Jiao handed over 2 handles of beast blood. This is the marrow cleansing soup made at the Alchemy Peak. Take it back to my 2 nephews whom I have never met. Thank you, senior sister. Watching Su Yuming disappear into the sky on the 7-string flying boat, her face was full of melancholy. Others are scrambling to get closer to Shanghai City, but my junior brother wants to return to his own sect. He has already entered the Purple Mansion. Could it be that the Yandang sect can still help him? Hoo at the bow, Su Yuming felt the speed of this top-grade spiritual weapon. It could fly 10,000 miles in about an hour, and 120,000 miles in a day, which was not slow. His own Earth Dragon boat had its own magic blessing, and it could fly 300,000 miles a day, which was about 3 times faster than it. However, Su Yuming had to play the pig and eat the tiger on this trip. After all, Those guys who had attacked his shop would definitely not let go of the Yandang Cloud Kiju in his hand. If he just bought the Sealing Cloud bottle from the Su family continuously, the cost would be too high. They would definitely choose to solve the problem from the root. Junior Brother Su, I should call you Senior Brother Su now. You became my direct disciple before me. This time I came back, it was a life and death experience, but I also successfully became the 9th direct disciple of a master. I am in Zucheng City. When you pass by, you might as well stay for a day or two. I will treat you and invite you to enjoy the city for a few days. It is really hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Su Yuming was going to stroll around Zucheng City to see the luxurious life of the children of the noble families. He also disposed of the shroud in his hand and several spiritual tools belonging to Xiao Xianmen. Also, Xiao Kingxiu had just returned from the San Xiuc and successfully hunted down a chief disciple of the Sea Shark sect. He also wanted to ask Xiao Kingxiu about the situation in the San Xiuc. The cultivation resources of the family were not enough for his future cultivation in the Purple Mansion. He didn't know when he would need to go out to beg for money. At this time, he had about 1.3 million top-grade spiritual stones on him. After a year, he would return to the Five Beast sect and perhaps get the spiritual stone share of the Beast Talisman lineage to learn 3 kinds of talismans. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about the cultivation in the next few decades. After refining the remaining few thousand-year-old snackaberries, Su Yuming felt that he might need another 30 years to reach the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. Unlike the foundation building stage, if there was no help from the snackaberries, he estimated that it would take him 80 years to break through a small realm. There was no other way. With the best spiritual roots, there was only a 50% chance of achieving the Purple Palace and a 10% chance of achieving the Golden Core. If he didn't have the opportunity and cultivated to the great perfection of the Purple Palace step by step, he would probably be over 300 years old, with only 1 or 2 chances to achieve the Golden Core. Senior Brother Su, here, after arriving at Zucheng City, Su Yuming saw Xiao Kingxiu waiting on the city gate tower. Junior Brother Xiao, your aura has become much more condensed. I had no choice. After entering the sea of random cultivators, I didn't dare to expose my cultivation level of Purple Mansion and my identity as a disciple of the Five Beast sect. I lurked in a place 30,000 miles away from the Sea Shark sect. I finally caught Murin Heian, and killed him with a secret technique. Otherwise, my mission would have been in vain. Moreover, when I came back, if I hadn't used a large teleportation talisman to send me 100,000 miles away, I would have become a ghost under the knife of the Sea Shark sect. After saying that, Xiao Kingxiu lowered his voice. Senior Brother Su, you also rejected the sect's request for you to light the soul lamp. Lighting the soul lamp is nothing more than wanting to know whether you are dead or not. As a direct disciple, this is almost a must. It means that you are qualified to become a core senior member of the Five Beasts sect and a future golden elixir seedling. Junior Brother Xiao too, Su Yuming certainly couldn't point it out, otherwise he would still be alive and well after more than 1,000 years. The lifespan of a Purple Mansion is only 500 years. Even a fool would know that there is something wrong with him. The beast life cultivation method is now Su Yuming's biggest trump card, so it is naturally impossible to expose it. There is no way. I haven't taken the power of the Cao family yet. Several major families in the city want to eat up my Cao family's foundation alive. It is a situation of internal and external troubles. If one day the Cao family is destroyed, I can't keep the soul lamp and tell others that I am not dead. At that time, I will sleep on straw and eat better food, live in seclusion and cultivate to the golden elixir, and then go back to take revenge, but I have to avoid being discovered. Xiao Kingxi led the way, taking Su Yuming through the outer city of Zucheng City. The people living in the inner city are all serious cultivators. There are at least tens of thousands of low-level cultivators of Qi Refining. On the way, you can also meet many foundation-building cultivators. It's just that Purple Mansion cultivators are not common, distributed in every corner of the city. There are 5 major families in the city. The Su family has a natural beast soul, the Sun family is good at planning, the Yuan family is born rich and makes money in any business, and the Sun family is good at soldiers. The weapons they refine are well known even in the inner city of Shanghai. It is said that at least 4 weapons on the list of 72 inherited spiritual weapons were made by them. The Liu family is very versatile. Now the 6 major forces in the city can still maintain a stable state. It is because they are wandering around and making peace among them. However, they are not a good thing either. There are more than 170 auction houses under their names, which are spread all over the mountains and seas. If there's any major family that is most likely to have a Jiandan, it would be Liu Yanqing of his Liu family. Su Yuming secretly memorized this name. Liu Yanqing, the ancestor of the Liu family, has the cultivation of Purple Mansion great perfection, and is only one step away from golden color. There are more than 170 auction houses. When the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion had a Purple Mansion cultivator in charge, the number of auction houses had only expanded to 27. Now, even if the Yandang sect sends a dozen foundation building cultivators to support Xianshu Pavilion, it is not enough for a fraction of theirs. As both are Purple Mansion forces, the gap between the two sides is too big. By the way, junior brother Xiao, what business does your Xiao family do? Su Yuming asked subconsciously. Hey, we're here. Xiao Kingxiu stopped in front of the bustling Suzaku Street, and a scent of powder immediately hit his face. Hey, please come in, guests. In front of Chunho Tower, the old procuress of the third level of Qi Refining was holding a handkerchief in her hand, winking and flirting around. Most of the girls who were wearing only light gauze and belly bands were Qi Refining cultivators. They were full of spring on their faces and deliberately posing, which was the ultimate attraction to the pedestrians on the street. This is the property of my Xiao family. When cultivating immortals, in addition to wealth, law, companions and land, you have to enjoy it. Senior brother Su, please come in. Su Yuming saw him take off a storage bag and throw it to the old procuress, who immediately smiled and leaned half of her body in his arms. Oh, it's the third master. Please come in. Hey, who's that? Why don't you quickly invite Fairy Kingxun to accompany you? Xiao Kingxiu skillfully pulled his hands out from the soft shoulders and arms, and introduced to Su Yuming with a smile. Senior brother Su, the ordinary female cultivators in this building are just for the enjoyment of these ordinary cultivators. The talented and beautiful prostitutes who have been trained since childhood are worthy of the admiration of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, what we, the Purple Mansion cultivators, want is the top prostitute with a special physique, whose cultivation has reached the Foundation establishment stage, and who is also pure and innocent. There are 4 top prostitutes in Chunho Tower, and the most beautiful one has not been chosen yet. Why don't you and I, brothers, each choose one to accompany you today? Well, then find someone with a special physique for me. If there is none, it would be better to find someone with big breasts and long legs. Xiao Kingxiu immediately patted him on the shoulder. Senior brother really has the same interests as me. Squeak. They came to the private room on the top floor. There was already a beautiful woman with her hair combed, sitting inside the room, waiting pitifully. Brother Su, this is Chu Kingxun whom I ordered. She was a daughter of a poor fairy clan in her early years. I picked her last year and now I keep her here. No one dares to order her on weekdays. Su Yuming saw the arrogance on his face and couldn't help laughing in his heart. This guy doesn't like young girls but prefers young women. Is your Taoist name Meng Desinren? Since you got her, why don't you just keep her as a concubine? Is there any other interest in this place? Brother Su, let me tell you slowly. The way to play in Chunho Tower is to exhaust the wonders of the world. If a cultivator like me can have this experience once in this life, it will be enough to live a life without regrets. Is it so amazing? Third master, it's bad. The 2 cauldrons with special physiques in the building have been set on fire by the people next door. I'm afraid they are no longer alive. Outside the house, the old procuress walked in with some trepidation. Bang. Xiao Kingxiu slapped the table. Who is so blind as to dare to snatch people from me? Don't you know whose territory this Chunho building belongs to? Since I stepped into the Purple Mansion, this place has been allocated to me by the family. My senior brother is here as a guest today. How can I not let him have a good time? Go, get those 2 cauldrons from Weimei back to me. Yes. Third master, why don't you come forward? The other party is the direct grandson of the Su family. I heard that he just entered the great perfection realm of foundation building yesterday, so I wanted to celebrate. He definitely doesn't want to be ruined at this time. Xiao Kingxiu had already drunk a pot of wine at this time, and he was already angry. Any cat or dog from the Su family can snatch people from me? Go, let him get out. Today, Chunho building will not welcome anyone except my senior brother Su. Yes, Su Yuming watched with interest, but did not intervene. He was very curious about what Xiao Kingxiu was thinking. 2 tripods made him so angry. Was he trying to win him over and make him fight with the Su family to boost his reputation? Listening to music in the brothel was not enough this time. Chapter 181, Purple Mansion Fighting, CAO Family Guest Invitation, 2 more, please subscribe. Bang! The house with soundproof and reinforced formations was instantly pierced by a palm. Su Wensong on the opposite side did not tolerate Xiao Kingxiu and pointed at him with anger. Xiao Kingxiu, what do you mean? Your Xiao family is open for business, but you still don't let people enter Chunhill Tower? Why, didn't I just rob 2 of your women? You dare to ask me to get out? Could it be that all the women you keep in Chunhill Tower are your concubines? If you have the ability, don't let them come out to company guests. Do you like to be a cuckold? Su Yuming was shocked. This guy is really brave. He is really not afraid of death when he is in the great perfection of foundation building and sprays the purple mansion. Clang! Sure enough, the next moment, a golden hand knife fell, and Chunho Tower was directly pierced. The moment Su Wensong was instantly knocked out, a 3rd-level treasure light rose from his body surface and protected him steadily. Roar! Su Wensong, who had landed on the long street, exploded. His entire body was wrapped in blazing flames, and in the blink of an eye, a 10-foot-tall earth bear roared at the sky. Clang! Another hand knife fell from the sky, and this time, even if Su Wensong tried his best, he was still crushed to the ground. Purple Mansion and Foundation building great perfection, even if there is only a fine line, there is a world of difference. True Qi crushes spiritual power, even if his skills are all at the golden core level. The skills of Xiao Kingxiu on the opposite side are only stronger than his, and he can't challenge him at all. Master Xiao, you are so irritable after returning from the Sea of Casual Cultivators. Did you just become a direct disciple of the 5 beasts and want to use the big clan cultivators in our city to establish your prestige? Su Wensong's face was pressed to the ground, and his head hit the bluestone slabs 4 or 5 times, breaking his teeth and making a small pit on the ground. When the pressure on his body was relieved, an old figure had landed in front of him and helped him up. Su Yifan, your Su family's junior is bullying me in my Chunho Tower, and I am not allowed to take action. Your Su family has great power. Xiao Kingxiu stared at the opposite side and sent a message to Su Yuming. Please help me to clear the battlefield. Su Yifan has a golden treasure, which can help me practice the Buddha treasure book. After I use it, I will lend it to you. Su Yuming immediately became interested. What is it that can make junior brother Xiao and the Su family in the city tear each other apart? If I were alone, I would accompany junior brother to make a big fuss today, but I still have the sect to worry about. The Su family is not bad. If I offend them, I am afraid that my Yandang sect will be retaliated by them. Brother, don't worry. After you make a move today, I will recommend you as a guest of my CAO family. In addition to sharing the information of the more than 300 Chunhulao in the world, all the classics below the golden elixir level of my CAO family can be consulted by you, and in this Zucheng city, you can be guaranteed a talisman shop with an area of no less than 200 square meters. This is to drag me into the water and form an alliance with me. While Su Yuming was thinking, Xiao Kingxiu had already made a move. Kangsheng Futu, the entire long street, with no one for 100 miles, was shining with golden light and murderous aura like the wind. In an instant, the golden light that crashed into the opposite side turned into endless golden swords and iron horses. Those cavalrymen wearing armor were like messengers returning from hell. They went forward one after another and drowned the 2 cultivators of the Su family opposite like a tide. Clang! Su Yuming suddenly saw a golden light rising into the sky. It was a bowl, which should have been a magic weapon of the ball donkey. It actually blocked the impact of the endless iron pagoda. Standing on a 10-foot high ground, he steadily took on this purple palace treasure technique handed down by the Cao family. Brother Su, this golden bowl is made of Buddha bones. It has the ability to train the soul, purify the spirit, and increase the speed of practicing gold magic. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Are you interested? Then please lend it to me for a few years after you get it. Also, I can become a guest of your Cao family, but what do I need to pay? I heard that Brother Su wants Yandang sex shops to open all over the mountains and seas. My Cao family has to shrink its power recently. There are hundreds of shops that need to be transferred, which can be traded to Yandang sect at a low price. Also, my Cao family has some ideas about the Cloud Beast talisman. I wonder if Brother Su can sell the refining method to my family. That's easy. Su Yuming looked up at the horizon. He didn't know when several streams of light came. They should be the Purple Mansion cultivators from the major families in the city. One of them should be in the middle Purple Mansion realm. On his robe, there were also embroidered Su family beast patterns. Xiao Qingxiu, you have just entered the Purple Mansion realm and haven't mastered the magic in the Buddha treasure book. You are not my opponent. Don't continue to make trouble. It will be embarrassing to lose the title of the Five Beast Sect's direct disciple. The opposite Su Yifan, who is about 100 years old, did not speak in an old-fashioned way at this time. Instead, he continued to provoke like a young and energetic teenager. Cry, accompanied by the cry of a crane, a stream of light descended from the sky and directly repelled Su Yifan. He retreated more than 10 feet, still holding Su Wensong, the waist, in his hand. Looking up, he didn't know when a 100-foot-long spiritual crane had appeared above the 9 heavens. Your Danyan has advanced. Su Yifan's face was a little ugly. If it was a 1-on-2 situation, he would be at a disadvantage. This Danyan also cultivated a golden demonic power. With the cooperation of Xiao Qingxiu, the effect of 1 + 1 was greater than 2. 2 golden true Qi attacked, and Su Yifan had to throw a Su Wensong behind him 100 feet away, and used both hands to offer the golden bowl to resist with all his strength. Cry, just another crane cry came, and Su Yifan's eardrum was directly penetrated from the left to the right, blood flew everywhere, and he lost his hearing on the spot, and even his soul was instantly shaken. Bang! He knelt on one knee and looked at the opposite side with a look of astonishment. The secret art of cranes lie spiritual attack is at least top grade in Purple Mansion. Where did you get it from? Su Yifan soon reacted, innate magical power. It's nothing. Xiao Qingxiu on the opposite side fell in front of him. Sacrificed his tyrant sword to suppress him to the ground, and looked at him coldly. A 3rd-level great demon has 3 innate magical powers. You just happen to meet my here's advancement, so I'll take you as a touchstone, remove the ban on the golden bowl and hand it over, otherwise even if I don't kill you today, I will cripple you. Under such a bright and clear sky, you, Xiao Qingxiu, actually dare to rob treasures in the inner city. Xiao Qingxiu, aren't you afraid that my Su family will start a clan war with you? At this time, the blood from Su Yifan's ruptured eardrum had dyed his shoulders and neck red. He endured the pain and stared at Xiao Qingxiu in front of him angrily. Xiao Qingxiu raised his eyes and looked towards the inner city. The Purple Mansion cultivators of several major families were watching the show. After he defeated Su Yifan in an instant, they did not approach. Instead, the patriarch of the Su family, who is in the middle stage of Purple Mansion, was still approaching. I want your innate magical power of the 3rd-level spiritual crane. There was a voice transmission beside his ear. Su Yuming's figure flashed and he had already blocked in front of Su Yundan, the patriarch of the Su family. Dao Yao, don't go any further. I was entrusted by someone to stop you for a moment. Su Yundan saw Su Yifan, who was living a miserable life on the long street, and was immediately angry and embarrassed. You have nothing to do with the Cao family, so why bother to wade into this muddy water? Sorry, he gave too much. Su Yuming's figure had returned to his short and fat appearance. After fighting with the Su family to this extent, he could not suppress the opponent with the title of being taught by the 5 beasts, so he had to keep his identity from being exposed. Looking for death, Su Yundan flipped his hands and a 9-year 8-ring elephant trunk knife appeared in both of his hands. Clang, the sword flashed, and the second step peak of the sword realm burst out. The moment it fell into the air, Su Yuming had already slashed with a white cloud sword. Huh? The rolling white clouds rolled up the cloud curtain on the horizon under the sword. With one stab of the sword light and evil spirit on the opposite side completely dissipated. Su Yundan, who was in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, was frightened and retreated several feet away. 3rd step sword cultivator, he looked at Su Yuming with an uncertain expression. No wonder you dared to stop me, but my Su family's foundation is more than that. If you can stop me, can you stop the fake Dan Zhenren? Bang! Not far away, a figure was thrown over like a dead pig and fell at Su Yundan's feet. Su Yundan, don't try to scare people here. This is my guest of the Cao family. I can stop you if I try. Today, it's your son who is not up to the task and is causing trouble. Morally, I can justify it. My Chunho Tower has been destroyed. Take this golden bowl as an apology. If you want to continue fighting, how about we fight again? Xiao Qingxiu proudly played with a golden bowl in his hand, with a teasing look in his eyes. Let's go. Without saying a word, Su Yundan gathered his true energy and grabbed 2 figures lying on the long street. He turned into rainbow light and moved away. After a few rises and falls, he disappeared at the end of the sky. Junior brother Xiao, this is a falling out. Can your Xiao family really withstand it? Su Yuming looked at the golden bowl thrown by Xiao Qingxiu. This top-grade spiritual weapon was really made of Zhengjin. It was enough to refine a golden elixir spiritual treasure. These Buddhist-styled donkeys are wasting it. So what if we can't hold on? In Zucheng City, we can abandon everything except our ancestral home. After all, our Xiao family has reached a critical juncture of survival. We can't stand up without destruction. As he said this, Xiao Qingxiu pointed at the Danyan crane in the air, and the crane spread its wings and fell down, turning into a palm-sized crane that stepped on his shoulder and retracted its wings. My crane's innate magical power requires Brother Su to observe and practice with me. Why don't you and I set off together? By the way, I haven't told you yet that our Xiao family was the first to sign up for the 5 territories in the Blackstone Ancient Domain. The place we were assigned to seems to be called Rotten Peach Mountain. I heard that you had passed through Rotten Peach Mountain in your early years. Why don't you accept this guest position? You and I, brothers and sisters, may join forces to make a name for ourselves in the Blackstone Ancient Domain and get the opportunity to become a golden elixir. Su Yuming was shocked. Good guy, you said that Xiao Qingxiu likes young women, and he has strong limbs and a simple mind, but he actually put him in. I was wondering why he always responded to requests. It turns out that he was waiting here. The Xiao family moved into Rotten Peach Mountain? This is a top-level purple mansion power. Su Yuming didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 182, Migrating a Million Miles. How did I become a mercenary? An hour later, in the Xiao family ancestral hall, Bang, an elder of the Lake Purple Mansion, angrily slapped the purple clay teapot in his palm and broke it. Xiao Qingxiu, do you know how much trouble your wanton actions have brought to the family? Previously, you forced our entire family to move to the dangerous place like the Blackstone Ancient Domain. In view of your successful becoming the 5 Beast Sect's Golden Core disciple, our Xiao family of more than 1 million people supported you. Now before you leave, you have offended the Su family in the city. What if they intercept us on the way? What should we do? We can't leave in peace. Brother, the other major families in the city are eager for our Xiao family to be destroyed and for them to take away the Golden Core inheritance. If you do this, I estimate that when we leave the city, it will not only be the Beast Soul Su family that will take action, but also the other major families. Fighting one against many, going to the Blackstone Ancient Domain again is just suicide. Xiao Qinggang, also a half-step purple mansion cultivator, was also mocking at this time. Xiao Qingxiu put one leg on the armchair. After entering the purple mansion realm, he was also qualified to enter the ancestral hall. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the 3 oldest ancestors of the Xiao family. 3 ancestors, please express your opinions. This Blackstone Ancient Domain has a golden elixir opportunity. In just 100 years, it will help our Xiao family produce another golden elixir. If we don't go, we will gradually perish under the joint suppression of several major families. With our years of grudges, I'm afraid that by then we won't even be able to save some of our clansmen and escape. If we go, there will still be a glimmer of hope. Now, our Xiao family still has the first ancestor, the fake elixir real person, the second ancestor, the purple mansion great perfection, the third ancestor, the purple mansion peak, the purple mansion Leiden Guo clan elder, the Hongming clan uncle, and me. There are 5 purple mansions, 1 fake elixir, nearly 100 foundation building, and 50,000 Qi refining. Let's go. What should we do with these mortals and Qi refining cultivators? The third ancestor of the Xiao family, who was sitting on the throne, asked in a hoarse voice. The ancestral temple and the old house need to be guarded by people. Slaughtering mortals is not something that aristocratic families do. Those without spiritual roots and magical powers will face life and death in the Blackstone Ancient Domain. Just stay in Zuchen. Xiao Qingxiu's eyes were full of indifference. The Xiao family seemed to have millions of mortals, but in fact, these people became a burden to them. It was because of them that these 400-year-old ancestors were reluctant to leave the Xiao family's ancestral house. But if they continued to protect them, wouldn't they all die when their lifespans ran out? If we use the golden elixir magic weapon left by our ancestors, we can indeed stop 2 or 3 fake elixir masters, but those purple mansion cultivators, if the 5 families join forces, They can produce at least 10 purple mansion cultivators. The second ancestor of the Cao family pondered for a moment, then looked at Cao Qingxiu. Qingxiu, you brought an outsider to the outside of our ancestral hall. He is your fellow senior brother and the 8th disciple of my Shin master. Could he be someone of great importance? He is the leader of the Yandang sect in Tao County. The Yandang sect has 3 purple mansion early stage cultivators, as well as other external aid. I have already invited him to be a guest of the Cao family. He is willing to trade the refining method of the 3 cloud beast talismans to my Cao family. He is absolutely trustworthy. Cao Qingxiu narrowed his eyes and smiled. In addition, I also used favors and spirit stones to invite 2 senior brothers and sisters. In this battle, as long as the 5 major families do not come out in full force, our Cao family will surely be safe. If they lose too much, perhaps we don't have to leave the city of Zuchan as a whole. The 3 Cao family ancestors who were sitting on the throne looked at each other and thought it was feasible. So Su Yuming was invited into their ancestral hall. Senior brother Su, I have already negotiated with the ancestors and elders. You are the first guest to enter the ancestral hall of our Cao family in 100 years. You will also be a guest of our Cao family in the future. If you can help our Cao family survive this crisis, our Zuchan Cao family will form an alliance with your Yandang sect. What do you think? Cao Qingxiu stood up to greet Su Yuming, doing all the etiquette. Su Yuming bowed slightly to the 3 people sitting in the upper seat. The cultivation level of the Cao family's ancestor is Jidan, which is equivalent to Yandang's Henren 600 years ago. This is the founder of the sect. Su Yuming greets all the seniors. Today, I came here at the invitation of junior brother Cao to lend a hand. However, our Yandang sect was established not long ago and does not have enough foundation. I can only help you to contain the 3 purple mansion cultivators. I hope you don't despise me. The Cao family's great ancestor noticed Su Yuming's deep purple body and his pupils shrank slightly. Your aura is much more solid than that of my family's pure cultivators. I'm afraid that your physical realm has already entered the 3rd level. The Yandang sect is helping us in this battle. Our Cao family is grateful. The time when the 2 families form an alliance is when our Cao family will move into Rotten Peach Mountain. That's great, Su Yuming smiled. Since the senior is straightforward, then I won't say much. We will travel with the Cao family on this trip. No matter how many evil spirits come, we can kill them all with one sword. Sensing the condensed sword intent of Su Yuming, the great ancestor of the Cao family could not help but be moved. He thought that the Cao family would never recover after the Golden Core ancestor took over 100 years ago. In fact, their next generation, except for 2 or 3 top-grade spiritual roots, there are no outstanding younger generations. But now it seems that Cao Qingxiu's way of making friends is smooth. Whether it is Yuban Jiao, who is in the middle stage of the purple mansion in the flesh, or Su Yuming, who is in the 3rd step of the sword intent, the 3rd level of physical cultivation, the 3rd level of spiritual consciousness, and the purple mansion cultivation, they are all outstanding people of the time. After a short rest, the Cao family was arranging their troops, and Su Yuming entered their library under the leadership of Cao Qingxiu. In addition to the Cao family's secret Buddha treasure book, Su Yuming can read any secret method. Brother Su, this is the heirloom treasure of my Su family, the Buddha of the common people. We need to find an ancient battlefield to refine it. There are ancient battlefields everywhere outside the city of Luotu, and there are billions of corpses deep underground. Perhaps you can go there to practice. The grade of this heirloom treasure is unexpectedly the same as the best magic, and it is a treasure second only to supernatural powers. Su Yuming's eyes lit up. This one alone is worth the trip. After saying that, Su Yuming saw the purple mansion secret art Zisu Yufeng that can cultivate the 3rd level spiritual wind, and the Buddha golden bell cover that can cultivate the physical body to the level of the best spiritual weapon. In addition, he also copied more than 100 various spells, including the purple mansion top grade spells, the earth and stone combination treasure art meteor shower from the sky, and the golden earth combination defense treasure art Bao Xiang Jingang. They are all small best in the purple mansion realm, which just fits his spiritual roots and can be used for practice. Brother Su, why don't you take more? In the secret room, Cao Qingxiu and Su Yuming sat opposite each other, ready to divide the Zhengjin Qi nurtured in the golden bowl. No, it's better to bite off more than you can chew. My major is magic, and I need to learn from others to prove my own way. My secondary swordsmanship and formation are not as good as my natural talent for magic, Xiao King Siu showed some envy on his face. Brother Su, after this battle, I will go to your Yandang Mountain to take a look and see what kind of blessed place can breed a great man like you. It's just a rural place. By the way, Brother Xiao, in addition to inviting Sister Yu to come to help, which other brother did you invite? Su Yuming waved his hand. Compared with Zhejiang City, the Yandang Mountains in Tao County are just a small ravine, which is really not worth mentioning. Late at night, in the underground secret room of the ancestral home of the Su family in the west of the city, 5 purple palace auras stood together. Dad, ancestor, Xiao King Siu is too much of a bully. Now that he has become the direct disciple of Maishan's Henren, he dares to ride on our heads. If he really cultivates to the peak of the Purple Mansion in a few decades, will there be a place for our Su family in Zhejiang City? Being defeated in public today, Su Yifan was embarrassed and a little angry. The Xiao family has received the order to open up wasteland and will move to the Rotten Peach Mountain in the Blackstone Ancient Domain. The ancestral home of the Xiao family has been allowed to be retained by the upper clan, and the rest of the property will be taken away by the upper clan and auctioned. We can plan in advance and seize at least 30% of it to strengthen ourselves. When the Xiao family fights the demon clan in the Blackstone Ancient Domain and both sides are injured, the next generation of our Su family will have grown up. The ancestor of the Su family did not want to tear his face and go to war with the Xiao family, because their Su family's next generation has a ground spirit root, which is a potential stock with a 50% chance of entering the Golden Core realm. Their Su family has a future. Why should they fight to the death with a weak Xiao family? Why not let the head of the family and our 2 brothers take action and contact the other families? If 2 or 3 ancestors can take action to restrain the old monster from the Xiao family, even if we can't kill all the purple mansions of the Xiao family, we can at least catch all the foundation building cultivators in their clan. Seeing that the ancestors had no intention of taking action, Su Yifan immediately changed the subject. Then let Yiming contact them. Among the 4 ancestors of the Sun family, Sun Shine had one arm cut off by old monster Xiao in his early years. He will definitely be tempted. The ancestor of the Su family thought for a while. There is also the Yuan family in the city. They are the ones who want to rise the most. Isn't the kid of the Yuan family also in the beast symbol lineage of the 5 beast sect? You can tell him that the one who is with Xiao King Siu today is Su Yuming, who created the cloud beast symbol. If they work together to destroy them, we will not take a penny of the 3 cloud beast symbols, and all of them will belong to his Yuan family. As for the other families, the Xiao family will be with us. Their assets are at least tens of billions of spirit stones. If they are willing to come, each family will get 300 million spirit stones, and my Su family only wants 30% of the Xiao family's shops, and the rest will be divided among them. Yes. In the dark, Su Yuming was also contacting the 3rd-level fox demon puppet outside the city, and Nangong But was guarding it. Chu Xingbo, who had already entered the Purple Mansion in Shanhai City, and the Kaiyonghe ancestor who was far away in Yandang sect, and Wang Yuiao, his confidant who was the king of Rotten Peach Mountain. This was all the Purple Mansion combat power he could contact. If the situation is not right, I will definitely run first, with the Xiao family's great ancestor, the fake Dan's Henren, and the sword-crazy 3rd disciple in front of Maishan's Henren. This battle may be an opportunity. Su Yuming calculated that he needed to practice for 100 years, and he was still 2/3 short of the resources. He had to rob a few more rich people to make up for it. The Xiao family's million-mile cross-domain migration was scheduled for mid-January. Before that, more than 100,000 of their clansmen, led by some foundation building and Qi refining cultivators, boarded the mountain and sea beast spacecraft and headed to Tao County. There were cultivators from the Yandang sect to meet them and temporarily settled in the Zhejiang plain. Su Lang, how did you become a mercenary in the blink of an eye? But your Skylark talisman is really useful. When you can draw the Cloud Dragon and Cloud Tiger talismans, I will go home with you. After waiting for a few days, Su Yuming received a voice transmission from Wang Yuiao. It has been a long time since I last saw those wide and slender legs. Su Yuming listened to the familiar laughter in the sound transmission node, and his heart was rippling for a long time. He stood up and flew out of the city to find his buttocks to put out the fire. Thank you for the 500 points of reward support from fellow Taoist 202103011065091087008. I wish you a happy weekend. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings, and it's still my buttocks. One more subscription request. More than a month passed in a flash. Calculating the time, Chu Qinglun has been pregnant for more than 9 months. Su Yuming came out of the Cao family's courtyard. Behind him was Nangang Huner, whose legs were shaking and she couldn't walk at all. She looked at Su Yuming absent-mindedly. There was no hatred in her eyes after her yin qi was taken away and her cultivation level plummeted. Instead, she was afraid of his strong body. Moreover, this guy clearly practiced day and night. Why was he full of energy the next day? It's really a suffering, but fortunately I'm going to return to Ju'an sect soon. Thinking of her middle-grade Jiang pill given to Chu Xingbo by Su Yuming, Nan Guangwei's eyes showed a bit of loss. She also absorbed a lot of Purple Palace true Qi from Su Yuming in the past few days, and her fallen realm has also returned to the peak of foundation building. Although she has not entered the great perfection of foundation building, she found that there was a faint purple aura in her danshan. If she continued to practice like this, she might be able to transform into Purple Palace by herself and pass the most difficult level of the bottleneck period. Could it be that Su Yuming is my destiny? Nanguang was a little dazed when she saw Su Yuming's profile, which looked like he was living a carefree life. After a while, she spread her eyes and said, "It's just a bad fate. Diligence can make up for lack of talent." 5001, 5000, a flash of inspiration, 4501/5000, Zhuanyang body, 200/200, many children and good fortune, 1/10, a cold face brings wealth, 2/3, renewal of power, 1/1. At this moment, Su Yuming, who was taking a third-level body refining pill to restore his energy and blood, was paying attention to his own condition. In the past month, he has used nearly 200,000 top-grade spirit stones to obtain a large number of wronged souls and evil spirits from the ancient battlefield near Luodu. He has already mastered the handed-down treasure technique, Golden Light Pagoda. The power should be comparable to the Five Gods Peacock Fire, which has absorbed more than 30 kinds of foundation-building beast fires. The Five Gods Peacock Fire has also truly entered the third level, and can continue to be a large-scale attack method for Su Yuming. It's a pity. If I can refine a spiritual fire of heaven and earth, even if it is only at the third level, it can also make my Five Gods Peacock Fire go further. Su Yuming originally discovered the existence of a spiritual fire of heaven and earth similar to the corpse-killing ghost fire of Guho in the ancient battlefield of Changling outside Luodu City, but after searching for more than a month, he did not find any trace. Perhaps this spiritual fire of heaven and earth, like refining medicine, needs a medicine lead to draw it out. Thinking of this, Su Yuming began to calculate how to use his 3 charges. The power of recovery is obviously a talent item that can instantly restore one's full state. This should be the benefit given by Nanguang, but it is still good to have more Taoist companions. However, when it comes to Su Yuming's realm, he is considered a king and a patriarch in many places. His vision is very high. Unless it is a special physique that can greatly supplement himself, Su Yuming will not look at it anymore. Su Yuming, cultivation, mana, early stage of purple mansion, physical body, early stage of third order, can be broken through. Spiritual awareness, middle stage of third order, can be broken through. Age 55/1500 secondary occupation, third order lower grade talisman master, can be broken through. Spiritual roots, top grade gold spiritual roots, top grade fire spiritual roots, can be broken through. Top grade earth spiritual roots, can be broken through. Wow, he can choose 5 breakthroughs in one go. Physical body and spiritual awareness can directly improve his current combat power, while spiritual roots are the future of improvement. As for the secondary occupation, Su Yuming thought that he seemed to have seen a lot of Purple Mansion middle-grade treasures in the Cao family. If he could break through, refining a few more Purple Mansion talismans would be helpful. It's a pity that the third-grade talisman-making materials in his hand are now used up. The realm of the talisman master was directly abandoned. In the past, spiritual roots were the first choice. But this time, Su Yuming wanted to choose to break through the realm of spiritual consciousness. After all, he still had a biggest trump card that he hadn't entered yet, which was the golden elixir magical power Yo-Yo Luming. If he used the Zuan body to break through the bottleneck of the magical power, and the spiritual consciousness realm was further improved, how powerful would it be to burst out this attack with the spiritual consciousness of the late third stage? In the battlefield of the peak of the Purple Mansion, he would not be killed by a casual attack. As he said, he glanced at the golden light killing mark on his left arm, which was a little hot. The big guy should have arrived, but he had to practice Beast King Gong later in the cloud. Then it's decided. Break through the golden elixir magical power in the realm of spiritual consciousness. Boom. With a terrifying pressure filling the entire courtyard, Nangguang, who had just collapsed and powerless, suddenly turned over and sat up, looking at Su Yuming in shock. Is this another breakthrough in the realm of spiritual consciousness? How long has this guy entered the third stage? Why do I feel a spiritual pressure from him? Could it be that his spiritual realm has entered the late third stage? It's hidden so deeply. Nangguang Wei's eyes were full of brilliance. If Su Yuming could have a golden elixir, he could be her man. Then her eyes dimmed. Although this man was a little obsessed with her, his heart to pursue the Tao was very firm. I'm afraid that in a few months, they will be separated. Seeing Su Yuming turn towards her with a smile, Nangguang Wei subconsciously put her hand on the rope around her waist and just bit her lower lip lightly. You help me practice, there is no need to be so shy, indulge yourself occasionally. Maybe after a year, if I can do what I want, I will also give you a chance of Purple Mansion, but after returning, my Yandang sect and your Juan sect will continue to form an alliance, and the Purple Mansion scattered people in your sect should be old. Nangguang Wei nodded subconsciously. Yes, then go back and gather the fighting force. I have a hunch that after the 5 major sects enter the Blackstone Ancient Domain, the demon race will have a beast tide. My Tao County is too close to Dingtao Pass, and it will definitely be the first choice for the 5 Beast sect to withdraw at that time. The previous trip to Watch Valley caused foundation building opportunities to break out in various parts of the mountain and sea region. I calculated that in the past 6 months, there have been at least thousands of cultivators who have broken through the foundation. If a beast tide war breaks out between the 2 regions this time, it may be an opportunity for you and others in Purple Mansion. Are we going to fight again? Nangguang Wei looked at Su Yuming, who had a strong figure in front of her, and subconsciously leaned her head over. I recently got a 1,000-year-old purple sungrass. You can take it back. It should give you a chance to half complete the Purple Mansion. Su Yuming looked at her soft hair and sat on the table with deep emotion. Suddenly, the sound transmission note floated up automatically. He pointed his finger and immediately heard Xiao Kingxiu's words, Brother Su, the team is ready to set off. The Mountain and Sea Beast caravan is unwilling to accept this cause and effect. We rented a Mountain and Sea Beast to protect the foundation building cultivators in the clan. The journey of 1,000,000 miles cost 100 million spirit stones. Let's get ready to set off. As far as I know, the 5 major families in the city are ready to intercept us. This is a fierce battle. If it is impossible, you can leave on your own. After all, you also have a sect and clan members to take care of. Got it. More than half an hour later, Su Yuming stood up, held the limp Nangguang in his arms, and flew towards the sky. At this time, half of Zucheng City was covered by a Mountain and Sea Beast. This kind of behemoth living on the top of the 5 Beast sect, on the Sea of Clouds, was born in the 3rd level, with a body like a giant whale, and could seat more than 10,000 people. Pavilions and towers were built on it, and it became a means of transportation. It was not good at fighting, but it had the advantage of thick skin and flesh, and was good at flying steadily at high altitudes. At this time, the 5 Beast sect, which was rented, sent a cultivator of the late Purple Mansion to take charge, but this guy would only use the 4th level formation to protect the Mountain and Sea Beast when encountering a war, and would not pay attention to the Xiao clan members on the back of the beast. Therefore, the tens of thousands of Qi Refining clan members and 80 foundation building cultivators of the Xiao clan all needed the protection of the 4th level formation. As a result, they stuffed a lot of spiritual stones into Ji Sanren. When Su Yuming arrived at the beast's back, he found a storage bag with about 30,000 top-grade spiritual stones, which would be 30 million when converted into ordinary spiritual stones. No wonder the Purple Mansion cultivators in the 5 Beast sect would rush to escort the Mountain and Sea Beasts. This is really a job that makes a lot of money. The only bad thing is that the Mountain and Sea Beasts travel at least 1 or 2 years at a time. The boring flight and constant vigilance, and the spiritual awareness to deal with all changes are also quite torturous. Su Yuming and Nanguang Huner's room is in the middle of the pavilion and is also the top floor. Only Xiao Kingxiu and Xiao Hongming, two purple mansion cultivators, live nearby. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Hongming is in the middle stage of the purple mansion, and he used to be the garrison general of the northern border of the Shanhui kingdom. He is very good at fighting. The ancestor of the Xiao family sat at the bow, with a bracelet on his legs. This should be the only golden elixir spiritual treasure of the Xiao family. The second and third ancestors of the Xiao family were sitting at the stern of the boat. As for Xiao Anguo, he was now commanding 36 foundation building monks to perform a ritual. According to Su Yuming's observations over the past few days, except for the lack of good seedlings of earth spirit roots such as the golden elixir, the Xiao family also had excellent spirit roots in each generation. Within 5 generations, there were fake elixir masters, purple mansion peak masters, and purple mansion early masters. We need someone to take the lead. Su Yuming thought of Su Yudang, the next patriarch of the Su family whom he had decided on before. Perhaps after the establishment of the sect, a wise man should be appointed. After returning, let the second-level monks enter the late stage of foundation building first. The great elders of the middle stage of foundation building are indeed not up to the task. When receiving foreign guests, they need a peak foundation building monk to accompany them, which is really embarrassing. In the next generation, the 12-year-old Lin Xiaoyun has the best fire spirit root, and his eldest son Su Yuru will soon be 1 year old, with the best gold spirit root. These two are more likely to enter the purple mansion and have 10% of the potential for golden elixir. If we want the sect to last for thousands of years, we have to continue to discover children with high spiritual roots and talents. Su Yuming firmly believed that the territory of Yandang sect was now large, with millions of mortals and tens of thousands of Qi refining cultivators. Xianshu Pavilion's shops were spread across all counties in Jizhou, and there would always be a chance to receive some geniuses. At least within 100 years, we will become a 3,000-year-old clan like the Xiao family. Su Yuming secretly set a goal in his heart. Whereas ahead, while he was sitting in meditation, he clearly heard the Xiao family's ancestor at the bow ask. Reporting to the ancestor, it seems to be Yinchuan. The Sun family came from here in the past. In a great turmoil in the mountain and sea area, a huge city with hundreds of millions of people was destroyed here. Now there are only some villages and towns and countless bones buried under the yellow sand. This is a good cemetery. Su Yuming heard the Xiao family's ancestors murmur and opened his eyes. It seemed that the external murderous intention had arrived. Chapter 184, 20 Purple Mansions? The water is really muddy. 2 more, please subscribe. Sun Lao Si, since you are here, come out. I can see half of your arm from a long distance. The ancestor of the Xiao family raised his head, looked at the clouds in the distance, and shouted. Xiao Baxin, if you cut off one of my arms, I will cut off your path to the golden elixir. What do you think? Born with thunder spirit roots, he can't even step into the golden elixir. This is probably a rare tragedy in the mountain and sea area. On the cloud, a Taoist in green stood with one arm, holding a gavel in his hand. It was obvious that he was a county magistrate in his early years. Sun Lao Si, you can only die alone. Who else? Come out and see. Xiao Baxin stood up, holding the tyrant sword upside down in his hand, and his terrifying fake elixir essence instantly shook away the dust and clouds within a radius of 10,000 miles. Su Yuming stood in front of the cabin door, his robes were blown up, and he felt a gust of wind coming. Although it was a strong wind that passed by Xiao Baxin on both sides, it was enough to make the foundation building cultivator stagger. His robes fluttered, but he was able to stand firmly. Xiao Baxin, your Xiao family has only survived for 100 years. Why are you still thinking about going to the Blackstone ancient domain to compete for the golden elixir opportunity? Do you think we can make your Xiao family survive for 100 years? On the ground, a handful of yellow sands flowed and gathered into a figure hidden in a black robe. Suze Hitchin, you are known as the yellow sand of the desert. Today, I will fight in the sky. Do you dare to come to the 9 heavens to fight? Xiao Baxin sneered. The Su family's jumping clown, even if he is the great perfection of the purple mansion, what's wrong? Brother Xiao is domineering, so what if I count as the battle today? The Yingshu flowing out of Zucheng has been in the territory of Yingchuan for 100,000 years, scattered into many rivers. At this time, on a big river, the waves lifted up an old man in a blue Taoist robe. He carried a sword behind him. It was the Taoist sword that commanded the water of all veins. The inherited spiritual weapon, the Wanmei Lang Tao sword. Sun He Tao, I didn't expect you to dare to come today. The person who came was Sun He Tao from the forging family, the fake Dan Zhenren, and he was the first guy at the scene that made Xiao Baxin feel difficult. Who else? Without the golden elixir spiritual treasure, what can you use to stop my Xiao family's million-mile migration? Xiao Baxin was still not afraid. After all, he had the golden elixir spiritual treasure in his hand. If he came with a mere inherited spiritual weapon, it would only lead to his death. Brother Xiao, I didn't want to wade into this muddy water. Several other families have come, and the price is not low. I will use the Liu family's 8 treasures to compete with your Xiao family's Buddhist sword. A flying boat flew over from a distance and landed 100 miles away in an instant. 2 purple mansion figures appeared in the air on the boat. The leader was Liu Bazhun, a purple mansion peak cultivator, and the current master of the 8 treasures pavilion. In his hand, he held the 8 treasures pagoda, which is also a golden elixir spiritual treasure. That's right, the Xiao family must be destroyed. We have agreed that whoever takes Brother Xiao's head will enjoy 40% of the Xiao family's foundation. In the distance, 2 third-level dragon horses pulled a luxurious carriage. In front of the carriage sat 2 purple mansion drivers, and in the back sat an old man wearing a purple gold crown. Bohei Marcus Yuan Wei, Xiao King Xiu's pupils shrank slightly. It was another fake Dan cultivator. In front of him were Yuan Wei and Sun He Tao, 2 fake Dan masters, Liu Bazhun and Su Zhichen, 2 purple mansion masters, and Sun Xian, a purple mansion peak. In addition, there were at least 15 purple mansion auras hidden around. With such a lineup, who in the world can resist the purple mansion forces? The golden core won't come out. Such a lineup is an honor for my Xiao family. Xiao Baxin looked around and behind him, run away in all directions. They will only chase after my Xiao family's foundation building cultivators when all of us in Zifu are dead. After saying that, Xiao Baxin pointed forward with the Buddha's precious sword. Yuan Wei, Sun He Tao, Liu Bazhun, Su Zhichen, come and fight. How dare you, arrogant, Xiao Baxin, I will kill you today. With a flash of swordlight cutting through the potential storm, Xiao Baxin had already taken off into the air and flew towards a height of 9,000 feet. As he said, the 2 fake Dan real people on the opposite side almost rushed up after him. Liu Bazhun, a foundation-building great perfection cultivator holding a golden core Lingbao, had to be present, while Yuan Wei and Sun He Tao, the 2 fake Dan, were the main force in the fight. The second foundation-building great perfection cultivator Su Zhichen on the opposite side stared at the second ancestor, holding the Xiao family's tyrant spear. Xiao Yan, today we have to settle this. I have the Xiao family's tyrant spear, and you have the yellow sand-piercing gold armor made for you by the Sun family, which ranks 58th on the 72 spirit weapon list. Counting the Wanmei wave sword that ranked 17th before, you big families are really plotting to destroy my Xiao family. After saying that, Xiao Yan had already thrust out a spear, and his body wrapped in the second spear intent had turned into rainbow light and thrust out thousands of miles away. After crashing through the thousands of miles of yellow sand, it flew all the way to the east, which was to pull the battlefield tens of thousands of miles away. Third brother of the Xiao family, it seems that your opponent is me. Sun Xian was only at the peak of the purple mansion at this time, but his eyes could eat Xiao hang across from him. The gavel in his hand was also a spiritual weapon of merit. It was transformed from the book of the people that he received when he was a county magistrate in his early years. He had been an official for 100 years just to refine this spiritual weapon into a spiritual weapon of merit. It was also included in the list of inherited spiritual weapons. Although it was ranked 71st, only higher than the snake-skin drum of the god-driving snake, it was at least ranked above the top spiritual weapons, second only to the golden elixir spiritual treasure. Moreover, his Confucian and Taoist cultivation and the great true Qi complemented each other, and his combat power was definitely not inferior to any purple mansion great perfection. Sun Xian, I admit that I am not your opponent, but your opponent today is not me. Xiao Hang's figure flashed, and he actually flew back the way he came. The 3 purple mansion late-stage monks who were blocking the road in the distance immediately jumped into the air to stop him. Sun Xian, who was on the spot, was about to make a move, but his breath was locked by a sword intent. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the northwest. However, A tall and strong swordsman wearing a square crown was playing with two demon soul ancient swords in his hands. Sorry, this road is blocked. The third sword master of the Beast King lineage, Gong Shujian, Sun Shine's face was a little ugly. Although the other party's cultivation was only in the Lake Purple Mansion, he was a real third-step sword cultivator. He had killed more third-level monsters than the Purple Mansion cultivators in Zucheng City combined. Moreover, the swords in his hands were changed again and again because they could not bear his greatsword energy. To be an enemy of a sword cultivator of the same realm, that was definitely a mental illness. Bang bang bang, in the distance, the battle started again. 3 Purple Mansion mid-stage cultivators were unexpectedly beaten out of the ground by the suddenly appeared Yubing Jiao. The dust and sand within 1,000 miles were shaking. The 4 of them fought their way into a forest. All the trees along the way were uprooted, and the movement like an earthquake revealed the extraordinariness of this physical cultivator. There are 9 more, who will come. Sitting on the tower ship, Cao Qingxiu and Cao Hongming stepped out and saw 2 Sun Family Purple Mansion mid-stage cultivators flying towards them on the waves. In the yellow sand, there were also 2 Purple Mansion cultivators killing them. 2 against 4. Su Yuming ran away almost instantly. His figure was as fast as lightning, without Nangong Huner, stepping on the Earth Dragon boat, and in a blink of an eye, he had flown hundreds of miles away. Stop him, he is Su Yuming. Su Yuming, don't leave. Leave the Cloud Beast Talisman. In the Su family Purple Mansion, Su Yifan and Su Yiming chased Su Yuming and flew towards the horizon. At the original place, the yellow sand suddenly blocked the area of 30,000 miles, creating a sandstorm that swept thousands of miles and was thousands of feet high. At this time, dozens of foundation building cultivators were cooperating with Su Dangnian, a late-stage foundation building cultivator of the Su family, to create a 4th-order polar sandstorm formation, and killed Xiao Anguo, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator who was in charge of the formation on the tower ship. This is a battle between formation masters, and also a competition of family background. The remaining 2 people, one is Liu Xiangshan from the Bazhaliu family, and the other is Yuan Yuding, the former princess of the Yuan family. The former is in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, and the latter is in the early stage of the Purple Mansion. The 2 looked at each other, and successively sealed the gap in the south, preparing to join forces with the Su brothers to kill Su Yuming first. There is no way, the reputation of the Cloud Beast Talisman is too great. Roar, in the distant sky, the 3rd-level Great Demon Dang Yun was already cooperating with Cao Qingxiu to fight the enemy. Su Yuming looked in 4 directions. Since he was surrounded, there was no need to hold back. 2 great elders, please help us. We will break out immediately, Su Yuming shouted. And a burst of red sand suddenly blew from the east, instantly scaring Yuan Yuding away. Red sand soul dispersing gourd, isn't it in the hands of the red gourd Sanren? Su Kyonghei, who came stepping on the red sand, was full of righteousness. Yuming, don't panic, I'm here. Chu Xingbo also acted decisively, directly throwing out the Xianshu Pavilion, a top-grade spiritual weapon, to protect Su Yuming who was besieged by the 3 Purple Mansions, and then stepped on his Earth Dragon boat and began to move to the east. Senior brother Su has a good method. If he survives today's disaster, we will have good fortune in the future. Cao Qingxiu, who was far away, was a little worried about Su Yuming's situation at first. Now the 2 great elders of Yandang sect arrived in time, with 3 against 4. Although there were 2 Purple Mansion mid-stages on the opposite side, he felt that with Su Yuming's method, he could at least contain them and escape. Now, let's see where we can break the impasse. He only glanced and then looked away. There were 2 Purple Mansions in front of him. How could he dare to be careless? He didn't notice that Su Yuming had pulled the battlefield thousands of miles to the east, all the way to a mass grave. A big fox in the half-step Purple Mansion realm was stepping on a beautiful figure with slender jade legs on its back. Only 4 of them. There was some disappointment in her eyes. Can't Su Lang change his nature of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? The top combat forces of Yandang sect came out in full force to help the Cao family, an ally. Can't he have a full meal, mistress? Can you leave the bodies of the 2 Purple Mansion cultivators for me later? The fox demon Jiu Nangzi under her feet was now full of flattery. I'll give it to you, but you can only absorb its essence, not eat its meat. Otherwise, Wang Yuiao clasped her hands in front of her, with countless willow vines entwined within her sleeves. Fox Zinger, who was sitting next to her, trembled all over when she saw this natal object that belonged to the 1,000-year-old willow demon. Even the old willow tree that had been famous for many years on the front mountain of Rotten Peach Mountain could not withstand the fists and feet of this killing god. How dare a small fox demon like her act rashly? Chapter 185, Killing the Four Purple Palaces. The big monk behind the Su family finally shows up. 3 more monthly tickets requested. 2 supreme elders. Su Yuming had already sensed the aura of his confidant, and his eyebrows were immediately filled with joy, and a loud shout echoed between heaven and earth. Understood. Su Qianghai turned his palm, and the red sands gourd on his back was still ravaging, and the dragon turtle sword in one hand had instantly released the dragon turtle protection formation to block Su Yiming, who was in the middle stage of the purple mansion. Not good, big brother, don't be impulsive. Su Yiming's face changed drastically. He was the head of the Bashan Su family. At this time, he was blocked by the 3rd level formation. In an instant, he saw that the top-grade spiritual weapon Shu Pavilion had covered Su Yuming's figure. On the mass grave opposite, a beautiful figure had already soared into the air under the cover of the Yandang Falling Soul Bell, and jumped 100 miles. 2 3rd-level physical cultivators, not good, Su Yifan, Liu Hangshan, and Yuan Yuding, who were chasing, were all shocked. Clang without the golden bowl, Su Yifan could only rely on the second step of the sword intent to resist. Wang Yuiao had already used the yellow sky snake jade hand to kill him. The moment his sword intent was cut open, he was kicked in the chest by Wang Yuiao, and his sternum collapsed directly. The whole person was blown away thousands of feet on the spot, and his soul was taken away by the Yandang Soul Falling Bell in the air. Brother, Su Yiming, who was trapped by the Dragon Bone Protection Formation, looked at that place in horror. Liu Hangshan had already retreated under Su Yiming's punch, but Yuan Yuding, who was unable to retreat, used a myriad of magic lights to hit the Shu Pavilion on Su Yuming's body. Su Yuming just shot a golden light from each hand, and pierced the purple mansion monk on the spot. When the body fell to the ground, there were only 2 big holes in the head and chest. The 4 purple mansions chased Su Yuming, and in a short moment, 2 of them were killed. Escape. Su Yiming casually took out a 3rd-level talisman, creating a powerful wave to reopen a corner of the sword formation. The whole person was swept by the wave, and the waves were thousands of miles away, and he quickly exploded. Liu Hangshan even shouted at the top of his voice, "Ancestor, save me." While speaking, he kept throwing out the spiritual weapons on his body. Su Yuming saw that there were at least a dozen low-grade spiritual weapons and flying swords, as well as axes, swords, spears, and sticks, hooks, and sickles. There were at least more than 30 spiritual weapons. Is the Liu family's 8 treasures pavilion so rich, or is this guy in charge of spiritual weapons? Boom boom boom, the explosion of spiritual weapons filled the sky, but he seemed to have forgotten that Su Yuming and Wang Yuiao were both real 3rd-level physical cultivators. The 2 figures directly crashed into the area where the spiritual weapons exploded. One person kicked, and Liu Hangshan's broken body flew more than 10 miles away, smashing a mountain heavily. After landing, his internal organs were dislocated, and even the spine of the lower body was kicked off. Only 1 person is left in the 4 purple mansions. Hurry. While escaping, Liu Hangshan saw that he was about to be caught up, and he threw back a piece of white jade Buddha's hand. The Buddha's hand instantly flew 100 feet and hit Wang Yuiao. Wang Yuiao's whole body flew out as if hit hard, and even several ribs were broken, smashing a big hole in the ground. The Shu Pavilion on Su Yuming's body only withstood a blow, and more than a dozen of the formation treasure lights on it were shattered. This top-grade spiritual weapon was almost knocked down. However, he had stopped chasing, because right in front of Su Yiming's arrogant and proud, a 4-tailed fox demon with a body length of 100 feet had risen from the ground, and with just 1 bite, it bit his upper body in its mouth. Crack, the great cultivator in the middle stage of the purple mansion was bitten into 2 pieces. After chewing a few times, he spit him out. When he landed, Su Yiming was covered in blood and flesh, and he could no longer be distinguished from a human being. Quickly clean up the battlefield and withdraw. Su Yuming picked up the 2 stored rings on the ground, and took away the robes on the corpse. He saw Wang Yuiao, who was not far away, also skillfully touching the corpse. Just when Su Qianghai landed in front of the Buddha's hand, an old monk with a big bald donkey appeared 10 feet behind him with a kind face. Amitabha, I am Yuxin, from Guangwen Temple in Xiaoxishao. This Buddha's hand is a treasure of my Buddhist sect. Please be kind and return it to me. I will show kindness on behalf of the Buddhist sect. My Buddha is merciful and will ensure your safety. Shui Yulong, who was about to retreat after rolling up the Buddha's hand with his sleeves, had already reached out and slapped his back, shaking the floating dragon turtle sword away. After Shui Yulong vomited blood and flew dozens of feet away, one of the hands of the big bald donkey had already proudly grabbed the Buddha's hand. Then, in an instant, a 1,000-mile-wide mountain phantom appeared, and his body was covered with the Buddha's light. He suddenly lifted up his cassock and collided with a 1,000-mile Yandang Mountain that fell from the sky. Li, seeing the sudden big monk attacking Shui Yulong, Wang Yuiao landed in front of him and launched the Golden Eagle breaking illusion technique. Amitabha, the big monk Yuxin placed one hand in front of him and chanted a Buddhist name. A majestic Buddha's light was as pure as white jade, and it actually shook off the Golden Eagle phantom that attacked his soul. Light purple mansion, Shui Yulong landed in front of him and had already helped Shui Yulong up. The third-level fox demon puppet and choosing bow beside him also blocked the direction where the big monk could retreat, surrounding him. Master, this Buddha's hand is our trophy. You took it by force without any explanation. I'm afraid you will have to stay here today. Wang Yuiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She was able to conquer a place like Rotten Peach Mountain and become the king. She was no longer the little girl who was timid when venturing into secret realms and digging for treasures. Amitabha, I was a guest of the Su family in Bashan before, and I was blessed by them for a meal, so I left 2 treasures, one of which is the golden bowl, and the other is the Vajra Buddha's hand. Now that the Buddha's hand has returned to its place, please hand over the golden bowl, otherwise I will turn into a furious Vajra and come to take the treasure in person. Okay, I heard that you Buddhist bald donkeys are the most shameless, but I didn't expect that you really don't have any face. It's okay for you to rely on the aristocratic family, but you also want to find such a high-sounding excuse to steal the treasure. I'm really curious about where the Xiox is how you mentioned is. If it is in this mountain and sea area, I really remind the sect's top leaders to beware of you shameless people preaching everywhere and destroying the foundation of the sect. Shui Yulong snorted coldly, and the killing brand on his left arm was already extremely hot. When the fight starts later, you quickly retreat, use the dragon turtle to guard the sword formation to hold back this big bald donkey, and let me and Yuiao take the lead. Shui Yulong secretly transmitted the message and pushed his hands forward. The rolling clouds and mist instantly covered the area of 100 miles. The cloud and mist skills are rare. The Yandang Cloud Kiju of the Yandang sect is really useful. It is better to let it belong to my Buddhist sect. The monk Yuxin stood in the thick fog. He could not see his fingers when he stretched out his hand, but he was not panicked. His Buddhist sect had telepathy and could see the location of Shui Yulong and others. He could see the light even in the dark. The moment he made a move, the clouds and mist within a radius of 100 miles were instantly covered by the golden light. Wang Yuiao made a move close to him, and the yellow sky snake jade hand directly fought with the opponent in the air for hundreds of palms. Bang! Wang Yuiao retreated and landed beside Shui Yulong, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. This old bald donkey is also good at body training, and he has Buddhist magic to protect his body. It is difficult to be injured by the top-grade spiritual weapon. Su Lang used the inherited spiritual weapon to kill him, Kang Sheng Futu. Shui Yulong did not stop, and used the new handed-down treasure he had just obtained. Go! The golden swords and iron horses, the area of 1,000 miles directly turned into an ancient battlefield. The army holding the big flag with the word, Xiao, walked out of the sea of corpses and blood. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the 1,000-mile Buddhist treasure light. Amitabha, the great monk Yuxin, standing in the middle of the sea of blood, fixed his eyes on the general flag with the word, Xiao, behind the golden swords and iron horses. The Vajra Buddha hand that he had grabbed in his hand had already appeared in his right palm, merged with his arm, and then pushed forward fiercely. The great handprint of Buddhism, the vast handed-down treasure was directly penetrated through the area of hundreds of miles. The Buddhist treasure light instantly came to Shui Yulong, and even the Yandang soul-falling bell was instantly shaken away. However, Shui Yulong suddenly uttered a series of Dira-like whimpering words. The face of the monk Yuxin on the opposite side changed drastically, and he saw that his handprint instantly shattered half of Shui Yulong's body. But in the next moment, even the third-level relic hidden in his mind could not protect his Nuan palace. The Vajra-like soul was instantly shattered and died silently. He could only maintain the demeanor of Buddhism at the end, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his hands clasped together, and died with his eyes open without making a sound. On the spot, Su Yuming's flesh and blood began to wriggle, and recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Lang, Wang Yuiao came close. First twisted the opponent's head off with her snake hand, and finally snatched the opponent's storage bag in Vajra Buddha's hand, and then worried about Su Yuming's injury. It's okay, my 10,000 snakes fluid has reached the realm of regeneration of broken limbs. If half of my body is broken, as long as the damage is not to the internal organs, I will not die. Su Yuming looked pale, but in fact, the blood in his body was rapidly repairing his injuries, and his true energy was only half consumed in the continuous fighting just now. At this time, it has recovered almost all. However, his spiritual consciousness was overconsumed, and the attack of Yo-Yo Luming was still an overload for him. The Vajra Buddha's hand just now was at least left by a Jindan's Hanren, and it is also a treasure of a 4th-level body cultivator. If a Purple Mansion late-stage cultivator uses it, unless you are a fake Danzhenren who can resist it with the power of the Jindan world, you will definitely die. How did you block it? Wang Yuiao also woke up. With such a strong attack, anyone below the fake Dan would definitely die, but you are still alive? As the former pillow man, she even suspected that Su Yuming was cheating. I am now a direct disciple of the Jindan, and it is not too much to have a Jindan magical power. Su Yuming blinked at her, pushed the Vajra Buddha's hand in his hand, and took out the top-grade spiritual weapon, the golden bowl. These two things belong to you, okay, I'll return the Fangbian Huaji to you. Wang Yuiao was a little jealous of the power of the Vajra Buddha's hand just now, and she accepted it without hesitation. However, the danger today also made her worry about how Su Yuming would resist in the future, so she simply returned the Fangbian Huaji to him. Chapter 186. The male and female thieves come out again to rob the 4,000-year-old family. One more monthly ticket request. Elder Zingbo, your top-grade spiritual weapon, the Xianshu Pavilion, is damaged. You can find a place to repair it immediately. In addition, Patriarch Qi was also injured at the hands of this big bald donkey and needs to recover. I will let the 3rd-level fox demon puppet guard you, okay, Sect Master, be careful. There are many Purple Mansion powerhouses on this battlefield. There are even 2 fake Dans. Don't underestimate the enemy and act rashly. The future of my Yandang sect depends on you. Chu Xingbo nodded seriously. He also knew that in this battle, he and Su Qi came to serve as a shield for Wang Yuiao and Su Yuming. When it comes to fighting in battle, they are still a little behind compared to the Purple Mansion cultivators on the opposite side. Su Qi took the pill from Su Yuming. Yuming, be careful. We have done our best. What will happen to the Cao family is up to fate. Yeah, Su Yuming watched the two disappear at the end of his side under the fox demon puppet. In the distance, Fox Zinger also dragged away several corpses on the ground. It was unknown where she hid to devour her essence. The spiritual imprint that Su Yuming planted on her was still there, so he was not afraid that she would have other thoughts. If she could take the opportunity to break through the 3rd level, it would be more helpful to him in the future. Su Lang, can you and I join the battlefield next? Wang Yuiao took a look at the battle in the distance. The Cao family did not fall too far behind, especially after he killed 4 Purple Mansion cultivators in one breath. No, while they are holding back the strong men from several major families, we will return to Zucheng City, use multiple broken ceiling talismans to open the Su family's protective formation. Now all the Su family's Purple Mansion strongmen are here, and there is only one Purple Mansion cultivator left to guard the clan. We will rob the Su family of their 4,000 years of accumulated heritage, and perhaps we will have the resources for 100 years of Purple Mansion cultivation. Okay, Wang Yuiao nodded seriously. Although she was already in the middle stage of the 3rd stage in terms of physical body, her spiritual energy cultivation was still stuck in the early stage of foundation building. She was just a top-grade spiritual root, and if she wanted to cultivate to the Purple Mansion realm, she needed more effort. Yao, didn't you swallow your 10,000-year-old snackaberry? Why hasn't your cultivation improved yet? I've been practicing the 10,000 snake fluid. I killed all those monsters along the way in Rotten Peach Mountain. Among the 3rd-level monsters alone, I killed the 1,000-year-old willow monster and a 3rd-level gray wolf king deep in Rotten Peach Mountain. I want to refine the monster blood and use the improvement of my physical body to advance my cultivation and squeeze out all the potential in my body. The two walked inside the Earth Dragon shuttle, snuggling together. Wang Yuiao greedily sucked Su Yuming's breath and rested her head on his shoulder. 10,000 miles was only 2 hours of full speed through the ground, and they arrived under the Su family's ancestral home. Looking at the fourth order formation that covered the entire Su family, Wang Yuiao was somewhat tempted. Su Lang, I heard that our Yandang sex protective formation is only a quasi-fourth order formation. Why not dismantle this beast protection formation in front of us? Su Yuming shook his head. My second order seal breaking talisman can only open a corner of the formation at most, because it is only a talisman for the formation pattern. I can only attack the position of the formation to be effective. If I want to break the formation, how can a second order talisman break the fourth order formation, relying on talismans to break through the surface and sneak into the fourth order formation space? This is not the first time Su Yuming has done this, and now he is also familiar with it. The Su family, which has been passed down for 4,000 years, was in Bashing City, 250,000 miles away many years ago. Now the city with more than 3 million mortals is also the foundation of their family. 2 giant and real people came out of it, and they jointly suppressed the family fortune for nearly 1,700 years, and dozens of Purple Mansion wanderers came out of it. There are at least 5 or 6 Purple Mansion cultivators still alive today. In this mansion alone, Su Yuming sensed the aura of a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, as well as the aura of nearly 100 Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for Qi Refining cultivators, there are even more, at least tens of thousands of them. You have to know that this is only 50% to 60% of their family's foundation. Su Lang, the Su family is too cruel. They hid the family treasury under this lake and gathered the power of 1 million tons of lake water to guard the family treasury. This is most likely a fourth order formation, and it is also built on a fourth order superior spiritual vein in Zucheng City. Shall I break the formation and take the treasure first? Su Yuming glanced towards the north where the Purple Mansion aura was. That Purple Mansion cultivator is probably stationed in the Su family's library. I heard that they are a beast soul family and are good at the unity of man and beast. I also got an extraordinary skill in the 5 beast sect. I want to take a look. Okay, then I'll rob the treasure house. Su Yuming took out 2 puppets. I'll let the 2 puppets help you attract attention, and you act quickly. Okay, who is it? In the courtyard, a patrolling Su family foundation building cultivator suddenly roared, and then his head was pierced by a crab claw on the spot, and he was directly pierced into a candied hawse. Seeing the Jade Scepter puppet leaping into the air, the Su family was in an uproar. Almost a dozen foundation building figures rushed over here. How dare the thief break into my Su family compound? Kill him! Boom! With a loud noise, the lake surrounded by the Su family's pavilions and towers suddenly splashed with countless water. A giant ox-horned python that they kept inside rolled over and actually fought with Wang Yuiao, who broke into the formation. There are still thieves breaking in. The protective ox python is resisting. Go and ask the ancestor Pohai to take action immediately. The black and white sword lights directly knocked the foundation building cultivators who came to the ground one by one. The yin-yang double puppets with a late stage of foundation building crab armor defense, the power of Yuan magnetic force, and the 4 low-grade spiritual weapon long swords installed on Su Yuming's arms like bone spurs. If it weren't for the peak foundation building cultivators who came, they would not be able to stop the 2 of them at all. Thieves are tough, kill them. 50 or 60 streams of light flashed out one after another. Almost all of them were foundation building monks of the Su family. Su Yuming released the golden killing horse without hesitation. Roar! A huge body of 300 feet suddenly appeared, and its claws instantly pierced through 2 peak foundation building monks. It opened its mouth and the Zhengjun divine light flew out, piercing through more than a dozen foundation building monks flying in the air in just a moment. Chopping melons and vegetables, the golden killing horse, which had the means to attack and kill, was now like a god of war. Evil beast, how dare you be so presumptuous? With a loud shout, a golden bell fell from the sky, turned into 1,000 feet in size and directly hit the golden killing horse on the head. As the figure flashed, an old figure appeared on the top of the bell. Su Yuming took a closer look and saw another big bald donkey wearing a linen monk's robe. It seems that the monk Yuxin is probably also a Purple Mansion cultivator of the Su family. They have obtained a Buddhist inheritance. I wonder if this Buddhist inheritance can be exchanged for a small merit in the 5 Beast sect. At this time, Su Pohei, who was stepping on the bronze bell, was full of pride. You are just a killing monster, and you dare to come to my Su family. I will capture you today and let you become the guardian spirit beast of my Su family, sitting in front of this gate for 1,000 years, cry. As soon as the voice fell, a flash of light flashed in front of his eyes, and he actually saw a golden eagle with a body length of 100 feet flapping its wings. Spiritual consciousness attack. His face changed drastically, and he grabbed it with his bare hands. A Buddhist demon subduing pestle appeared out of thin air. The merit power on the demon subduing pestle blocked this violent attack, and even the Zhengjin divine light shot by Su Yuming was dispersed. Dang dang dang, Su Yuming's eyes were a little surprised. Is it actually a merit spiritual weapon that can defend against both spiritual consciousness and magic? His fingertips moved slightly, and the white cloud sword, 8 directions divine slash, black cloud sleeve sword, song fang sword, deng fang sword, wan sword, snake fish sword, and dragon turtle sword all flew out, instantly condensing into the 8-phase sword formation. A sword light covering 1,000 miles fell instantly, and the 4th level residual formation was instantly shattered. At the same time, the demon subduing pestle was shaken away, and Su Pohe was so scared that he could only grab the bronze bell to cover himself and resist. Dang! With a loud noise, Su Pohe, who was hiding inside, had already vomited blood. The 3rd step of sword intent, 8 flying swords of at least the middle grade spiritual weapon level. Who are you, and dare to be an enemy of my Su family? While speaking, Su Pohe had already sent out a call for help. If the ancestor did not come back, their Su family would be gone today. One sword clearly blooms thousands of trees. Su Yuming didn't care about his nonsense inside, and took advantage of his illness to kill him. The second move of the white cloud sword technique that he couldn't perform before, now can be said to be sword to heart. The rolling clouds instantly enveloped the 2,000 Lizujia city. When the sword fell, the Su family monks below looked up and seemed to see the branches of the trees in the yard blooming with lantern festival lanterns. The sword burst out, blood rushed to the sky, and thousands of monks were all bleeding under this sword. What bloomed on the flowers and trees was not necessarily the fragrance of pink and white, but also the bloody hell. Ding! Under the bronze bell with a piece missing, Su Pohe's eyes met Su Yuming's eyes. Su Yuming casually took away the merit spirit weapon demon subduing pestle and the broken top-grade spirit weapon bronze bell on the ground, and then took away his storage bag and identity token, and stepped down to the distant library. Roar! The golden killing horse behind him had already flown 100 miles away along the clouds. Its 4 claws directly pressed the bull python on the lake. It bit down and blood splashed. A golden light illuminated the entire lake. The snake's head was directly pierced by the Zhengjin divine light. Then Wang Yuiao stepped on it and crushed its head. The 3rd level middle stage clan protecting bull python, dead. Yao, move faster, there's a purple mansion aura in the city rushing here. Okay, Wang Yuiao agreed quickly. When she looked back, she found that the bull python was wearing the formation plate of the cave lake formation on its neck. If anyone broke into the formation, they would be attacked by it. I came at the right time. I was worried that I had nothing to give to Su Lang as a gift. This 4th level formation came at the right time. Wang Yuiao kicked open the Su family treasure house inside and was immediately stunned by the millions of top-grade spirit stones piled up inside. The 4,000-year-old Jinan family is really rich, Su Lang. We seem to have made a fortune. I found a method of refining the small and large teleportation talismans. I have indeed made a fortune. There's even a golden elixir technique called Beast Soul Possession. I can completely practice the 5 Beast Sex Beast King technique to the 5th level of Beast Soul. With the blessing of the Golden Light Unicorn Horse Beast Soul, the power of my Zhengjin Divine Light is definitely not inferior to the handed-down treasures, and my physical body will also be improved to higher level. Su Yuming, who was 200 miles away, was also ecstatic. Facing more than 3,000 volumes of martial arts secrets, if he could bring them all back, the Yandang sect would not have to worry about practicing martial arts for hundreds of years to come. Chapter 187, Bodhi Seeds, The Inheritance of Buddhist Golden Elixir, 2 more monthly tickets requested. 1 stick of incense is up, let's go. Robert also requires skills. Su Yuming transmitted the message, and the golden killing horse immediately turned into a stream of light and fell into his left arm, turning into a killing headbrand. He flew into the air. Wang Yuiao, who followed not far away, did not forget to bring the 2 yin-yang puppets with her. However, judging from the more than 100 storage bags hanging around her waist, she must have reaped a lot this time. As usual, Let's go back to Yandang sect and divide the spoils. Let's divide the spoils on the way. I can't help it. There are too many good things this time. Su Lang, we've made a fortune. After we go back, my cultivation can be directly upgraded to the half-step purple mansion. If I can have 3 purple mansion opportunities, I can even try to step into the purple mansion realm with my spiritual energy. Su Yuming was stunned for a moment, thinking that she was a little too excited. The probability of building a foundation with a top-grade spiritual root is only 50%, and the probability of building a purple mansion is at most 10%. You are in the early stage of building a foundation now. It is not difficult to cultivate to the half-step purple mansion. After all, her spiritual consciousness is already in the early stage of the 3rd level. It only takes spiritual power to accumulate to the great perfection of the foundation. But she wants to reach the great perfection of the spiritual power turning into the sea. How many resources does it require? 10 times or 20 times that of ordinary foundation building cultivators? In addition to the 2nd grade low-grade Huli pill, the 2nd grade middle-grade Pian pill, the 2nd grade upper-grade Jingyin pill, and the 2nd grade top-grade Ningzhen pill, there are more than 20 other foundation building pills. I will leave one for you and take it back to the sex alchemist for research. I will take all the other more than 1,000 pills, riding on the Earth Dragon shuttle to divide the spoils. Wang Yuiao excitedly stuffed more than 100 pill bottles into her large sack. Su Yuming was a little speechless. More than 1,000 2nd-grade pills, you prodigal son, do you know how many spirit stones they are worth? Even the cheapest Huli pill costs thousands of spirit stones each, and there are even dozens of 2nd-grade top-grade pills, which are probably worth nearly 10 million spirit stones. With these, it is enough to pile up 3 foundation building great perfections. You actually want to buy them all? Oh, time is too tight, and we haven't found the other party's medicine garden. Why don't we go to Bashang City in the north to look for it? Maybe these bastards of the Su family have arranged the medicine field at the source. Su family ancestor, Su's Hitchin, a purple mansion great perfection cultivator, must have rushed back at this time after receiving the news. If we go north, wouldn't that be a trap? Su Yuming controlled the Earth Dragon shuttle to fly westward in a bad mood, in order to get ahead of the other party and return to Shanghai City. It is possible that the things they robbed have the spiritual imprint and tracking powder belonging to the Su family. Then why did you go to Shanghai City? Wang Yuiao was shocked. A purple mansion great perfection cultivator, if the other party wanted to attack them. He and Su Yuming together would not be enough for the other party to pinch in one hand. I am the 8th disciple of Maishan's Henren, the master of the Beast King Peak of the 5 Beast sect. Who dares to kill me in Shanghai City? Su Yuming also had a bit of pride on his face. The biggest benefit of joining the 5 Beast sect was that he had a backer in name. If someone dared to hunt him down in Shanghai City, would Maishan's Henren still have the face to save? Su's Hitchin had just taken action, and the law enforcement team responsible for patrolling, as well as the fake Dansu's Henren who was stationed in the inner city, could teach him a lesson. There are still more than 300,000 miles to go. It seems that the Zifu in the city is not hunting us down. They are busy going to Zufu to help. Wang Yuiao glanced into the city. Perhaps they are preparing to divide up the Su family. After all, the Xiao family cannot be destroyed, so destroying the Su family is worthwhile. Su Yuming glanced back. Although he was already 3,000 miles away, after breaking through the Purple Mansion realm, the spiritual awareness of ordinary cultivators could reach at least 1,000 miles away, and Su Yuming's spiritual awareness range was already more than 2,000 miles when he reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. At this time, it has increased to about 5,000 miles. He estimated that after his snake dragon python technique breaks through, it can continue to increase. You are so brave. After an unknown period of time, Su Yuming could vaguely see the east gate of Shanghai City. Far away in Zhucheng City, a roar was heard. The Purple Mansion Great Perfection Cultivator used all his strength to activate his true Qi. The huge Zhucheng City, tens of thousands of miles in radius, was shaken away by a surge of Qi. This explosion directly consumed most of Su's Hitchin's true Qi, and also allowed him to discover the traces of Su Yuming and the others escaping. Shanghai City, pass my order, all the cultivators of the Su family, immediately guard the ancestral home. Even if I have to exhaust the heavens and the underworld, I will hunt down these 2 thieves. He couldn't be sure of the other party's identity, but as long as the other party carried the treasures and skills of their Su family, he would always be able to find them. Now he didn't chase them, because if he left, These young cultivators in Zujia City, without the Purple Mansion to watch over them, would probably be killed by the other major families. Order the whole family, retreat to Bashang City, he gritted his teeth in anger. In this battle, the Su family lost 4 Purple Mansion cultivators. Except for him, almost all Purple Mansion cultivators died. Did they agree to destroy the Cao family? How come it was the Su family in Bashang that was destroyed in the end? Compared with the Cao family's initiative to migrate to the Blackstone ancient domain, they were forced to give up their industries in Zucheng City and hide in Bashang City. How miserable are they? Buzz entering the city, Su Yuming offered his own disciples wooden sign all the way, and swaggered on the flying boat towards the number 88 villa in the inner city. The patrolling disciples in black robes along the way didn't even look at him. Su Lang, you made the right move to join the Five Beast sect. I didn't expect that you still have a place to stay in this chaotic world. Wang Yuiao stood shoulder to shoulder with him, pretending to be powerful. The Cao family's spy sent you a message that Su's Hitching has already moved his clansmen to Bashang City. He shouldn't be able to take care of us in a short time. We can return to Yandang sect. Yes, the other families in Zucheng City will definitely divide up the large number of shops and spiritual fields vacated by the Cao and Su families. Maybe they will not let Su's Hitchin, who left in anger, go. After all, if he is allowed to live as a Purple Mansion master, if he enters the Golden Elixir realm one day and makes a king's comeback, the major families in the city will be ruined. As he said, Su Yuming took a storage bag from Wang Yuiao. I'm going to the Beast King Peak. You stay here and wait for us to return together. I just received news that 3 people from the Cao family's Purple Mansion were seriously injured. The great ancestor Cao Baxin gave up 20 years of his life to injure the 2 fake Danzhenren, Yuan Wei, Marcus of Bohei, and Sun Haitao. He has already retreated. The Cao family was seriously injured in this battle. Cao Baxin, the strongest, only has 5 or 6 years left after this battle. If this pillar of the sky falls, the Cao family will be in danger. Fake Dan holds the Golden Dan Lingbao, and he is the Golden Dan for a period of time. Can the Purple Mansion Great Perfection hold the Golden Dan Lingbao and exert 1/10 of its power? Why are you going to the Beast King Peak? Wang Yuiao pointed to the 7 kinds of Purple Mansion realm elixirs in the storage bag. She didn't keep any of them. She gave them all to Su Yuming, as well as 3 bottles of 3rd level Linquan Green Fairy, more than 600 kilograms of 3rd level or Beast Blood Iron Mother, more than 30,000-year-old spiritual medicines, and more than 1,000 spiritual medicines with a year of more than 500 years. Su Yuming took out the biggest benefit he got from the library. The Jinan Gongfa Beast Soul Possession, the refining method of the 3rd level top-grade talisman Great Relocation Talisman, the 3rd level low-grade talisman Small Relocation Talisman, and a Buddhist Bodhi seed enshrined at the top of the library, as well as the Buddhist merits recorded in a scripture. Oh my god, the top-grade spiritual artifact Golden Light Bowl, the merit spiritual artifact Demon Subduing Pestle, the top-grade spiritual artifact Mountain Striking Bell, the Vajra Buddha hand left by the giant and cultivator, and the top-grade spiritual artifact Jade Heart Kasaya. So many good things. It turns out that the Su family has obtained a giant and Buddhist cultivator's inheritance from the legendary Guangwen Temple in Xiaoxizhao. What kind of place is this? As he said, Wang Yuiao carefully read the text on the scripture, his face full of excitement. The Duabeao Buddhist scripture is actually a method for refining 18 kinds of meritorious Buddhist treasures. Su Lang, this method is too outrageous. As long as all 18 kinds of meritorious spiritual tools are refined, you can instantly become a golden elixir and become a Buddhist Vajra. Let's A. Although the Buddhist method can make you lose your true self and become one of those superstitious ball donkeys, it is at least a tangible golden elixir road. Su Yuming shook his head. How can it be so easy? Sun Shine was the magistrate of 100 years before he forged his life spirit weapon, the gavel, into a successful spiritual tool. How many 100 years do cultivators like you and me have? Besides, to successfully make a spiritual tool, you need to gather the great merits of at least 1 million people. This is also a big difficulty. Unless you happen to encounter a situation where the mountains and rivers are broken and there are many disasters and diseases, if you don't save the world and save the people, how can you get so many great merits? 1 merit is gained every 100 years. The Buddhist golden elixir needs 1,800 years to cultivate. It is really not something a human can do. The lifespan of a golden elixir master is only 1,000 years. Wang Yuiao shook her head. Her eyes fell on the Bodhi seed in Su Yuming's hand. Su Lang, you should refine this Bodhi seed yourself. I've read in ancient books that this Bodhi seed is a natural treasure from the Buddhist tree Bodhi. It's of extremely high grade. It blooms once 1,000 years, bears fruit once 1,000 years, and matures once 1,000 years. After swallowing it, it can at least increase your purple mansion ki by 100 years, and you can take advantage of the opportunity to step into the middle stage of purple mansion. Su Yuming shook his head and looked at the several spiritual tools seized. Among the spiritual tools in the hands of the Su family, the demon-subduing pestle already has the power of merit. The fourth-level Buddha's hand itself is the flesh of the meritorious Vajra, so it can also be counted as one. If the jade heart robe is worn by the great monk Su Yuxin for 100 years and he preaches for 100 years, it can also become a spiritual tool of merit. Add to that the golden light bowl and the mountain strike bell, which are also intertwined with the power of merit, and the Su family's plan is not small. They already have 2 spiritual tools of merit and 3 quasi-spiritual tools of merit invisibly. At this time, Su Yuming looked at the spiritual tools in his hand as if he saw a hot potato. If he guessed correctly, there must be other cultivators in the Su family holding spiritual tools to collect merits. The ultimate goal is to help Su's Hitchin, who is less than 400 years old, to enter the Golden Core realm. He accidentally discovered this big secret, so will the other party let it go? There may be indelible Buddhist imprints on these spiritual tools in his hands. As long as he leaves Shanhai City, he will most likely be sensed by the other party. It's troublesome. It seems that I really have to go to exchange for small merits. Chapter 188, Seeing Maishin's Henrin again, and achieving another great achievement, 3 more monthly tickets requested. At the Beast King Peak, in front of the Sika deer seat, Maishin's Henrin saw the 8th disciple who came to see him with sleepy eyes. At this time, there were 2 people beside him. One of them was the fake Dan's Henrin, his eldest disciple Ji Chongchorn, who had no potential to speak of. In his early years, he was killed by the strong men of the Sea Demon clan and was forced to turn into fake Dan to kill them. Now he has many lives of even the 4th-level sea monsters in his hands, and he is only over 200 years old, so he still has 300 years to live. The other one is Mei Ruanan, the daughter of Maishin's Henrin, who is also his 7th disciple and Su Yuming's senior sister. She is only in her 40s this year, but she is already in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. With Maishin's Henrin paving the way for her, she will at least achieve the great perfection of the Purple Mansion in the future, and there is a great possibility that she will enter the Golden Pill Avenue. Disciple Su Yuming, I pay my respects to the master, and I meet the eldest brother and the 7th sister. Su Yuming clasped his fists towards the 3 people one by one. This must be the 8th junior brother, right? In the Yingchuan battle that just ended, you showed your power and killed several purple palaces in a row. You are really good at fighting. Among my disciples, your fighting skills are probably ranked in the top 5. Ji Chongchun looked at Su Yuming with a smile. There was some fat on his face, as well as scars and sword wounds, which were obviously the marks left by years of fighting on the front line. Big brother, you are too kind. I was lucky to succeed because of the ambush before, Su Yuming replied with a smile. Mei Ruanan on the opposite side did not speak. She just looked at Su Yuming curiously, and in her heart she was also calculating the disciples under her father Maishin's Henrin. Su Yuming's fighting skills in front of her can be ranked in the top 5? Doesn't that mean he can beat her, who is in the middle stage of Purple Palace? Yuming, aren't you going back to Yandang sect to wait for your Taoist partner to give birth? I also want you, the 7th senior sister, to bring a gift to her. Why did you come back? Maishin's Henrin looked at Su Yuming with some curiosity. Master, during the Battle of Yingchuan, I seized a Buddhist inheritance, which seems to be from Gongwen Temple in Xiaoxishao. Please appreciate it. Su Yuming thought for a long time and decided to give this Buddhist inheritance to the 5 Beast sect in exchange for a great merit. Improving his cultivation level is more important than anything else. Moreover, he felt that it would be better to give it to the Maishin master in front of him than to the 5 Beast sect. At least the yo-yo looming he passed on to him was very powerful. Is it a 4th level inheritance? Maishin's Henrin took the Buddhist scripture in his hand with a casual move. He scanned it with his spiritual sense, and the joy in his eyes quickly subsided. If you hand this thing over to the sect, you can exchange it for a small merit. If there is a matching Buddhist spiritual weapon, I can work on it for you and gain a great merit. Su Yuming took out a merit spiritual weapon demon subduing pestle, the top grade spiritual weapon mountain striking bell, and the top-grade spiritual weapon Jade Heart Cassia without hesitation. These 3 treasures are what I got when I killed the Su family's purple mansion. In addition, there is a golden bowl, but it is something that junior brother Cao and I own together, so it is inconvenient to take it out. They are all meritorious things. You can take out the golden bowl. I will explain it to Qing Xiu at this time. After saying that, Meishan's Henren did not shy away from Ji Chongchun next to him. I have prepared a great merit for you. In addition, I owe you one. This skill is related to your 7th sister's future path. When you practice the Beast King skill to the 5th level of the Beast Soul realm, you can come to me. I can guide you to enter the 6th level of the Dao Body realm. Thank you, Master, Su Yuming agreed with a smile. A meritorious spiritual weapon, 3 quasi-meritorious spiritual weapons, and a skill that can be practiced to the Golden Elixir, in exchange for a great merit and a guide from the Golden Elixir's Henren. Is it a loss? That Dao Body is clearly a real Golden Elixir method. If he can condense it in the Purple Mansion realm, it will be another killer move. As for this great merit, Su Yuming bowed to Meishan's Henren. I heard that the sect has a 4th level top-grade Purple Mansion soul-erasing formation that can help cultivators of my generation to improve their soul power realm. Disciples willing to exchange great merit for a trial opportunity. Your soul is indeed well cultivated, otherwise I would not have passed on Yo-Yo Lu Ming to you. Meishan's Henren looked at Su Yuming, but your soul power is still a long way from the next realm. Isn't it a bit too hasty to exchange for a great merit at this time? You know, even if you want the Golden Elixir skills or Golden Elixir magical powers of other peaks, it is possible. Disciple still wants to improve the soul realm first. Su Yuming still insisted on his choice. Well, you take the Master's token and go to the soul-devouring island in the East Continent Sea. It is 138,500 miles southwest of here. Thank you, Master. Disciple will take his leave. Su Yuming acted decisively and turned around and left. At the original spot, Meishan's Henren stroked his beard and smiled. This boy has a firm heart for the Tao. Even the magical power of the Golden Elixir cannot shake his determination to improve his spiritual realm. His future is promising. Congratulations, Master, for gaining another talented disciple. Ji Chongchun beside him hurriedly opened his mouth to congratulate him. Let's not talk about this for now. Meishan's Henren turned his gaze to Mei Ruanan who was beside him. Ruanan, originally you only had the qualification of the best water spiritual root. It would take thousands of times more hardship than others to cultivate to the Golden Core realm, but now the opportunity has come. The Su family and Naba Shong will soon prepare wedding clothes for you. This Golden Core Buddhist cultivation method is your path. After speaking, Meishan's Henren stood up. Perhaps it's time for me to take action. At least I have to find the location of the monks who have refined the remaining few Buddhist merit spiritual tools from Su's Hitchin, which can also save you hundreds of years of effort. Chongchun, gather your disciples and let several elders who are trusted in the peak come over. This action cannot afford to make mistakes. Yes, Master. Ji Chongchun looked at Mei Ruanan, the little sister, with some envy. If his potential was not damaged, I'm afraid that today's Golden Core opportunity would fall on him. Go down the mountain. Su Yuming drove the Earth Dragon shuttle to fly southwest to the East Continent Sea. It would take less than 140,000 miles and less than 5 hours for him to arrive. Su Lang, I am collecting materials for making 3rd-level talismans for you in the city, as well as space stones required for refining small and large teleportation talismans. This is a must for refining storage bags, but the price is very expensive. If you need 3rd-level space stones, the cost will be at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. In addition, I just got news that the Cao family has passed Yashao, caught up with the mountain and sea beasts, and joined up with a low-level clansman. I have gained a little here, and I will be delayed for a few days until I return. Su Yuming put down the sound transmission talisman and looked at the Vajra Buddha's hand that he had not taken out. He wondered whether to refine this thing into the right hand of the Jade Gui puppet. In this way, his strength might be comparable to that of a 3rd-level puppet. After all, a sneak attack from this Vajra Buddha's hand would cause serious damage even if the Purple Mansion cultivator was not aware of it. We need to design a breath-retaining formation and an instant burst formation. With his level as a formation master, it was no problem for him to design 2 first-level formations. The last thing he got from the 10,000 Snake Valley was the 20,000-year-old 7-leaf one-branch flower, which was the real king of medicinal wasteland flowers. He had been refining it since he returned to Shanghai City. Now he had only refined 1/10 of it, and his spiritual consciousness realm had begun to approach the late Purple Mansion. He believed that after refining all of it, his spiritual consciousness realm would at least be close to the threshold of the Purple Mansion peak. The Purple Mansion Soul Rising formation on the Soul Devouring Island was a good place to improve the soul power of Purple Mansion cultivators by one small realm. With its cooperation, his spiritual consciousness realm might be able to directly reach the Purple Mansion peak. Thinking of this, Shui Yulong took out a Bodhi seed and swallowed it directly. The pure Buddhist Qi instantly surged down his throat, turning into a warm current that wrapped around his meridians, and finally exploded in the Purple Mansion in his body. The disintegrating Qi directly sucked the 18 purple Qi vortices over. In Shui Yulong's surprised eyes, a green spiritual platform suddenly appeared directly below the Danshan, and the 18 vortices that could quickly restore the Qi turned into 18 purple Qi imprints that all stayed near the spiritual platform. Qi Lingte, is this the middle stage of the Purple Mansion? Shui Yulong felt the surging mana in his body, which seemed to be more pure because of the Bodhi seeds. The pure purple Qi had begun to turn into green at this time. If the amount of Qi was only 7 or 8 times more than before, this green Qi seemed to be more pure, and the power was probably 2 or 3 times greater than before. That means I broke through the middle stage of the Purple Mansion and became 16 times stronger. Shui Yulong raised one hand, and a layer of green true energy quickly wrapped around his arm. He felt that if he faced the monk Yuxin again, he would not have to rely on Yo-Yo looming to kill him. Perhaps in a head-on confrontation, relying on his own Purple Mansion magic, he could also be invincible. The spiritual realm must be broken through. Shui Yulong was a little worried about the revenge of the other major families in Zuchen. They did not dare to cross 1,000,000 miles to the Rotten Peach Mountain to avenge the Cao family, and they could not do anything about Yu Bingjiao and Gong Shujin, who practiced in the Beast King Peak for many years. The most likely revenge would be on his own Yandang sect and the escaped Suze Hitchin. This guy is a Purple Mansion Great Perfection cultivator. If he retaliates, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to escape. I don't know if I can successfully divert the trouble by sending the Golden Elixir technique and these meritorious spiritual tools. Shui Yulong wondered if Maishan's Henren could resist the temptation of the Golden Elixir opportunity. If he really wanted to benefit his disciples, then Suze Hitchin would be dead, and their Su family's century-long layout would eventually benefit Maishan's Henren. Before you have the strength, it's best to cash in the treasures you get, Shui Yulong muttered in his heart, and continued to urge the green true Qi to disperse the 7-leaf flower in front of the Niwen Palace, which was wrapped in a trace of soul power. In a blink of an eye, his spiritual realm had been pushed to the peak of the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, and he was only one step away from breaking through. He forced himself to hold back at this time just to break through 2 small realms in succession. However, the surging impact of the soul power at this time also made his face pale. I can hold back. I can even refuse Yuiao's invitation to reign after a long drought. What's there to be afraid of with a mere soul power impact? As soon as Shui Yulong opened his mouth, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and then his nose, ears and eyes began to bleed. He reached out and touched it, and it was quite warm. Chapter 189, Breaking Through the Peak of the Purple Mansion, Meeting Yuanying again on Soul Devouring Island, one more monthly ticket request. Soul Devouring Island is located in the East Sea. Except for the Jindans Henshin and Sim Elders and Peak Masters, the other disciples of the 5 Beast sect are all at the foot of the mountain. Most of the outer disciples run errands near Shanghai City. As long as the inner disciples have achieved Jindan, they can basically be assigned an island in the East Sea, which may be hundreds of feet in radius or thousands of feet in radius. There are not many large islands, and Soul Devouring Island is one of them. It is worth mentioning that there is also a 5th-level spiritual vein under the ground of the East Sea, but there are spiritual springs on more than 100,000 floating islands and reefs on the sea surface. They are too scattered, and there are very few 4th-level springs that can nourish Jindan. Shui Yulong landed at night. At this time, it was pitch dark on the Soul Devouring Island. The one stationed here was a Purple Mansion Great Perfection cultivator. Judging from the black Taoist robe, he should be an inner sect elder of the 5 Beast sect. Please show your identity token. Soul Devouring Island does not allow disciples to stay overnight. Seeing his expressionless face, Shui Yulong casually took out the token of Master Maishan and gestured, I came to Soul Devouring Island to practice on the orders of my master, so you are a disciple of Uncle Maishan. Since you can obtain a great merit transferred by Uncle Maishan, you can practice on Soul Devouring Island once. However, those suppressed here are all demons who have been plaguing our five-beast sect for thousands of years. There are even fourth-order demon kings. You must not barge in casually. Just practice on the periphery. When you can't hold on anymore, withdraw, and this time the great merit will be used up. Understood? Shui Yulong nodded in response. After he withdrew the formation on the island, the sky spun in front of his eyes, and countless ghosts began to fly over his head with a roar. The so-called darkness without sun was just like this. A new person has come to the island again. Could he come to take away our soul-gathering banners? What a rich blood and Qi. If we can take over his body, we will have a chance to reach the golden elixir after we are reborn. Could he be weak in the knees? His face looks fresh. He is in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. Could he be a direct disciple of the Five-Beast sect? That's right. He is less than 100 years old, so he is still quite young. Shui Yulong walked forward for almost a mile and saw the overwhelming first-level demon souls and second-level devil souls staring at him covetously, but they had not yet attacked him. They were waiting for their blood and Qi to run out and waiting for them to be attacked by the third-level demon souls. Huh? A group of third-level demon souls came roaring and spread out 100 feet to swallow Shui Yulong. The bronze soul lamp in Shui Yulong's hand flickered and he took it away in an instant. After walking forward for 20 steps, more than a dozen third-level demon souls attacked him, and they were all suppressed by him with a flip of his hand. The soul power completely dissipated in the bronze soul lamp, and was easily refined into Shui Yulong's body with the help of this Purple Mansion soul-erasing formation. His spiritual consciousness began to surge. The bottleneck before the late Purple Mansion was like a dam, which was quickly flooded by the leaping soul power, and Shui Yulong also saw the broken sword skeleton kneeling in front of a tomb. He smiled coldly at himself and came close in a breath. Cry, the golden eagle broke the delusion. The moment Shui Yulong shocked him, 8 flying swords flew out together, white clouds were vast, and one sword swept away the 800 miles of ghosts, directly shattered this ghost comparable to the peak of the Purple Mansion, and then took it with the bronze soul lamp. Roar, accompanied by a roar that could break the eardrum, Shui Yulong looked up 10 miles away and saw a 300-foot wolf soul actually leaped high, turned into a blood moon and smashed towards him. At such a close distance and such a fast speed, he could hardly avoid it. Sure, but in an instant, a Vajra Buddha's hand appeared in front of him, and the Yugi puppet was like a god of war, directly performing the Buddhist handprint to attack. Bang! The Buddhist magic power and the restraint of the merit spiritual weapon on the dead soul seemed to exceed Shui Yulong's imagination. In just a moment, the third-level Great Perfection Wolf soul on the opposite side was shattered. At the moment of closing, Shui Yulong had already made a move. The moment the bronze soul lamp absorbed instantly, he had already begun to refine the 7-leaf flower in his body, and the rolling demon soul turned into pure soul power and injected it into the Nuan Palace. After the power of the medicine soul in the Nuan Palace began to absorb and absorb again, it created a terrifying vortex. The soul power released even shocked those powerful souls who secretly coveted Shui Yulong. It's definitely a treasure of soul power. This kid has a big secret, take action on him immediately. The Five-Beast sect cannot have another person with such a gifted soul power. Kill him. In the darkness, the souls emitting powerful auras were all roaring, but no shadow dared to act rashly, because the Purple Palace Soul Ascension formation was not only occupied by these demon souls, devil souls, and the souls of the dead human cultivators, but also by the main soul of an ancestor of the Five-Beast sect who, the soul power vortex around Shui Yulong was getting bigger and bigger. In a blink of an eye, his aura had begun to turn towards the peak of the Purple Palace. A pill without any color gradually condensed in the Nuan Palace. At the age of 55, he has already reached the realm of soul power forming pills. This boy has the aura of the Beast King's skill, so he should be a disciple of my Beast King lineage. It's not bad to have such direct teaching. It's just that he has to move forward on the 3 paths of magic power, physical body and spiritual consciousness, and also practice sword intent and talismans. He has learned them very poorly. In the depths of darkness, there was a soul power phantom that was 1,000 feet tall. He looked at Shui Yulong with white eyebrows and beard, and his eyes were full of anger at his lack of fighting spirit. It's the aura of this Beast King. It seems to be a cloud beast killing horse, and it has also obtained some opportunities. It has the aura of a night watchman beast in heaven. Above the sea of clouds, the sun rises with golden light. This potential is not small. After breaking through the shackles of the Beast King, I'm afraid it will have a chance to reach the 4th level, this Buddhist aura. It turned out to be the arm of a Buddhist Vajra. It is a thing of merit. It is naturally restrained against these dead souls. If it doesn't have this thing, even if there is a shortcut for advancing spiritual consciousness here, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to come. His puppet is quite interesting. It actually has the power of yin and yang yuan magnetism on its body. However, it seems like it is a living refining, and the soul is also refined into it. This kid is not a good guy either. Logically speaking, a soul power of the great perfection of the Purple Mansion would not be so strong. It can actually help him break through the spiritual consciousness realm of the peak of the Purple Mansion, and help his soul power become a pill. Well, a 7-leaf flower that is more than 10,000 years old, boom in the depths of the entire soul-devouring island. It was like a thunder exploded. All the demon souls and devil souls, like a frightened herd of beasts, quickly scattered in all directions, even if they hit the Purple Palace Soul Ascension Array covering the entire island. Because a 1,000-foot-high soul shadow had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and appeared above Su Yuming's head. Su Yuming's breakthrough rhythm slowed down, and he suddenly looked up at the soul power vortex that was supposed to gather the soul power of the nearby heaven and earth. At this time, there was only a soul shadow of a human race strongman that covered the sky and the sun watching him. He was just about to speak, but he saw the person who came stretched out his palm, and the half of the 7-leaf flower where his Nuan palace was located had been taken away by the other party through the air. Perhaps he couldn't bear it. The souls in the nearby radius of thousands of miles began to explode inch by inch, and continued to merge into the soul power vortex above Su Yuming's head, and then began to gather towards Su Yuming. Su Yuming suppressed his doubts and began to refine. In just 10 breaths, his soul power had already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion. If he performed yo-yo looming at this moment, he could sweep away 90% of the souls on this soul-devouring island. However, in the depths of the island, there were at least dozens of souls above the 4th level. He could sense their existence at this time, but these guys were now like bamboo partridges under a rainstorm, shivering and hiding in the dark and damp underground, not daring to show their heads. So what was the origin of this 1,000-foot soul shadow in front of him? He snatched away the 7-leaf flower that he was refining so rudely and domineeringly, just like smoking, taking it all into his mouth and nose. Su Yuming saw that his soul power was shrinking rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it had turned into a low figure, but the soul shadow had become much more solid. Breakthrough, the old man looked at him kindly. If I had met you 8,000 years earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have to die. Su Yuming bowed to the man, and he could vaguely guess the other party's identity. Su Yuming, the direct disciple of the Beast King lineage, greets the ancestor. Boy, do you have the means to contact the Beast King Peak and tell the current rulers of the 5 Beast sect that this soul-devouring island is about to collapse? The old man looked into the distance. I have been trapped here for 8,000 years, and it's time for me to reincarnate. I hope I can live in this mountain and sea area for another life. If I come again, I will definitely not be worse than this life. This old guy actually used half of his own 7-leaf 1-branch flower to make up for the lost soul power and prepare to escape into the 6 paths of reincarnation for reincarnation and cultivation. And seeing his ecstatic look, could he still preserve his own realm? Sure. Under the 9 heavens, a mysterious portal has opened. Su Yuming just raised his head to take a look, and was blocked by the figure of the old man behind him. It's not a dead soul. Unless you have become a god. How dare you, a junior, look directly at the place of the 6 reincarnations? Don't you want to die? Aren't you afraid of being haunted? His voice scolded in his ear, as if an elder was protecting him. I didn't expect you to come so soon. There are still many evil souls on this island. I'm afraid this will cause trouble for the sect. He raised his eyebrows and looked around. My soul power is condensed, and I can't take action anymore. If I use a little soul power, I'm afraid I can't go through this reincarnation well. How about it, little guy? Send me off. Su Yuming held the sound transmission talisman in his hand. After delivering the message to Mai Shinzhenren, he bowed respectfully to the old man. Junior Su Yuming, respectfully send the 5 Beasts Patriarch to live another life and live forever in the immortal way. Ha ha ha. The breeze blew by, and Su Yuming heard a long laugh. The laughter was heroic and unrestrained, echoing over the huge Dongzhou Sea, spreading throughout the 5 Beasts Mountain, startling countless birds and beasts, and also causing millions of cultivators in the distant Shanghai city to look at him. What a long-lasting immortality! At the end of Su Yuming's vision, the figure of the old man with white eyebrows and beard disappeared in front of him, just like when he came. a dragon whose tail can only be seen but not its head. If it weren't for the half of the seven-leafed flower that disappeared in the Niwen Palace reminding him, he would have thought it was a dream. Sure, the Purple Mansion Great Perfection cultivator stationed in the formation stretched out his hand and pulled Su Yuming, taking him away from the island. The moment Su Yuming came back to his senses, the fourth-level ultimate formation covering the entire island collapsed instantly, and the billions of dead souls that covered the sky and the earth turned into black shadows and fled madly in all directions. Su Yuming had retreated thousands of miles away, looking at this boundless sea of souls, his face full of astonishment and vigilance. It seems that I have made a big mess. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Reincarnation Mark, 4th Level Weapon Refining Talisman, 2 more, please subscribe. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, since you are all dead souls, why do you want to come to the human world? With a loud sound of heaven and earth exploding above the 9 heavens, Su Yuming only saw a fishing net falling, and the millions of invisible dead souls who escaped unexpectedly crashed into the fishing net, breaking into pieces, and their souls flew away. Yuanying has taken action. Su Yuming stood on the sea. This was the first time he watched Yuanying's engine take action at close range. The East Continent Sea was so huge that it stretched 1,000,000 miles from east to west. At this time, Yuanying's engine used the power of this magic weapon to cover half of the East Continent Sea with precious light. Half of the dead souls who escaped were killed in an instant, and the rest could only be caught in the fishing net. The mesh was as big as a head, but the dead souls who crashed into the edge were like stinky fish and shrimps that were scared out of their wits, and they didn't dare to struggle at all. This is too exaggerated. Even if you are a Yuanying's engine, you can't play with hundreds of 4th-level demon souls at will. Is the gap between Jinden and Yuanying so big? Su Yuming stood under the sky, and the ground under his feet was spinning. When he looked back, his feet had turned into the 8,000-foot Beast King Peak above the clouds. At this time, on the top of the peak, in front of him, there was an old man sitting cross-legged, fishing, but the fishing rod and fish basket in his hand had become a dragging fishing net. This old man was none other than the Banshan's engine, whom Su Yuming had met once before in Xijian Plain. Our ancestor ran out of life 8,000 years ago, and locked his soul power into this 4th grade, top grade Purple Mansion Soul Ascension Array and advanced to become the Array Soul. So during the 8,000 years, while his soul power continued to dissipate, it also brought many Purple Mansion cultivators with strong soul power to the sect. There are even many who built their foundation and broke through the Purple Mansion while training their soul power here to break through the spiritual realm. He spoke to himself, as if he was talking to the air, or as if he was telling a story to Su Yuming. I didn't expect that the opportunity in the 10,000 Snake Valley that day would fall to you. The 20,000-year-old 7-petal flower should have allowed the ancestor to reincarnate with his memories. He looked at Su Yuming with complicated eyes, but you can bring the ancestor a chance to reincarnate, which is also the fate of my 5-beast sect and you. It's worthy of me to bring you into the sect. Su Yuming opened his mouth to say something, but saw him continue to smile and speak. When you stepped into the Beast King Peak, I noticed you. What a good trick to divert trouble. Now Maishan has taken action to kill Su's Hitchin and wipe out his Buddhist inheritance. Are you satisfied? Su Yuming was slightly stunned. Wow, his chief master acted quickly. In order to prevent a leakage of Buddhist skills and to prevent Su's Hitchin from jumping off the wall, he actually personally killed Su's Hitchin and snatched away their plan of merit and enlightenment that the Su family had been planning for 100 years. I don't know how many merit spiritual tools he has snatched. To be honest, Su Yuming is looking forward to it. His 7th senior sister Mei Ruanan is in her 40s, younger than himself, and has a lifespan of more than 400 years at most. If she owes too many merit spiritual tools, she may not be able to live until the day when the 18 merit Buddhist treasures achieve the golden elixir. You have created a golden elixir for the future of the Beast King Peak, so Maishan gave you the great merit that he was reluctant to use once every 100 years. You let the ancestor go to the 6 reincarnations and reincarnate, so you should have received a big reward. Even the nascent soul technique can be given to you. The moving mountain master's eyes were burning. It's a pity that you also caused the Purple Mansion Soul Rising Array to collapse. From now on, The Five Beast sect will no longer have a large array that allows the third-level soul power to advance by one small realm. If you rearrange it, it will not work without an nascent soul array soul. Are you convinced that the merits are offsetting the faults? Su Yuming felt a little unwilling. Can the collapse of the Purple Mansion soul rising array be blamed on him? He also lost half of a 20,000-year-old seven-leaf flower. How could he justify this? Besides, he had just discovered that the soul in the Nuan Palace was about to condense into a soul pale. At this time, an old man with white eyebrows jumped out and took away the herbs. He was still upset. It seems that you are unwilling to give up. Banshan's Henjin raised his hand and handed over a talisman. I heard that you are a third-level talisman maker. There is only this fourth-level talisman left in the sect's treasury. Consider it your compensation. If you think that half of the Medicine King is more valuable, then please find the reincarnation of the ancestor and bring it back to the Five Beast sect. The sect will definitely reward you handsomely. Su Yuming looked up with his eyes wide open. Reincarnation? The world of cultivation is so big that he hasn't even walked through the mountain and sea area alone. What's more, there are places like the Blackstone Ancient area, the San Xiuc, and the Sword area. There are many dangers and forces. Where can he find the reincarnated ancestor of the Five Beast sect? His eyes were spinning, and when he stood firm, he had already landed in front of the Five Beast sect. Looking up, he saw the four big characters, 5 beasts and 5 virtues. This Yuaning's Henjin waved his sleeves and was able to send himself down the 8,000-foot Beast King Peak and move from the depths of the mountain gate to 1,000 miles away. His supernatural power was really amazing. I'm still at a loss. I heard that in order to go from Zifu to Jindan, in addition to condensing an inner elixir in the Danshan Zifu, you also need to use soul power to form an elixir. Only when the elixir power is united can it be a true Wuji Jindan. I could have achieved half a step to Jindan. Su Yuming smiled bitterly and picked up the talisman with a huge character on it, and his eyes suddenly shrank. He seemed to have seen this thing in the auction house in Dingtao Pass. At that time, it was a refining talisman that could refine magic tools and spiritual tools. This is a 4th-level refining talisman. Doesn't it mean that the 4th-level refining materials can be directly refined into Jindan spiritual treasure? Su Yuming's breathing became rapid. He took out the 10-foot-long vine dragon iron heart in a flip of his hand. He directly slapped the weapon refining talisman upwards. And Su Yuming stepped on the earth dragon shuttle and quickly fled towards Shanhai City. If I can refine my natal spiritual treasure, half of the future golden elixir road will be completed. Moreover, this thing is in tune with my mind, and the combat power complements each other. The power will definitely be better than the Fantian Huoji, which requires a lot of mana to use once. Is it a loss to exchange half a 7-leaf flower for a golden elixir spiritual treasure? At least Su Yuming is not so painful now. Sure, when he appeared in the other courtyard, Wang Yuiao opened her eyes almost instantly. Su Lang, you are back. You have been gone for most of the day. Did you gain anything? Su's Hitchin can't come back. My master personally took action and killed the entire Su family, as he said. Su Yuming warned Wang Yuiao not to spread the matter of the Buddhist skills and meritorious spiritual treasures. Wang Yuiao agreed with this. With her intelligence, it was not difficult for her to guess that this method of proving the Dao through merit had been taken away by Meishan's Henrin, who was preparing to use it for a great purpose. If it was leaked, it would inevitably lead to disputes from the outside world. After all, this was a way to achieve the golden elixir. Su Lang, even if the Su family still had a few spiritual tools, they would need a total of 18. They would take hundreds of years to refine them. Do they have such a long lifespan to wait? Su Yuming shook his head. He didn't know. Maybe Meishan's Henrin had a mysterious way to quickly achieve merit or prolong lifespan. Otherwise, Mei Ruinan's golden elixir path would still be very difficult. At this time, on the Beast King Peak, Meishan's Henrin, who had just returned, looked at the 14 spiritual tools he had just obtained and shook his head. Among these 14 spiritual weapons, only the Buddhist sword cuts off karma and does not kill. The Dharma drum has been heard in the mortal world for 100 years and awakened the world. The Dharma Kong transmits sound during the tsunami and saves thousands of fishermen. The Rosary soothes thousands of lives in the Lingzuan Temple, and the prayer wheel teaches millions of mortals in the Blackstone Ancient Domain. I have obtained 5 spiritual weapons of merit, and including the demon-subduing pestle and the original scriptures in your hands, there are 7 in total. For the rest, You have to continue to absorb the power of merit. He looked at Mei Ruinen in front of him. If you follow the steps, follow the method of the Su family, and use the help of foundation-building disciples to refine it, it will probably take 300 or 400 years. Your lifespan will certainly not last until that time, and the time is too long and there are too many changes. Please give me some advice, Dad. Mei Ruinen bowed to him. You can go to Rotten Peach Mountain first. The Xiao family of Rotten Peach Mountain is the family seat of your 9th junior brother Xiao Qingxiu. They have planted a flag there and displayed the reclamation order of my 5-beast sect. It will surely attract a large number of mortals and cultivators from the Blackstone ancient domain to gather here. If you can educate them, these mountain villagers will surely bring you a lot of merit and power. As far as I know, there are billions of human beings in the Blackstone ancient domain, most of whom are enslaved by the monsters and become their food. It's all up to you what to do. As for your safety, it's not inappropriate to have the protection of the Xiao family. I plan to let your eldest brother go with you and stay in Rotten Peach Mountain for 100 years. After 100 years, no matter what, I will give the Ji family where he is a purple mansion opportunity. Mei Ruinen nodded. My daughter has made a note of it, and your junior brother Su from the Yandang sect, he is not bad in fighting, and he is willing to give up such a great opportunity. His Tao heart and strength are better than yours. You can discuss it with him if you have anything. As a cause and effect for you to get this golden elixir opportunity, you can promise him in person that if you enter the golden elixir realm one day, you can repay him once. Mei Ruinen looked up, a little surprised. This is a favor after the golden elixir. But thinking that these meritorious spiritual tools she had picked up were completely picked up for nothing, she immediately nodded and agreed. Daughter knows. Father, do you have anything else to tell me? Mai Shenren was about to continue speaking, but found that something big had happened in Dongzhaohe, and the sect leaders also sent a message to him to go over, so he gave up. Beast King Peak, Immortal Peak. Benjin's Henjin looked at Mei Ruinen, who had got the golden elixir opportunity on looping, and shook his head slightly with a smile on his face. The predecessor's path, the later generations will follow. There are shortcuts, and the upper limit is not high. His eyes passed over the mountains and fell on the number 88 villa in Shanghai City, and his eyes were fixed on Su Yuming. This boy has a lot of opportunities. He has just reached the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, but he has already started to sacrifice his own spiritual treasure. It's really rare. His eyes were on Su Yuming's eyebrows, and he saw a black and white mark hidden deep in his Niwen palace, which looked like a Tai Chi diagram, but in fact it was a reincarnation mark. This was why Su Yuming could find the ancestor's legacy. Su Yuming, can the 5-beast sect hand over its rise and fall to you? He murmured, his eyes a little confused. Chapter 191 The Whereabouts of the 5 Elements Beads. Looking forward to Tao County. 3 more monthly tickets requested. Huff, huff. While it was still dark, Su Yuming took Wang Yuiao and rode on the Earth Dragon boat back towards the direction of Yandang sect. Husband, have you thought about what kind of spiritual treasure you want to refine? Wang Yuiao saw the Tenglong iron heart in Su Yuming's arms, which was already pregnant with a green treasure light. This thing was watered with the lifeblood of the old demon Tenglong before his death. It has the essence of Yu wood, as well as the blood and flesh essence of monsters that it has devoured and refined over the years. It can be said that it is both full of vitality and has evil and ghost energy. I think it's just right to refine a killing weapon. In an era of great contention, killing weapons are naturally the most important, but Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out an earth bead. I have 3 spiritual roots of gold, earth and fire. If possible, I would like to gather these 3 attributes to take the power of my magic to a higher level. Wang Yuiao thought for a while. The 5 elements bead is also one of the 72 inherited spiritual tools, but except for the 5 elements true man thousands of years ago, no one can collect them all. Perhaps it will be more convenient to find 2 4th-level spiritual objects. Witnessing Su Yuming refining the earth beat into the vine dragon iron heart, Wang Yuiao felt a little pain in her eyes. I thought you would refine the earth beat into the earth dragon shuttle to enhance the power of earth escape. The earth dragon shuttle has been refined to perfection by my Su family's ancestor, Tulong Sanrun, and it is also his natal spiritual weapon. Its grade has reached the upper limit of the material. Even if I refine the earth bead, it will be of no avail. What's more, burrowing into the ground like a mouse is really a loss of face for my sect leader. He Wang Yuiao was amused by Su Yuming. Su Lang, if you care about these faces, you won't rob with me often. Isn't that because of a poor family background? If I had a family background like Xiao King Xiu, I would stay in the mountains honestly and wait for the ancestors of the clan to bring all the golden elixir opportunities to me. After a day's journey, Su Yuming had crossed Yuzhao and was ready to fly towards Jizhao north of the river. Cry, with a cry of crane, a third-level demon Danyun flew over from the sky, holding a bead in its mouth. It threw it directly into Su Yuming's palm from dozens of feet high. What is Xiao King Xiu doing? Su Yuming looked at the Danyun flying away. He probably knew that Xiao King Xiu was grateful for the help of Yandang sect in this battle, so he asked his guardian beast to bring this gift as a thank you. I cheated you of your golden bowl, and you're still giving me a gift? Su Yuming turned over his palm and took a look at the golden bead, and his pupils shrank slightly. Su Lang, this is really what you want. How did this gold bead fall into Xiao King Xiu's hands? And he is willing to give it to you. This spiritual weapon is quite powerful. It can be regarded as the strongest attack and killing ability among the 5 elements. Your life-defining spiritual treasure now has 2 more attributes. The Yi Wood energy of the old demon Tenglong can bring life to death and turn bones into flesh. It can be regarded as a wood attribute. The blood and Qi derived from the countless essences of demon blood can replenish my blood and Qi and repair my body in battle. If I can get the other 3 of the 5 elements beads, my life-defining spiritual treasure will gather the 5 elements and the essence of flesh and blood, and its power will far exceed the Fangyan Huoji. Su Yuming also had ambitions in his heart. With a thought, he took out the sound transmission talisman and sent it to Xiao King Xiu. Junior brother Xiao, thank you for your gold bead. I have some ideas about the 5 elements beads recently. Your Xiao family's Chunhulao is spread all over the mountains and seas. Why don't you help me find the whereabouts of the wood bead, water bead, and fire bead? It turns out that senior brother Su has received my gift. In the Battle of Yingchuan, senior brother showed his might. Yandang sect is extremely powerful and will be the closest ally of our Xiao family in the future. I have brought people to Jizhao. The elders of your sect in Tao County have treated us warmly. We are going to set off tomorrow to cross Dingtao Pass and go to the Blackstone Ancient Domain Rotten Peach Mountain to take charge. When reclaiming the land, senior brother can dispatch some disciples from the clan to come and train. My Xiao family will provide replenishment of elixirs and spiritual stones, and provide help for the equipment refiners to repair the magic tools and the alchemists to heal the wounds. As for the matter of the 5 elements beads, I didn't expect that senior brother has already obtained 2 of them. Then I have to plan the remaining 3 spiritual beads for you. Not long after, Su Yuming received a voice transmission. Senior brother Su, I have no information about the wood bead. I heard that the water bead appeared at the Grand Auction House in Jingzhou. 5 years ago, it was captured by Wang Jinbei, the leader of the 72 chain villages in Jingzhou. He is a purple mansion peak cultivator with more than 100,000 cultivators under him. He's extremely powerful. It is difficult to get the water bead from him. Jingzhou? Su Yuming thought of Meng Bateo. If he was willing to give up the golden elixir method of proving the Dao, he would probably come to him with Wang Jinbeo's head in the water bead within 3 days. In addition, I heard that the fire bead is in Tao County. More than 10 days ago, a purple mansion cultivator from Liangzhou rushed to the earth fire weapon sect to borrow the earth fire to refine treasures. Even if the weapon he refined was not a golden elixir spiritual treasure, it was a heritage spiritual weapon. You can go and ask about it. Earth fire weapon sect? Su Yuming thought about the development of the Yandang sect today, which could not be avoided from the 4 sects of Tao County in the past. Because of Nangguang Huner, Juayan sect might be able to win over 1 or 2. Fengyan sect has received the blessing of Pindan Tower, and its strength has skyrocketed. Today, it is rumored that the Purple Palace key has been born. I am afraid that someone has entered the Purple Palace realm. In recent days, because of the continuous surge in the strength of Yandang sect, Badao sect and Dahoki sect have stood together. Su Yuming thought that he had to give them a warning after returning, so that these guys would not be confused about the big and small kings. At this time, Su Yuan was in a state of panic in Yandang sect, hundreds of thousands of miles away. Great Elder, my war hall has fought with the Badao sect dozens of times in the past 6 months in the area of Dayan Peak, causing casualties to more than 100 disciples. If the sect master had not been away, the war would have started long ago. The war hall master, Guandao Patriarch, was filled with indignation at this moment. After he became the hall master, he received a lot of elixirs as rewards, and now he has reached the late stage of foundation building. In addition, the War Hall is responsible for external expansion, with more than 1,000 cultivators under its command, making it the strongest hall in the Yandang sect. How could he tolerate this anger? Sui Yuan's face was solemn. I will report this matter to the sect master. In the Battle of Yingchuan, both of our Yandang sect's supreme elders were injured. Although we have won over the Cao family as an ally, the Cao family also has many powerful enemies. Now the Fengyan sect is no longer on the same page with us, and the Juan sect's attitude is unclear. Once a war breaks out, our Yandang sect is very likely to face the joint attack of the 4 sects of Tao County. Fighting 1 against 4 is definitely a great crisis of extinction, if only another 30 years had passed. Our Yandang sect's foundation is now gradually getting stronger, and the number of foundation-building cultivators has increased from more than 40 to more than 60. It's just that no new Purple Mansion cultivators and peak foundation-building cultivators have been born. In 30 years, there will definitely be rising stars. Thinking of the 2 top-grade spiritual roots, Sui Yuru and Lin Xiaonan in the sect, Sui Yuan is full of confidence in the future rise of the Yandang sect. In his opinion, his 19th brother Sui Yuming also needs time to grow. If Sui Yuming has the cultivation base of the late Purple Mansion, then in Tao County today, who would dare to touch the tiger's whiskers of the Yandang sect? In my name as the Great Elder of Internal Affairs, I will issue an order to have the 2 garrisons, Dayan Peak facing the Tyrant Blade sect in the northwest and Skull Mountain, facing the Earthfire Weapons sect in the north, to withdraw their forces and defend their garrisons. I will immediately dispatch 10 foundation-building monks to Yandang Square to wait for the sect's strong men to return. In addition, in my name, invite the sect master's fellow disciple Cao Sanren to visit Yandang sect. The appearance of the Purple Mansion can also deter the enemy. Third, order all the alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and formation masters in the sect to hurry up and refine the weapons that need to be refined, and stockpile large amounts of elixirs and talismans. Since the other sects want to suppress us, it means that they don't want our Yandang sect to become the strongest of the 5 sects in Tao County, so let's prepare for war. Fourth, immediately send a message to the Leng family in our vassal Zijian sect, telling them that they need to put pressure on the Fengyan sect in the east. If the war starts and the Fengyan sect joins, they must immediately gather all the foundation-building cultivators to launch a surprise attack on the Fengyan sect, and strive to inflict heavy damage on it in one encounter. Yes, seeing Su Yudang taking the order to pass on the message, the elders sitting around all showed some surprise on their faces. No wonder the sect master was willing to hand over the huge Yandang sect to him, the second-level Sui Yuan. This orderly arrangement, as well as the calm demeanor when the war came, this is a cultivator who has seen big scenes. In addition, tell all the cultivators in the sect to seize the time to break through the realm of cultivation, sacrifice their own magic tools, and study magic. If you can improve your strength, you can have more means to save your life. Finally, send people to the Tyrant Blade sect and the Earthfire Weapons sect immediately. If they continue to provoke, my Yandang sect will dispatch Purple Mansion Sanren to come and ask for punishment. Yes, as soon as these words came out, the elders present all smiled. Yes, what are they afraid of? The Tyrant Blade sect has 2 Purple Mansion powerhouses, the Earthfire Weapons sect has at least 3 Purple Mansion cultivators, and their Yandang sect also has 3 Purple Mansions, and there are 4 in aids and puppets. In terms of high-level strength, they are not inferior to them at all. After giving the elders of the sect a reassurance, Su Yuan immediately sent a message to Su Yuming. Yuming, the sect has had many conflicts with the disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect and the Earthfire Weapons sect recently. Nearly 100 people have been killed and injured in the past 6 months. The other party is ambitious and has a tendency to attack me. Please return to the sect quickly. In addition, can the Cao family become foreign aid? The moment she put down the sound transmission talisman, the talisman instantly lit up. It was Su Yuming, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away, who was also transmitting the message at the same time. Second sister, I have broken through the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. I will be able to return to the sect tomorrow. Immediately dispatch the monks of the battle hall to the Dihao Mountains in the Dihoki sect. It is time to let these scoundrels who often provoke us know how powerful our Yandang sect is. After hearing the sound transmission, Su Yuan was overjoyed. His 19th brother Su Yuming could kill a Purple Mansion monk when he reached the great perfection of the foundation building. What realm would he be in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion now? Not long after, the entire Yandang sect received the victory report of the Yingchuan battle. The sect killed 4 Purple Mansion monks, captured 7 spiritual weapons, and seized many cultivation materials. The whole sect was boiling. Chapter 192, Conflict in Jubai Town. The next generation leader of the Su family turned out to be him. One more monthly ticket request. In January, the ice and snow in Tao County had not melted. Su Yanchu, who had already reached the 5th level of Qi Refining, was leading 3 sect disciples over mountains and ridges, chasing long-eared rabbits, a first-level spiritual beast. There were more than 100 long-eared rabbits in front of them, and there were 4 teams led by Su Yanran and Yang Daoan, 2 6th-level Qi Refining cultivators, who were dividing and encircling them. As long as they could eat these long-eared rabbits, they could make a fortune. Hurry, follow them immediately. Jubai Town is ahead. Don't let them get near the town entrance. Otherwise, if the cultivators of the Earth Firearm sect intervene, we will be in trouble. Boom boom boom. Suddenly there was an explosion in front, followed by the sound of bamboo thorn traps piercing flesh and blood. For a moment, Su Yanchu was overjoyed. The trap in front was triggered. I'm afraid that 20% of these bastards are dead. Keep chasing them. The hair and meat of these long-eared rabbits are valuable. When we go back and exchange them for resources, everyone can improve their cultivation by 1 level. Yes, the 3 members of the team behind him were from the Yang family of Dayan Peak, the Liu family of Xianlong sect, and a casual cultivator. They were all at the 6th level of Qi Refining. The reason why they followed Su Yanchu, who had poor spiritual roots, was because his grandfather Shui Yulong was the 3rd brother of the sect master, and he served as an outer sect elder with a cultivation of half a step to foundation building. Following this kind of 3rd generation of immortals, there must be a way out. Swish, with the sound of a crossbow, a long-eared rabbit running in the distance was directly pierced through the body. It was in the late stage of the 1st stage, with a body as long as 10 feet, and its hair was also gray-brown, which was fluffy and lovely. At this time, it was completely pierced by a ferocious cold iron arrow. At first glance, its value was reduced by half. Who is it? Under Su Yanchu's shocked and angry gaze, dozens of cold iron arrows flew out of the dense forest, nailing all the running long-eared rabbits to death in the forest in front. It's the crossbow of the Earth Fire Weapon sect. Everyone be careful. Su Yanchu issued a warning, and then immediately took out a diamond talisman and stuck it on his body. This talisman can resist the sneak attack of a cold iron arrow. Swish, 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 but in an instant, the sound of bowstring vibrations resounded through the dense forest, and hundreds of cold iron arrows flew towards them. Arrow attack, avoid it, ask for help from the sect immediately. The number of enemies exceeds 100. Yes, as Su Yanchu was moving around, he saw Yang Dao Chang being nailed to the ground with an arrow piercing his chest. He immediately went back to rescue him, but the rain of arrows that followed swallowed him up in an instant, and Yang Dao Chang was pierced by the cold iron arrows and turned into a hedgehog. Chang. Tears blurred his eyes, but before Su Yanchu could turn around and kill him, the 2 people next to him had already carried him back on the left and right. Swish swish swish, but the people who attacked from the opposite side did not mean to let them go. When the arrows were flying randomly, they had already dispatched the monks to make a detour to the 2 sides. At this time, Su Yanchu and his men retreated and ran into the encirclement. Staring at the lineup of more than 200 Qi Refining monks in the distance, each of them had a crossbow that could hunt Qi Refining monsters, and behind them stood 3 foundation-building monks wearing a robe with a furnace emblem. This was enough to make them despair. Earth Fire Weapon Sect? You are launching an unannounced war and killing my Yandang sect disciples. Are you ready for a sect war? Although Su Yanchu was afraid, he was more angry. As a direct descendant of the Su family of Yandang sect, he would not allow anyone to retreat. In the dense forest not far away, Su Yanran and Yang Daoyan each brought 2 people to escape and join him. Yanchu, don't waste time talking to them. There are people everywhere in this forest. The Earth Fire Weapon sect has already ambushed them. Maybe they released this group of long-eared rabbits. They have dispatched at least 500 people, and we have sacrificed 2 people. Catch them all, regardless of life or death. The late foundation-building cultivator of the Earth Fire Weapon sect who was in the lead waved his hand calmly, and immediately dozens of large nets of barbaric bull tendons were thrown towards the ground. Su Yanchu took a step forward, and the 2nd-level talisman in his hand burned rapidly. 7 flying fire dragons instantly tore apart the barbarian bull net that was rushing towards them. Then they hit on the spot, already casting the Earth Escape talisman, and began to dive quickly. You want to escape just like that? Order the puppet troops to kill them." The late-stage foundation-building cultivator who led the group was Shui Yulong, the great disciple of the fire vein of the earth fire weapon sect. After a cold snort, he suddenly stepped heavily, and the majestic spiritual power directly shocked the ground dozens of feet below, directly in the cracks of the rocks, and shocked the two Qi refining cultivators to bleeding from all 7 orifices, and died tragically on the spot. "You go first, I'll cover you," Su Yanran snorted coldly, and actually clapped the Vajra talisman with both hands, and jumped out of the ground directly. When those spirit rat monsters that could burrow on the ground were about to attack, she held the cold light sword and directly swept the dozen spirit rat monsters in front of her to the ground like cutting melons and vegetables. Swoosh! The next moment, the 3 diamond talismans that supported her body were directly pierced by a second-level cold iron arrow, knocking her out and smashing into a pile of rocks. A tiger puppet fell from the sky, grabbed her body in one bite, and chewed it fiercely. 13th sister, Su Yanchu, who was fleeing in the distance, saw this scene and cried loudly, "Don't worry, my Su family's blood will not be shed in vain, and Grandpa 19 will avenge us." Bang! In the distance, a second-level puppet demon python drilled directly into the ground, knocked the 2 escaping Qi refining monks to the ground with its snake head, and then chased and entangled Yang Daoen's retreat. Die? At the moment when Yang Daoen was about to die under the bloody mouth, a long spear flew from 100 feet away, piercing the body of the second-level demon python puppet in an instant, nailing the snake head to the ground, and the control core was instantly shattered, and the demon python stopped moving at that time. Shui, a burly figure, landed behind Su Yanchu and the other 2, protecting them behind him. "Support the wounded, retreat immediately, leave this to me." "Yes, Elder Yuhu." Su Yanchu was overjoyed to see the person coming. It was Suhu, the earliest one in the side branch to enter the foundation building. Now he was given the Jade generation. Although he was still in the early stage of foundation building, his combat power was unmatched even by the middle stage of foundation building in Yandang sect. He could be said to be a true fighting genius polished from the bottom. Bang! The mountains in the distance shattered, and many gaps appeared. The 20-foot-long second-level fox demon puppet landed in front of the mountain, and Zhu Yinchuan chased after him. On the back of the golden eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 feet, on the snake heads of a group of demon python puppets, and on the backs of lions, tigers, bears and leopards, there are foundation-building monks. After careful counting, there are no less than 10 foundation-building monks. They have surrounded Suyuhu. "I didn't expect that. I really caught a foundation-building monk from your Yandang sect. It's a pity that there is only one of you." Chu Yinchuan waved his hand. "Kill him." 7 second-level demon puppets rushed forward. In order to cover the retreating Qi refining juniors, Suyuhu couldn't dodge. Fighting 1 against 7, it was a road to death. "Storm Dragon Spear," Suyuhu suddenly shouted, and a spear gathered the power of a hurricane and swung it violently. The area of more than 10 miles was instantly swept away by a violent spear intent. The 7 second-level puppets that entered his area were instantly shaken away, and 3 of them were torn into pieces on the spot. Spear intention. Chu Yinchuan showed a somewhat interested smile on his face. "Interesting. I think you are not an unknown person. Tell me your name." Suyuhu, the elder of the Yandang sect's war hall. Suyuhu raised his gun with one hand and pointed, and suddenly turned his feet. The golden light turned into a feather talisman that had been attached to his legs at some point, and instantly made his figure appear like golden light next to a female foundation-building cultivator. "Brother, save me." The female foundation-building cultivator of the earth fire weapon sect was terrified, and her head had been pierced by a gun. "You are so brave." Seeing their fellow foundation-building disciples being killed, the foundation-building cultivators of the earth fire weapon sect who were watching the show nearby could no longer sit still. Several spiritual weapons turned into streams of light and slashed at them. Almost in an instant, Suyuhu had already withdrawn and retreated. Relying on the last bit of the golden light turned into a feather talisman, he landed steadily 10 miles away. "Don't let him go. He killed junior sister Ning. We won't be able to explain to junior uncle Ning if we go back like this. Kill him." With his ability to comprehend the realm of mind at the early stage of foundation building, he must be a true disciple of Yandang sect. Killing him will be rewarded with 200,000 spirit stones. Surround him. Seeing that his retreat path had been surrounded, Suyuhu, who wanted to pretend to retreat, did not panic on his face, because he had sensed the arrival of reinforcements nearby. Shu Yanshan, who was also a member of the Su family's side branch, Landed in front of him. 89th Master, we are late. Are you injured, Yanshin? You and I are both from the side branch, and the age difference is only 20 years. Why do you call me so unfamiliar? Now my Yandang Mountain is no longer a family empire, but a sect era. Suyuhu smiled and stood side by side with him. With the help of the foundation building of the clan, he was no longer afraid of the pursuers on the opposite side. That's right, not far away, 4 figures fell in unison. They were all foundation building cultivators. The leader of them was Li Chao, the middle stage foundation building ancestor, who is in the 5th stage of the War Hall's deputy hall master, who is in the foundation building stage. The Earthfire weapon sect has gone too far. Today we should compete with them. Fellow disciples, follow me to kill the enemy. Even though the enemy was outnumbered, the 6 foundation building cultivators rushed forward to kill. The half-day battle known as the Battle of Jubai Town ended with Suyuhu beheading Ningxiao and Yu Changsing, 2 foundation building cultivators of the Earthfire weapon sect, and 3 foundation building cultivators of the Earthfire weapon sect were seriously injured and fled. More than 30 Qi refining disciples were killed or injured. The Yandang sect lost only 8 Qi refining disciples. In addition, 2 casual foundation building cultivators of the War Hall were injured. After Su Kaiyonghe returned to the sect, he immediately promoted Su Yuhu to the deputy head of the Yandang sect's battle hall and gave him a bottle of top-grade Yangian pill to help him break through the middle stage of foundation building. He also gave him the same fortune-telling as he did to Su Yuming that year. This boy's spear skills are not bad. If there is another opportunity, he may be able to reach the Purple Mansion and become a great elder. When the reinforcements arrived, Su Yuming had already returned to Yandang Mountain with Wang Yuiao, and learned about this as soon as he landed. Oh? I didn't expect Yuhu, who came from a side branch, to be so good at fighting. Perhaps he will be one of the leaders of the younger generation of our Yandang sect's second sister. After this battle, the sect will open the Purple Mansion sequence and include Yuhu in it. Su Yuan was a little surprised. After just one battle, Su Yuhu was favored? But his qualifications were only the middle-grade gold and fire spiritual roots. With such potential, he was also qualified to peek at the Purple Mansion Avenue? Seeing Su Yuming's expression was a little hot, she immediately wondered if there was something else strange about Su Yuhu. Chapter 193, Mutation Spiritual Roots. Chu Qinglun is about to give birth. 2 more monthly tickets requested. 100 miles away from Jubai Town, there is a forest of bones in Skull Town. Su Yufi walked up to Su Yuhu, who was wiping his spear, and patted him on the shoulder. Yuhu, go back to the sect immediately. Someone wants to see you. The war is imminent. The Earth Firearm sect may attack our northern defense line at any time. Why do you want me to retreat at this time? Su Yuhu was stunned for a moment. Brother 28, who wants to see me? The sect master is back. By the way, our Kaiyonghe ancestor has arrived here. Unless the Earth Firearm sect comes with all its strength, they will not be able to take down Skull Mountain. What? Su Yuhu's face was full of surprise. So the Kaiyonghe ancestor has arrived? Then I'm relieved. In the situation where the opposite side set up an ambush and sent out 10 foundation building cultivators and hundreds of Qi refining cultivators, if they did not have the Purple Mansion cultivators to support them, they would really be worried. Now that Su Kaiyonghe has arrived, with the Yandang Soul Falling Bell and the Dragon Turtle Sword in his hands, he has condensed 2 third-order formations. Even if he is outnumbered 2 at once, he can hold off the enemy and wait for the sect's reinforcements to arrive. 28th brother, do you know why the sect master is looking for me? Su Yufi stared at the darkness opposite. I don't know, most likely he wants to reward you for your contribution in the Battle of Jubai Town. You go first. I have never heard of the sect master summoning any foundation building cultivator alone. He has been away for more than half a year. After returning from the Five Beasts sect, he became the direct disciple of Maishan's Henrun. After entering the Purple Mansion, he broke through 2 realms. With a sect master in charge, our Yandang sect is not afraid of their firearm sect and tyrant knife sect as long as they dare to start a war. Okay, I'll go back to the sect now. Su Yuhu drove the top-grade magic weapon under his feet towards the sect. He was grateful to Su Yuming in his heart. If the Su family had not produced such a fair and just patriarch, I am afraid that he, a cultivator with 2 middle-grade spiritual roots from the side branch, would never have the opportunity to get the chance to build the foundation in his life. Moreover, Su Yuming directly transferred him to the battle hall, giving him the opportunity to train and improve himself. He felt that if he had time, he could try even the unattainable Purple Mansion realm. Hurry up, rush to the front line to set up defenses immediately. Along the way, he met many monks from the sect who were heading north. There were about 3,000 scattered Qi Refining monks who had just joined the Yandang sect. They all went to the northernmost Skull Mountain area to set up defenses. He even saw two top masters, Chu Hongxiu, the master of Yujian Peak, and Fu Hai, the master of Fufang Peak. Moreover, thousands of Qi Refining disciples also rushed from the ground to Dayan Peak in the northwest. Among them, a group of hundreds of dragon-scale cavalry attracted his attention. This was one of the few elite troops in the sect. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. Thinking of the war about to break out, Suyu who just wanted to return to the front line as soon as possible. For a martial arts fanatic like him who had practiced the spear intent day after day for more than 40 years, only the front battlefield, every hardy fight, every gun-to-flesh fight, could make him excited. Sure, when he arrived at Yandang Peak, he saw that there were already quite a few people standing here. The four elders of the inner sect and the main peak were all there, namely Su Yanchen, Su Yechen, Chu Hongzhen, and the Double Swords Patriarch. The sect had the various pavilion masters under its jurisdiction, including the elders of the Book Collection Pavilion, Su Laote, the elders of the Treasure Collection Pavilion, Su Laoxiang, the elders of the Red Crab Pavilion, Su Yumeng, the elders of the External Affairs Pavilion, Su Yufeng, the elders of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, and Su Yazhen, the owner of Yandang Square. In addition, there were four guest officials in the early stage of foundation building who had joined the sect in the past 6 months, standing on the edge of the cliff. They were the brothers Nangongjing and Nanguangzin, who had brought more than 10,000 mortals and more than 60 Qi Refining cultivators to join, as well as the elders Lishi and Shishi. Both of them were good at earth-based Taoism and came here to see the true appearance of the earth-based treasure, the Earth Dragon Shuttle, in Su Yuming's hand, and joined the Yandang sect in front of the 3 Absolute Cave. There were several tables with about 12 foundation building cultivators, all of whom followed Su Yuming back from Shanghai City. They included Wang Longzhang, the deputy peak master of the Alchemy Peak, who is in the late stage of foundation building, Liu Panchi, the alchemy elder, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, and Yan Chang, one of the 3 old weapon refiners of the Xianyuan sect, who was also quite old. This person was also in the middle stage of foundation building. In addition, except for Heijia, who had just entered the early stage of foundation building, all the other 8 people were talisman makers. 6 of them had already entered the second-level lower-grade realm, and the remaining 2 were first-level top-grade talisman makers. They all came here because of their reputation. There was no other way. Since Su Yuming had refined the 3 Cloud Beast talismans, his reputation as a third-level lower-grade talisman maker had spread throughout the Shanghai area. He opened the door to recruit guest officials, but he had to select the best from dozens of foundation-building cultivators. If they wanted to become direct disciples like Yi Hongmei, they had to go through Su Yuming's test. This battle with the Purple Mansion sect that threatened the Yandang sect was the best time for them to seize the opportunity. In addition to those who are going to the front line, our Yandang sect has gathered more than 20 foundation-building monks in the back mountain of the main peak. Suyu who couldn't help but be shocked. When did their Yandang sect become so rich and powerful? It's Master Yuhu, right? Susi walked over to the side. It's me, Suyu, who didn't dare to be arrogant. The person in front of him was the sect master's attendant. The sect master invites you. Suyu, who followed him into the 10 miles cloud formation and came to the door of the 3 Absolute Cave. There were 4 monks sitting on the stone table in front of the cave, 2 men and 2 women. There were only female monks in the cave, but it seemed that a woman was wailing. Listening to the rapid cry, could it be that she was about to give birth? In this situation, it seems that it's not appropriate for me to come in. Suyu muttered in his heart. It's Yuhu, right? At this time, Su Yuming, who was communicating with Yupingjiao and Xiao Qingxiu, suddenly raised his eyes and saw him. Suyu, deputy head of the war hall, pays respect to the sect master. Suyu bowed to him respectfully. Seeing this unfathomable sect master again, he felt like he was standing at the foot of a mountain and saw an unreachable mountain. This kind of magic power is probably thousands of times more than his. This is the Qingxiu Sanren of the Cao family, and this is the Bingjiao Sanren of the 5 Beast sect. They are all my fellow disciples. In addition, This is the White Snake Sanren, the supreme elder of my five-beast sect. Su Yuming introduced the three people around him. Hello, three seniors. Su Yu, who was shocked. There were actually four Zifu Sanren sitting in front of him. Wow, their Yandang sect actually had a third supreme elder, and he didn't even know it. Xiao Qingxiu, on the other hand, held a piece of top-grade spirit stone in his hand. He reached into Su Yu's palm and a gun shadow emerged. Compared with the two middle-grade spiritual roots of gold and red, it was undoubtedly very dazzling. That's right. It should be the most common weapon spiritual root among the mutated spiritual roots. He has a unique advantage in spear practice and spear understanding, just like sword spiritual roots and knife spiritual roots. It's a pity that the top-grade spirit stone in my hand can only see his spiritual roots clearly, but not his potential. Su Yuming's eyes showed a bit of surprise. It's good to be able to see the spiritual roots clearly. Thank you, junior brother Xiao, for your help. Brother, don't worry about these trivial matters. I remember that you seized a Bailey-piercing cloud spear when you hunted down the Su family cultivators. It was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Why don't you reward it to this junior? With his second spear spirit and this mid-grade spiritual weapon, he will be able to kill everyone. Yoo-hoo, why don't you thank Qingxiu Sanren for asking for the treasure for you? Thank you, Sanren. Su Yu immediately clasped his fist towards Xiao Qingxiu. Su Yuming casually threw one of the 7 spiritual weapons he had seized, the most precious Bailey-piercing cloud spear, to Su Yu. It contained a piercing cloud spear meaning. If he could comprehend it, his strength would definitely be able to reach a higher level. This is a bottle of purple jadeite, a spiritual medicine I seized. It can help you break through a small realm. Don't let me down in the sect battle. Su Yuming took out another pill, which was squeezed out of Wang Yuiao's mouth. It was a small top-grade pill in the foundation building period, which could directly break through a small realm. Thank you, Sect Master. All the way out of the cloud and mist formation, Su Yu was still a little bit unbelievable. He came to the 3 Absolute Cave and got an extra mid-grade spiritual weapon and a pill that could break through to the middle stage of the foundation building period. The Sect Master is sincere to me, and I will repay him with my life. He was full of excitement, and he didn't care what kind of spiritual root he was. He only knew that no cultivator of the same level would think of crossing the spear in his hand and hurting anyone he wanted to protect. In front of the mountain, Yu Bingjiao withdrew his gaze from outside the formation. This person has a very firm heart for Taoism and has a spiritual root for weapons. Given time, if he is honed more, he may have a chance to comprehend the third step of the spear intent before he is 100 years old. In this way, he can expect to reach the Purple Palace. Su Yuming waved his hand. Sister, you are joking. He can only become a Purple Palace in our Yandang sect. The sect is just in its infancy, and we can't even find a young generation who can show off. For example, the Purple Palace forces in the outside world are all cultivating golden elixir seedlings. We are in the same boat. I heard that Master searched the soul and found out that someone from the Su family in Bashan escaped. He has a natural talent for earth spiritual roots and is a golden elixir seedling. If he gets away, he may become a big problem for us in the future. We need our help to hunt him down. Xiao Qingxiu shared the news he had just received. Oh? What's his name? Su Yuming asked subconsciously. Su Qiu, I heard that this boy is only 12 years old, but he has already entered the foundation building stage. According to his cultivation speed, he will probably enter the Purple Mansion realm before he is 30 years old. Then he must have been looking for a lot of cultivation resources, and his tracks will be exposed in the end. If we meet him, we can kill him with one sword. Su Yuming silently remembered this name in his heart, but he didn't care. Wow, with the cry of a baby in the cave, Su Yuming stood up suddenly. Is it born? The cry is loud, and it brings an indescribable purple aura. Congratulations, senior brother Su, your daughter must have extraordinary talent. Xiao Qingxiu held the top-grade test stone in his hand, pointed it in the direction of the cave, and smiled happily. Congratulations, junior brother Su, these are 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts, the longevity locks that Master ordered me to bring, and they are given to junior brother's children. Yu Bingjiao also gave a gift. That's right, as a senior uncle, I have to give a gift too. Xiao Qingxiu looked over his body and finally found that he had nothing good to show off. He gritted his teeth and took out 2 fist-sized spiritual stones and handed them over. Junior brother Su, I hope that my nephews and nieces can all step into the golden elixir path. So these two spiritual crystals are my gifts. Su Yuming took a closer look and vaguely felt that the spiritual energy of this thing was at least 100 times more concentrated than that of the top-grade spiritual stones. Junior brother Xiao, could this be spiritual crystals? He saw two crystal-clear stones without a trace of impurities. According to the exchange rate of 1,000, this is equivalent to 2 million spiritual stones, which is a heavy gift. By the way, when Xiao Kingxiu gets married in the future, what gift should he give in return? Chapter 194, Daughters are the best, new spiritual roots are born, 3 more monthly tickets required. Wow, Su Yuming asked Wang Yuiao to accompany him, and he went to take a look at his daughter who had been packed. Congratulations, my lord, on the birth of your daughter. The one who was in charge of the delivery was an old woman of the 4th level of Qi Refining from Xianwang sect. It was said that Liu Heng was also delivered by her. She is 90 years old this year. However, her delivery skills are unmatched by the millions of people under the command of Yandang sect. She is now a midwife hired by the sect, and has a salary of 100 spirit stones a year. Su Yuming bowed his head to comfort Chu Qinglun, who was sweating and weak all over. When he stood up, he had already handed over a storage bag with 100 spirit stones in it. Grandma Qin, you worked hard in delivering the baby. This is a reward for you. Plop. As soon as the words fell, Grandma Qin took the storage bag with both hands, then knelt down with her head held high. This is what I should do. If the sect master wants to reward me, I have a grandson who has a 5 series lower grade spiritual root. This year, the sect is only recruiting disciples to serve as chores. Can he be allowed to enter Yandang Peak to serve? Su Yuming glanced outside the door. Let him go to Su Wu to serve. Yes, thank you, sect master. Grandma Qin was overjoyed. Su Wu was the sect master's personal follower. Although his cultivation was not high, even the elders in the sect had to treat him with courtesy. Her grandson would definitely have a bright future if he followed Su Wu. Su Yuming held the top-grade spiritual stone borrowed by Xiao Kingxiu and placed it on his daughter's wrist. Although ordinary mortals need to be 3 or 4 years old to discover their spiritual roots, just now, even through the cave, they discovered the innate purple aura of the baby, which proved that her spiritual roots were extraordinary. Clang, a purple sword shadow appeared in front of Su Yuming. Although it was only 3 inches long, it was enough to prove his daughter's spiritual root talent. The first of the mutant spiritual roots, the sword spiritual root. Su Yuming looked back at the 3rd grade top-grade sword tea tree planted on the 10 acres of purple soil in front of the peak. Perhaps Chu Qinglun lived here for too long after she became pregnant. Otherwise, with her spiritual root qualifications, how could she give birth to a child with this sword spiritual root? Husband, give the child a name. Chu Qinglun, who was beside him, held his hand and said weakly. Let's call her Su Yulong, Qinglun. You will also live here from now on. Let the child practice under the sword tea tree from an early age. Her talent is limitless, so don't delay. Su Yulong, Chu Qinglun muttered the name, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Husband, what you mean is that this child's spiritual root is, it's a mutated sword spiritual root. As for what level of sword spiritual root it is, we need to wait until she is 3 years old to retest it. After that, Su Yuming handed over the top-grade foundation building pill. This is for you. After your Qi and blood recover, you can start building the foundation. From now on, the back mountain of the 3 absolute caves is in your hands. Chu Qinglun's face immediately regained some of its rosy color. Her talent was only 2 series mid-grade spiritual roots, but her hope for the rest of her life could be placed on Su Yulong. This was a sword spiritual root. If she remembered correctly, her husband was a great sword cultivator, and he had been able to practice under the sword tea tree since childhood. It would be as easy for their children to break through the foundation and purple mansion as eating and drinking water. Please rest assured, my husband. I will definitely raise the child well. Watching Su Yuming leave, Chu Qinglun thought to herself, Shui Yulong's son Su Yuru has been taken care of by the great elder Su Yuan and the supreme elder Su Kaiyonghe since he was born. Should she find a master for her child as well? She looked at the sword tea tree in the distance. Usually, there are people sitting under it to comprehend the sword intent. Why not ask her to give her some advice? Under the sword tea tree, Su Yuming stopped here and sat down with his back against a tea tree like Chu Hongxiu. The 3rd step of the white cloud sword intent nurtured in his body was also rising rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the branches and leaves that covered the sky and supported the tree canopy of 100 feet disappeared in the clouds. Many children and blessings. 2-2, opening a new spiritual root. Or advancing spiritual roots? Su Yuming hesitated. If he could advance, it would be the top-grade fire spiritual root or top-grade earth spiritual root that would advance to the level of the best spiritual root. If he opened a new spiritual root, it would most likely be the sword spiritual root. I will be in the sect for some time in the future, and the promotion of these two spiritual roots will only come naturally. Su Yuming thought about it and decided to open a new spiritual root. If he could obtain the sword spiritual root, it would undoubtedly allow his third step of sword intent to burst out with greater power, and he might even create his own sword moves. Spiritual root, top-grade gold spiritual root, top-grade wood spiritual root, top-grade fire spiritual root, top-grade earth spiritual root. What's going on? Why is it not a sword spiritual root, but a top-grade wood spiritual root? Su Yuming thought of Chu Qinglun, who seemed to have a medium-grade wood and fire spiritual root. Could it be that he randomly awakened one of them? This is quite interesting. If he can give birth to a child with a top-grade water spiritual root, then his 5-element spiritual roots can be completed? Sitting cross-legged in the mountains, Su Yuming felt that his speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become several times faster. With two extreme spiritual roots, he didn't know how far away from the earth spiritual root, but at least his chance of breaking through the golden elixir realm should have increased. If it was 10% before, it is now at least 20%. Moreover, the birth of the wood spiritual root means that he can become an alchemist. Wood and fire attributes, life and death, wood stretching and bending, fire bursting. With these two spiritual roots, it would be a pity not to try alchemy. Master, this is the deputy building owner of the Yaozhao Jipandan building, the third-level lower-grade alchemist Gongsun Wu Iao. When returning to the front of the mountain, Su Yuming saw a skinny old man brought by Chu Zingbo. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Gongsun. I have heard of your great name for a long time. Fellow Taoist is willing to visit our Yandang sect. The whole sect is honored. Please take a seat. Su Yuming immediately greeted him with a smile. Even though I'm far away in Yaozhao, I've heard of Sect Master Su's reputation as a third-rank talisman maker. Xianshu Pavilion is also a force that I've cooperated with for many years. I heard that fellow Taoist Zingbo was able to enter the Purple Mansion realm with the help of Sect Master Su. I would like to thank him here. Ancestor Zingbo is the supreme elder of my Yandang sect. I helped him break through for the long-term plan of our sect. Fellow Taoist Gongsun is willing to help refine the purple yang pill for my Yandang sect this time. Here are 3,000-year-old snackaberries, which is your hard work fee. Gongsun Wu Iao's eyes flickered. Since Sect Master Su is a third-rank talisman maker, why not use a third-rank talisman to make the deal? If Sect Master Su is willing, I'd like to ask for one and see for myself. Su Yuming turned his gaze and saw the apology in Chu Zingbo's eyes. It was obvious that he had just learned that Gongsun Wu Iao had raised the price in advance. I'm short of materials for the third-level talisman, and I don't have much left. The situation in Tao County is unstable and a war is imminent. I have a second-level top-grade Zhengjin Shenguang talisman here. Do you want it? This is one of the means by which Sect Master Su became famous. Although it is a second-level top-grade, ordinary purple mansions dare not take it. Thank you very much. I have received the materials for alchemy and will start my retreat. I expect that after 49 days, there will be good news. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Gongsun. Su Yuming asked Chu Zingbo to send him away, and asked the treasure pavilion to send the materials for refining the Jiang pill. He can still wait for more than a month. Now, the ancestors Judeo and Shenchu are waiting for this Jiang pill. If 3 pills can be made, Su Yuming will prepare one for the foundation building cultivators who have made contributions in this war to encourage them to fight bravely. But in front of Su Yuming, 3 sound transmission notes flew up one after another. He pointed his finger and the voice of Liang Chenai of Zhejian sect came from it. Sect Master Su, 5 foundation building monks and more than 800 Qi refining monks of Zhejian sect have left Zhejian plain and can put pressure on Fengaian sect in the south at any time. At the same time, the voice of Guhuo also came. Fellow Taoist Su, my Ling family in Skull Mountain has now developed to 6 foundation building monks, and there are 1,000 puppets, 1,000 zombies, and 600 disciples. They can go south at any time. The last voice was Zhu Kun's Hong of the Zhu family, Sect Master Su, 4 foundation building monks and 400 Qi refining monks of my Zhu family have assembled and are ready to enter the territory of Pindan building for defense. In this way, the 3 armies have been assembled. On the Zhu family side, because of the marriage relationship, even if Zhu Yingzong, the eldest brother-in-law, died. Su Yuming helped Jiaya enter the foundation building, and provided the Zhu family with a top-grade foundation building pill. Zhu Yanfeng, a junior of the Zhu family, also successfully entered the foundation building. In addition to Zhu Yingguo and Jiaya in the sect, there are only 4 foundation building people left. Now that they are all in place, they are also very reliable. On the Skull Mountain side, Gu Ho also hopes that the family will become stronger, but he doesn't want to be inferior to others, so Su Yuming asked him to go far away to the Zijian plain. As for the Zijian sect, they were defeated by Skull Mountain and Honghu Sanren. Su Yuming is not their mortal enemy. It is already a special gift for them to keep the sect alive in a corner. Liang Chenai, a sect leader who can see the situation clearly, will definitely respond to Su Yuming's call and make great contributions in this battle to continue to survive. Let Fengaian sect express its attitude first, that is Su Yuming's idea. Fighting on 2 fronts is too dangerous. Huner, do you have any news? Su Yuming's heart moved, and he thought of the Lady Qiao who had brought him warmth for half a year. At this time, in the Juan sect far to the southwest, in the Piaomiao pavilion, Nanguang Wei knelt in front of a dozen old women. The chastity sand has been broken, the cultivation has dropped sharply, and the yin qi has disappeared. Who is that man? Are you willing? Why doesn't he marry you? Why don't you follow the good Xianji Sanren? What's the point of coming back? Where is the Jiang pill we asked you to get? You have been in Shanghai City for more than half a year, and you haven't brought back so many Zifu opportunities. Can we just sit and die? Listening to the roar in her ears, Nanguang lowered her head and said nothing. Before she went to Shanghai City, she was already the leader of the Juan sect originally. She had a mutant sound spiritual root, so she had at least a 50% to 60% chance of impacting the Zifu. With a yin-qi body, she was almost a real Zifu seedling, and even had hope for the golden pill. But now that her yin-qi and Shogong Shat have disappeared, she only has a 20% to 30% chance of reaching the purple mansion, not to mention the golden elixir. The sect has trained her for so long, but she finally let them down. But she looked down and saw the floating sound transmission talisman, and heard the voice of her enemy. She stretched out her hand and crushed the sound transmission talisman before an old woman stepped forward to grab it. She raised her head and looked directly at the old woman sitting above, with some of her previous pride and indifference on her face. I will resign from the position of sect leader and close myself in seclusion to break through the Purple Mansion realm. Chapter 195, Asking for the Fengaian sect. One more, please subscribe. Hoo in the middle of the night, Su Yuming stepped on the 8 directions divine slash, and in an instant, he was wrapped in a sword rainbow and flew 100 miles away. After a few hundred breaths, he had crossed the White Cloud Mountains and came to a mountain range standing on the Great Rift Valley in the east. The Fengaian Great Rift Valley is the territory of the Fengaian sect, one of the 5 sects of Tao County, and also a boundary marker in the south-central part of Jizhou. Moving further, it is the county of Bohai County. Further east of Bohai County, it is the mouth of the river and the boundless sea of scattered cultivators. Su Yuming from the Yandang sect has come to ask if the Fengaian sect is willing to receive him. As his loud voice exploded, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was dispersed, and a terrifying true qi hit the 10,000 miles formation area on the Fengaian Rift Valley. A layer of formation light was directly propped up after he opened his mouth. As a sect that produced 2 fake immortals, the Fengaian sect has a profound foundation. This 4th-level wind and cloud-changing formation has the effects of a killing formation, an illusion formation, and a trapping formation. Just to support this formation, 1,280 Qi refining monks are needed. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Su from Yandang sect. It's been a long time since I've seen you in Fengaian sect. A majestic purple palace true qi also burst out from the Fengaian Great Rift Valley. A figure appeared out of thin air on the top of the mountain. He and Su Yuming looked at each other in the air, and the next moment they had withdrawn the formation in the sect. Since Su Yuming came alone to ask, it was a courtesy before force, and there was no intention of directly starting a war. If he did not withdraw the formation to greet him, it would be inferior. Please invite fellow Taoist Su to come in and have a chat. Su Yuming retracted his flying sword, and his body was wrapped in a rainbow light and smashed vertically towards the top of the mountain. He did not retract his true qi before landing 10 feet away, but after his feet stepped on the ground paved with bluestone slabs was not damaged at all. And there was no footprint at all. It can be seen that his control over strength and true Qi has reached the pinnacle. Seeing him like this, Luo Rinzhong, who was sitting at the opposite stone table, knew that the other party wanted to show off, but he didn't have the energy to fight back, because he had already felt the aura emanating from Su Yuming. Mid-stage Purple Mansion. How long has it been since he broke through? If he remembered correctly, half a year ago, Su Yuming was still on the foundation building list. It was not enough to break through the Purple Mansion in half a year, but he also broke through 2 small realms in a row. Thinking of Su Yuming's magic methods and inherited spiritual tools, he knew that if they fought later, he would not have a chance of winning. May I ask what is the matter with you, Brother Su? Luo Rinzhong poured a cup of soul-soothing tea for Su Yuming, and took advantage of the fragrance of the tea to get straight to the point. Dao Luo, you are the head of Fengyun sect. Don't you know that the situation in Tao County is already tense? Su Yuming picked up the teacup and took a sip. This second-grade superior soul-soothing tea is not bad. It's a pity that it has not been 3,000 years old and cannot reach the 3rd grade. I have a 3rd-grade superior sword tea tree here. Would you like to have a taste? What do you mean? You come to my territory and say that my tea is not good. Isn't that blaming me for not treating you well? You also use your tea. Do you want to be the boss of Fengyun sect? Luo Rinzhong frowned. Dao, you are talking about the friction in the Battle of Jubai Town. There was no reaction from the Dahoki sect. Could it be an accidental conflict? For the stability of Tao County, Dao should not pursue it. He saw Su Yuming took out a set of tea sets by himself, and pointed his finger to draw the 2nd-grade superior waxy spring water in front of the table. He put down a few tea leaves and held them with his palm. In a blink of an eye, the teapot was already emitting boiling hot steam. The fragrance of tea filled his nose, and Luo Rinzhong couldn't help but relax his brows. The war will start in these few days. It's a duel between the Purple Mansion sects. We must prepare a lot, and we must call on friends and make sure we dare to take action. Su Yuming stretched out his hand and pushed the teacup across the air. If the old man Sanhero from the Earth Fire Weapon sect and Yang Chenghe from the Tyrant Sword sect ask your Fengyun sect to help, would you be tempted, Master Luo? Su Yuming picked up the teacup, drank it all in one gulp, and let out a happy sound. Friend Su, you are joking. Your sect is very powerful. In the Battle of Yingchuan, you killed 4 Purple Mansions in a row, and you were the most popular. How dare I, the Fengyun sect, act rashly? Luo Rinzhong was still relatively humble. The last irritable Zhejian sect has become the history of Tao County. He doesn't want to become a stepping stone for the rise of Yandang sect. Does friend Luo mean that Fengyun sect will not intervene in this battle? Su Yuming glanced at him. That's right. I have no grudges against your sects. What does your war have to do with my Fengyun sect? If your Yandang sect needs to trade some resources, my Fengyun sect is willing to do business with you. In addition, I would like to remind you that in the Yingchuan battle, you offended the 4 major families in Zhejian. They are the top Purple Mansion forces. If they send out 1 or 2 Purple Mansions, it will be enough to make us, the lower Purple Mansion forces, exhausted. Then is Fengyun sect willing to help me? If this battle can successfully pacify Badao sect and Dahoki sect, I can hand over the land of Yandang Mountains except Yandun Ranch to your sect, and hand over 1/3 of the captured cultivators to your sect. Luo Rinzhong hesitated for a moment. Dahoki sect and Badao sect are both a major Purple Mansion forces. The land of Yandang Mountains may not be enough. If you are willing to give us Zhejian Plain, Fengyun sect is willing to send troops. Fellow Taoist Luo has a big appetite. The Zhejian Plain is a place where tens of thousands of acres of spiritual fields are cultivated in my sect. Moreover, the Zhejian sect is still strong now. They are waiting for a Purple Mansion great sword cultivator to come to me to take back these territories. If I decide to give them to your sect, I am afraid that they will be annoyed. At that time, they will be disunited, and it will be difficult for me to be the leader of the main sect. But while speaking, a voice of secret transmission sounded in Luo Rinzhong's ears, and his face was slightly shaken after hearing it. Fellow Taoist Su, I seem to have received news that the cultivators of Zhejian sect and Ling family are now gathering cultivators to go south. They are now approaching Pinedon town in Fengyun County. I wonder what they mean. Su Yuming smiled but said nothing, while the news from Luo Rinzhong continued. His face turned a little cold. Fellow Taoist Su, the Zhu family of Lion Mountain has also come from the west. The Zhu family is a relative of your Yandang sect. Could it be that your sect has some plan for my Fengai in Great Rift Valley? No. I'm here to ask for advice, not to start a war. I would like to ask fellow Taoist Luo to give an announcement to all the cultivators in Tao County and the people of the world to show that the Fengai sect will not interfere in this matter. After all, as long as this war breaks out, our Yandang sect will not tolerate a Purple Mansion force wavering behind the scenes. You don't trust me. Luo Rintong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. In fact, he was also weighing it in his mind. In order to let his Fengai sect intervene in this war, the price offered by the Earthfire Weapon sect and the Tyrant Sword sect was not low. In addition, he had already received a hint from the 3 fire wanderers of the Earthfire Weapon sect that the Zhejiang City family who came to hunt down the Cao family would also take action. He vaguely guessed that it was most likely the 8 treasures Liu family that had lost the 2 purple mansions at the hands of Su Yuming. If the old ancestor of the Liu family, who had reached the great perfection of the Purple Mansion, took action, the Su family would have a hard time winning. However, he also thought that the Su family would have reinforcements from the Cao family of Rotten Peach Mountain, so he was prepared to ignore it. When the 2 sides were about to decide the winner, he could take action to pick up the leaks, or he could make friends with the winning forces and divide Tao County with them. Seeing that Luo Rintong's face changed several times, Su Yuming stood up directly. Okay, the message has been delivered, and the tea has been drunk. If Dao is undecided, then think about it for a few days. I have to go to the next family. This matter cannot be delayed. Dao, are you going to Juain sect? Luo Rintong's pupils shrank slightly. Although Juain sect did not have a purple mansion, the group of old ladies with half of their bodies buried in the ground had always had the combat power to compete with a purple mansion. Moreover, because Juain sect was composed entirely of female cultivators, the cohesion within the sect was very strong, and even the number of foundation-building cultivators surpassed the 5 sects in Tao County. I am a humble person. I am here to propose marriage to Juain sect. The current leader of Juain sect, Lady Nanguang, is my confidant. Su Yuming looked back at Luo Rintong. Dao, do you have anything else to do? Meaning, I will leave if there is nothing else. Luo Rintong's face changed for a while, and he finally sighed. Dao Su, if the Liu family of Bazhen in Zhejiang City takes action and sends the cultivator who has reached the great perfection of Purple Mansion, how will you resist? I, Fengai sect, really don't want to get involved in this mess. I am the direct descendant of Jinden of Wushao sect. There are also fake elixirs and cultivators with the great perfection of Purple Mansion under the seed of my master, Meishan's Hunren. Since the other party has told the news he knows, Su Yuming can also respond with a message. Ha, that's because I am ignorant. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Su is actually a direct disciple of Jinden. I'm so sorry. Seeing that he looked quite confident, Luo Rintong stood up with a big laugh. In that case, my Fengai sect is willing to join this battle, but I wonder if the spiritual tools and cultivation resources seized in the battle can be disposed of by our sect's cultivators. Since they are seized in an independent battle, then naturally your sect can dispose of them by itself, and the conditions remain unchanged. The 5 mountains of Bayun, except for the Cloud Ranch and the Lion Mountain, can be handed over to your sect. Luo Rintong nodded heavily. Okay, in this battle, Luo will mobilize the whole sect to go north, take the Zhejiang Plain, and attack the Badao sect from the east. Fellow Taoist Su, please cooperate. That's settled. After Su Yuming clasped his fists in return, his figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. After watching him go away, the second elder Kong Ruohei of the Fengai sect appeared. Sect Master, Su Yuming came here so swaggeringly. Is he telling the 2 northern sects that he wants to form an alliance with my Fengai sect? He has a solid foundation. His Yandang sect sent several great Purple Mansion cultivators to rush hundreds of thousands of miles to help the Cao family. It is possible that the Cao family will help with the whole family's strength. The fake dad of the Cao family was seriously injured in the Yingchuan battle, but the Cao family still has a Purple Mansion Great Perfection and a Purple Mansion Peak Cultivator. They only have one person, and they only need to contain Liu Bazhen. Can the Earthfire Weapon sect or the Tyrant Sword sect stop Su Yuming? As he said, Luo Rintong's eyes were full of fear. He asked me to drink the sword tea, which was to let me feel his Bayun sword intent. If my guess is correct, this boy has already stepped into the 3rd step of the sword, the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, and I am afraid he can fight in the late stage of the Purple Mansion. Such a genius can come out of a small place like the Yandang Mountains. Kong Ruohe sighed, I wish I was born in my Fengaian sect. Chapter 196, The 12 Music Halls of Juyin Valley. An old woman in her 50s wants to make a wedding dress. 2 more, please subscribe. Master, according to reports from our disciples stationed in Juyin sect, it seems that Juyin sect is selecting a new master. Oh, Su Yuming, who was standing on the top of Xianshu Pavilion in the west, received such news as soon as he arrived. What about the previous master, Empress Nangong? Where did she go? The person we stationed is an outer disciple who has just joined the sect, so we have no way of knowing, but we haven't seen her go out recently. Then she is most likely punished by house arrest. Su Yuming took a step into the air, and the sword rainbows gathered under his feet. He began to fly towards the distant Juyin sect master. I'll bring some people with you. Juyin sect is quite powerful. Maybe there's an old monster from Zifu in charge. Don't worry, I won't suffer any loss. Juyin sect, located in the west, is located in Juyin Valley on the flank of Tao County. There are countless pavilions and towers here, as well as ethereal palaces. The topmost Bang Pavilion uses 8 kinds of precious materials: gold, stone, earth, wood, silk, bamboo, gourd, and leather, to create 8 top-grade musical instruments. Legend has it that they are all inherited spiritual instruments. Later, due to years of fierce fighting, some of them were damaged and reduced to top-grade spiritual instruments. But Juyin sect's heritage is still there. Compared with the several crises of extermination of the Su family, they have always stood firm. Because their sect is full of female cultivators, the place where they started was originally a nunnery, responsible for taking in abandoned babies nearby. In the Juyin Valley area, where men are valued over girls, baby girls are often abandoned, and they are picked up by them. To this day, even if they encounter a baby on the roadside, they will pick it up. The difference is that the baby boys will be left at the foot of the mountain to be raised by mortals. If the female cultivators of the sect want to enter the secular world, they can also choose to marry these baby boys brought back. Of course, they have grown up. In addition, there are many abandoned women among the female cultivators of Juyin sect. These women can often practice hard to reach a very high level, and they don't recognize their relatives. They live in the Lihan Valley in front of the mountain. This is the first line of defense to guard Juyin sect. The second line of defense is the Piaomio Palace. The last and third line of defense is the Juyin Valley that is surrounded by the heavenly fairy sound day and night. Who are you? This is the important place of Juyin sect. No outsiders are allowed to trespass. The moment Su Yuming arrived on the sword rainbow, he was stopped in front of the Lihan Valley. Behind the Lihan Valley, there is a Lihan County with more than 5 million mortals. There are orphans and widows living in it, as well as elderly people whose families cannot support them. The person standing in front of him blocking the way was a female cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. At this time, there were about 10 foundation building cultivators who were startled in the valley. Su Yuming couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. It was said that Juyin sect was the only female sect among the 5 sects in Tao County, and its strength was very weak, but there were 10 foundation building cultivators in the periphery. And one of them was an old woman who was at the peak of foundation building. The power of this county alone was enough to crush any of the 5 Yandang Mountains and the 6 Yandang Mountains. Su Yuming, the leader of Yandang sect, came to visit Juyin sect. Fairies don't need to stop me. I will enter on my own. Su Yuming took a step forward and passed the 10 foundation building female cultivators. At the moment when they were pale, Su Yuming had already flown 100 miles away. What should we do, Granny Huit? We can't stop him. A female cultivator who had just entered the foundation building period asked excitedly. The front is Piaomio Pavilion. There are 12 music halls of Juyin sect blocking it. Unless a Jinan's Henrin breaks in, there is no way to get out of the 4th level formation. Granny Hua showed a smug smile on her face, because the heads of the 12 music halls and the 12 Piaomio pavilions are all at the peak of foundation building. Although these female cultivators are weak and powerless, they can all achieve rapid success in cultivation. Ding ding ding. Just before Su Yuming arrived at a group of mountains, he saw Piaomio County on the top of the mountain. There are more than 10 million people living here, and it is one of the top 3 cities in Tao County. At the sound of the bell, all the mortals on the mountain were running into the city, as if some flood beast was coming. Su Yuming was riding on the earth dragon boat in the air, and felt a sound wave attack comparable to the peak of foundation building coming towards him, but he ignored it calmly. Then, The sound of zither and piano sounded one after another, as well as the sound of pipa and erhu. Almost all of them were sound wave attacks at the peak of the foundation building realm. In the quintet, Shui Yulong was attacked by sound wave attacks comparable to those at the Purple Mansion realm. Wu, the flute, piccolo, and a flute were played at the same time. In the octet, ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators would also turn pale and fall from the sky with dizziness. Duong dong duong, the fishing drum, bronze drum, and soon joined in one after another. While the 11th quartet was being played, Shui Yulong saw a row of bronze chimes in the air. They must be relics of the Great Xia, a dynasty before the Shanhui Kingdom. They ranked 41st on the list of 72 inherited spiritual instruments. The intertwined notes were nothing more than the coming and going of gong, shuang, jiao, zhang, and yu, but when they fell into the ears, they were like the killing autumn wind that could devour people's souls. If Shui Yulong's soul was still in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, he would have fallen down at this time. He stepped on the ground, and accompanied by the golden eagle's shrill cry, 12 figures almost simultaneously vomited blood and fell to the ground in the palace on the top of the mountain. Either the strings broke, or the lips bled, or they were directly stunned by the recoil of the spiritual power. Between heaven and earth, the 12 spiritual instruments instantly condensed into a large formation. Without waiting for the formation to take shape, Shui Yulong stepped into the Juyin Valley in front of him. There was no fluctuation of the formation here, all because there was a ethereal sound left by the legendary Immortal. Because the outside world could not hear it, it could only echo in the valley. So this place was called Juyin Valley. Master Su, you know that I have opened the 4th level formation in advance in order to force you into this Juyin Valley. If you retreat now, I will not pursue the crime of your breaking into my Juyin sect, otherwise this Juyin Valley will make you suffer. In the depths of the Juyin Valley, an old voice echoed, which was definitely the real breath of the Purple Mansion. If you can activate the Purple Mansion formation outside, then when the 12 music halls played just now, it would be enough to kill me. Shui Yulong knew that the 4th level formation needed a Purple Mansion cultivator to be in charge in order to exert its full power. The other party did not show up, and must have been tied up. My Juyin sect is definitely not the kind of people who bully the weak and fear the strong like Fengaian sect. Since Sect Master Su did not listen to my advice, don't blame me for not reminding you. Deep in the valley thousands of miles away, inside a sealed stone wall, an old woman with closed eyes sighed. More than a dozen white-haired old women sat around. Ancestor, why don't you take action directly to scare Shui Yulong away? With my lifespan, one action will cut my life in half. I originally had 1 year to live, and you let me take action. If I fail to kill Shui Yulong, the Juyin sect will become the dust of history. The old woman glanced at the group of old ladies in front of her angrily. You guys, if there was one capable person, you wouldn't be trapped in the foundation building stage. Instead, you come to force my most obedient huir to stay in seclusion. I'm surprised you came up with this idea. I think you are confused. It's better for you to use the wedding dress technique in advance and pass on your skills to future generations, and come to the back mountain to wait for death with me. The old ladies sitting around lowered their heads one by one, without saying a word. Fortunately, this kind-hearted boy gave Huir a chance to achieve the Purple Mansion. Although it is a little less, I can't live anymore. If I help Huir, I will have finished my remaining life. No, old ancestor, how can you do this? You are the pillar of our Juyin sect, and Nangguang Wei has lost her yin qi. She has no future. If you want to pass it on, why not give it to whom? Listening to the selfish voices of these old women in front of her, the old woman frozen in the stone wall had a clear mind. Anyway, I have lived long enough. As for Huir's future, you can't see it clearly. I can save about 70% to 80% of my true qi and pass it on to her. If she can absorb it all, it will be the attainment of the late Purple Mansion. Speaking of this, the old woman lowered her head and played with a jade flute. It was only about 3 inches long and was broken, but it was still interwoven with at least 600 or 700 patterns. It was obviously a broken golden elixir. If I had taken that step as bravely as Huir in the past, perhaps things would have been different. It's a pity that when I returned, I was already unable to move, and I only had the cultivation accumulated from years of hard work in the sea of casual cultivators. The old woman's eyes seemed to be able to see through Shui Yulong, who was struggling to move in Juyin Valley. The spiritual realm of this Taoist Su is far beyond his own magic power. He is truly a freak, with her 5 decades of experience. How could she not see that Su Yuming's spiritual realm was almost the same as hers? But who is she? She was already in the Lake Purple Mansion when she returned. She had been in seclusion in the valley for more than 130 years, but her cultivation had not regressed but improved, and she had reached the peak of Purple Mansion. Her spiritual realm was also almost at the peak of Purple Mansion. And Su Yuming could walk through the 300-mile Juan Valley. At his age, she nodded with satisfaction. Even if she married Nangong Wei to him, they would be a good match. Send an order. Have the sect monks immediately have the disciples in Lihan County and Piaomio County bring back all the red silk, red veils, red paper and red carpets for me, and cover the entire Juan sect. When I return, I must see the red wedding dress once. Grandma, the old ladies around. This time no one was stubborn, but wailed and cried. They were lucky to see the Purple Mansion grandma who had guarded the sect for more than 130 years, but unfortunately saw that her origin was damaged. Her golden elixir was hopeless, and she was disabled all over and unable to move. She could only mobilize her true energy to fight in the Juan Valley, mobilize her spiritual consciousness to control the 12 music halls Piaomio formation in the outside world, and defend the sect. The Juan sect was saved, but it had no future. Nangong Wei was, and now it seems that in front of the ancestor, she is still that shining star. Go and give the order to prepare. The old ancestor has placed his hopes for the future on Huir. Let this grandmother take one last look at her married granddaughter before she leaves. The supreme elder of Juan sect, who was half a step into the Purple Mansion, said with a sigh. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, The Strongest Person in Tao County, 3 more monthly tickets requested. Zheng Zheng Zheng, the music echoing in the valley was the zither at this time, but in fact, whatever Su Yuming wanted to hear, it would appear. His spiritual consciousness had been suppressed since he entered this place. He dared to say that even if a Jindan's Henrin came here, it would be the same. Maybe if I often exercise my spiritual consciousness here, I will gain something in a few years. While thinking, Su Yuming saw a purple air rising from the depths of the valley. Oh? Someone has broken through the Purple Mansion realm? Su Yuming's figure flashed and disappeared in the valley. Relying on the Earth escape technique, he appeared thousands of miles away in 10 breaths, witnessing a cave on a cliff 10 miles away. At this time, in the cave, it was Nangong Huner who looked uneasy. A majestic Purple Mansion true Qi was rapidly pouring into her body, through the stone wall a mile away. In a blink of an eye, the sea of spiritual power in her body instantly widened and turned into an ocean. Moreover, after the purple air rose, the Purple Void Mansion was also naturally bred. She was already in the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, the aura was still rising. Although she might not be able to refine the pure Purple Mansion Qi for a while after the breakthrough, it would only take 10 to 20 years, or even less, for Nangong Wei in front of him to enter the late Purple Mansion. This was a speed that was like soaring into the sky. Su Yuming sensed the aura in his body. He had just entered the middle Purple Mansion not long ago. If he wanted to cultivate to the late Purple Mansion step by step, it would take at least 30 years. In comparison, the bed in front of him was overtaking. Su Yuming's eyes blurred, and a majestic spiritual consciousness swept over him instantly. His pupils shrank slightly. The other party had almost reached the spiritual consciousness realm of the great perfection of the Purple Mansion, but the purpose was to lift him up and fly in front of him. He saw clearly that this old woman, whose hair reached the soles of her feet, fell in front of him with a kind face. The wrinkles on her face had collapsed, and she was covered with age spots, and her weak blood and Qi all showed that she would not live long. It is you who just passed on the Dharma to Huir, right? I am Su Yuming, a junior. I came to pay my respects today and made some noise. Please forgive me. The old woman was able to pass on her magical powers to Nangong Wei before she died, which made Su Yuming respect her. This is the belief of the sect's inheritance. Otherwise, she would never be willing to give up everything to help others. Huir is the hope of my Juan sect. She was originally expected to reach the golden elixir stage, but you, the young man, are so impatient. The old woman looked at Su Yuming seriously. Your spiritual realm is not bad. I have given my all, but can only plant a soul pill in Huir's Nuwan Palace. If you are willing, the whole mountain and plain will be covered with red makeup for you too. In the future, this giant sect will need your care. With your cultivation level, you should be the strongest among the 5 sects in Tao County. Shui Yulong found it funny. The Zijian sect, which has no purple mansion, and the Badao sect, which just has a purple mansion, are compared with the top 3 sects in Tao County. The gap is huge. The Juan sect has the strongest man in Tao County and the largest number of foundation-building cultivators, probably hundreds of them. The Badao sect and the Dahoki sect both have 2 purple mansions in charge, and there are also those with combat power comparable to the late purple mansion. Fortunately, the sword-washing sect has been replaced by the Yandang sect, and the Fengyuan sect has also seen the emergence of purple mansion cultivators, otherwise the 5 purple mansion sects in Tao County would have become a joke. Would the strongest man be trapped in the Juan sect and unable to move? He just frightened Yang Zushin of the Tyrant Blade sect and the old Suzaku of the Earth Fire Weapon sect. As she spoke, the old woman glanced at Shui Yulong. The old Suzaku is now at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, and he holds the Suzaku Divine Fire Fan, which ranks 4th on the list of 72 inherited spiritual weapons, and is much stronger than your 8 Directions Divine Slash. If we really want to fight, you are not afraid, my master. Maishan's Henren is identified golden elixir. I have done a great deed for him, allowing his soul to break through 2 small realms in succession. If it weren't for his care that I couldn't make a soul pill, I would now be like my predecessor, with a small success in soul pill, and I can travel the world. Shui Yulong's face was not timid at all, but he couldn't help but be alert in his heart. What a great earth fire weapon sect. In the past, all the sects in the world refined weapons in their place. He said that they produced dozens or even hundreds of spiritual weapons a year. Why has no one ever gone to the Earth Fire Weapon sect to ask for money? It turns out that there is an old monster at the peak of the Purple Mansion, holding the Suzaku Divine Fire Fan. This guy's combat power is probably comparable to that of a fake Dan cultivator. This is a bit difficult. Shui Yulong calculated all his trump cards and was afraid that he could not stop this Suzaku Sanran. This Suzaku Sanran can sweep the entire Tao County by himself, right? Why doesn't he take action? Shui Yulong glanced at the old woman leaning against the earth slope. The other party obviously wanted to tell him something before she died. He was still patient with the senior's guidance. The previous leader of Badao sect, Yang Zushin, is now in the late Purple Mansion stage and has mastered the 3rd step of Sword Intent. It is rumored that the Axeblade Mountain where Badao sect is located was the place where the battle between 2 nascent soul powerhouses affected the area when Wan Snake Valley was destroyed. A peerless swordlight fell and split the mountain range, just like the fairy sound in Majuan Valley. As long as you practice here for many years, your progress in the way of music will be rapid. I'm afraid this person can't match Suzaku Sanran, Shui Yulong asked subconsciously. Over the years, the Badao sect has only produced Yang Zushin, and the rest are not worth mentioning. But their first ancestor was ruthless. He was a fake Dan Xianren. Before he died, he invited a 4th-level talisman maker friend to work with him. With the methods of his 4th-level weapon refiner, they jointly refined a broken nascent soul magic weapon into a talisman. A talisman made from a nascent soul magic weapon, doesn't that mean it can at least burst out the power of the golden core? Shui Yulong couldn't help but be shocked. So all these years, it has been the Badao sect that has been holding back the firearm sect, not entirely? The 5 beast sects' control over the mountain and sea region is so crazy. You haven't heard of any golden core forces, right? That's because as long as a golden core Zenrin appears, he will be forcibly recruited by the 5 beast sect and summoned to the San Xiuc to guard the region gate for our mountain and sea region. So this old Suzaku may want to keep a low profile and wait until he enters the golden elixir secretly before launching a big move, or go to the Blackstone ancient domain west of Dinteo Pass to avoid the limelight and become a free and easy golden elixir. After saying that, the old woman flipped her hand and took out a sound transmission stone. This thing is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. And Shui Yulong observed that it was the size of a fist, and it was probably the kind that could transmit sound a million miles away. So the value would be 100 times higher. Before I died, I had already sent a message to my best friend to come to the Juyin sect and guard the sect for me for 10 years. I will leave my experience in the San Xiuc and some of the gains I have gained to her. As for the map of the San Xiuc, I have explored for 100 years, and I also have a 3 million mile sea map left for you. There are also some opportunities, which were taken away more than 200 years ago. As a cultivator of my generation, we take treasures without destroying the source, just to leave a glimmer of hope for the younger generation. You can take it." As she said that, she took out a palm-sized tortoise shell and handed it to him. This is the famous mountain sea turtle shell between Dongzhou Sea and Sanxiu Sea. There are maps of the sea territory on it. A star is an island. Sanxiu Sea is extremely dangerous, and there are also great opportunities to make pills and form infants, but it is also a paradise for sea monsters. You should be careful. No one in my generation of Ju'an sect is qualified to venture into Sanxiu Sea. At this point, the old woman handed over a technique. It was written on a stone slab with blood, word by word. There were about 200 words. Su Yuming looked carefully and saw that it should be a musical note. Keep this method and pass it on to Huir. You can also practice it yourself. This is the 215 musical notes heard from this fairy sound by the ancestors of Ju'an sect for hundreds of years, and I have been studying for more than 130 years. Among them, there is a handed-down purple mansion treasure technique called 9 Sounds of the Sky. After saying this, the old woman seemed to be able to see the scene of Su Yuming and Nanguangwei wearing wedding clothes and worshipping together. But her eyes were getting blurrier and blurrier. She knew that it would take at least a month for Nanguangwei to stabilize her state and come out of retreat. She couldn't wait any longer. "Senior, I haven't asked for your Taoist name yet." Su Yuming bowed to her. "Hey, fairy, can you tell me your name?" Indistinctly, the old woman seemed to see the young man she met in the early years of the casual cultivation on the sea. Fenkin, just like 200 years ago. She raised the corners of her mouth and said her name, and then was blown by the strong wind in the mountains. The Taoist robe and the skin on her body quickly turned into dust, and were blown away by the wind. Su Yuming stood on the side and could have stopped the ashes from scattering, but he guessed that this Fenkin wanderer wanted to let her ashes float among the mountains and fields of Ju'an Valley, and continue to look at the land where she was born and raised. Junior Su Yuming respectfully sends Tao County's strongest man, Fenkin Sanrun, to ascend. Su Yuming's voice echoed within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. In the entire Ju'an Valley, tens of millions of creatures looked towards the highest mountain peak in unison, and then countless people knelt on the ground and began to wail and cry. The 12 music halls of Ju'an Valley respectfully sent off the ancestor, the 12 peak foundation building cultivators who had previously blocked Su Yuming in Piaomio Pavilion all prostrated themselves on the ground, weeping. Elder Pavilion respectfully sent off the ancestor. In the cave not far away, the silver-haired old women in white robes fell to the ground one by one and began to wail and cry. In the opposite stone wall, Nanguangwei, who had closed herself up and received the power from Fenkin Sanrun, seemed to have noticed it and wanted to wake up. Su Yuming opened his mouth and began to look for the bloody words on the stone wall and began to chant the musical notes. The mysterious music of 9 sounds of the sky echoed in his mouth, and every word soothed Nanguangwei, who was in seclusion in the cave. However, Su Yuming's spiritual consciousness also discovered that 2 lines of tears had unconsciously flowed from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 198, The Golden Core's Shadow. War has broken out. One more, please subscribe. At this time, just 300,000 miles away from Ju'an Valley, a running figure suddenly stopped, facing the direction of Ju'an sect and sighing. Is it too late after all? Feng Sanyang, who used to dominate the sea of scattered cultivators, didn't expect to die in the inland in a cowardly way. How sad. The person who came was a female cultivator who was saddened by the death of the rabbit. She played with a broken sound transmission stone in her hand, and knew that the owner on the other side had completely fallen. However, according to the agreement, she had to go to Ju'an sect and stay there for 10 years before she could get the relic left by Fenkin Sanrun. But she didn't come for this relic. From the mountains and seas to Ju'an sect, it's a full 2 million miles. In Ju'an sect, the funeral music played for 7 days. In the tablet of the ancestor hall, Fenkin Sanrun was also at the front. In addition, there was Ju'an Sanrun, who founded the sect. Looking at the soul tablets of the 7 purple mansion Sanrun who had been passed down in Ju'an sect for more than 2,300 years, Su Yuming was filled with emotion. When he turned back to the stone wall and prepared to say goodbye to Huner, a beautiful middle-aged woman had appeared in the place where Fenkin Sanrun's soul had been scattered. She appeared almost quietly within his spiritual consciousness. Everything seemed so natural. If it weren't for the dust on her body, which made her look like a foreigner, Su Yuming would have thought she was a senior from Zhuang's sect whom he had never met. Her face was filled with sadness and remembrance. She didn't know when a thick stack of paper money appeared in her hand, and then she threw it into the sky. This handful was enough to prove her identity. "Senior, are you returning from the Sea of Sangxiu?" Su Yuming spoke when she turned her head to look at him. It was really hard to disturb an old friend who was mourning. "My name is Yulan. I have indeed returned from the Sea of Free Cultivators. I traveled all night, but I didn't expect to be a step late." Fairy Yulan looked leisurely at the opposite stone wall. To be able to receive the power of Feng San Yang, this female cultivator does have a special physique, but her phoenix eyes were filled with evil, and her gaze turned to Su Yuming. "Did you take this Yin Ke Yuan Ki?" Su Yuming felt a terrifying momentum burst out, just like when he felt the might of the vast thunder tribulation of Lei Ting's Henren at Lingtao Pass. The person in front of him must be Jindan's Henren. Feng Kin Sanren's old friend. That was a friendship of more than 130 years ago. When he was dying, he entrusted the younger generation of the sect to her, and he would come from millions of miles away. How good a relationship must this be to be able to do this? "Please forgive me, Senior. I am also one of the guardians of Zhuang's sect. Before I leave, Senior Fenkin wants to hold a wedding for me and Huir. Since you are here, I dare to ask you to preside over the wedding." Su Yuming immediately said that he had no ill intentions. He was just kidding. The person in front of him was a real Jindan's Henren. I am afraid that he could be killed on the spot with a casual blow. Does she have anything else to say? Zhenren Yulin saw that he didn't seem to be lying, otherwise the female cultivator on the other side who still had perception would definitely expose him. Moreover, she also saw Su Yuming accompanying the sacrifice in the mountains. This seemed like a remembrance of a senior master, not an act. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuming said, "Senior Fenkin said that she would have an old friend come to take care of the juniors of Zhuang's sect for her for 10 years, and some of the gains from her early years in the Sea of Casual Cultivators will be handed over to you." As he spoke, the stone tablet hanging on Su Yuming's waist actually flew up by itself and landed in the palm of Zhenren Yulin on the opposite side. 9 sounds in the sky. I never thought that such a destitute Purple Mansion sect could rely on the research of generations of Purple Mansion Sanren to research such a handed-down treasure. After practicing to the last 3 sounds, the power is almost comparable to the magical power of the golden elixir. Moreover, the way of sound waves can kill people invisibly and boost the morale of the cultivators. If I can learn something, Master Yulan was already imagining how much attention and praise she would get from the human coalition forces when she returned to the mountains and islands 10 years later to resist the sea monsters and beasts again. "When are you going to marry her?" Master Yulan raised her eyes and suddenly asked. She already had the skills, and she didn't care whether Su Yuming in front of her had also practiced this handed-down treasure. She stayed in Zhuang Valley for 10 years to master the skills, not just to look after these sect juniors for Fenkin Sanren out of boredom. After she comes out of retreat, Su Yuming answered subconsciously. "Before that, don't leave Zhuang Valley," Yulan Zhenren responded, and then sat cross-legged in the mountains, occasionally opening his lips, obviously talking to the mountain breeze and reminiscing with the sun and the moon. Su Yuming tactfully raised his feet and left. He understood what Yulan Zhenren meant. If he could stay in Zhuang Valley and marry Nangong Wei, he would be considered a Zhuang Valley person, and she could protect him. But now the several major sects are on the verge of a sword. Fu Blade Mountain, where the Badao sect is located. At this time, Zook Zhenren of the Earth Fire Weapon sect had already stepped on a world-shaking flame and landed in the hall. "Dao Iao, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar." In the hall, there were about 60 foundation-building cultivators from the Badao sect, and even the foundation-building cultivators from the vassal sects were all there. Seeing the arrival of the people, Yang Zushan, who was sitting on the throne, immediately stood up to greet them. "Fellow Taoist Yang, why hasn't the Tyrant Blade sect taken action yet? Didn't we agree that you would launch an attack from the northwest and attack Dayan Peak, while I will lead the disciples of the Earth Firearm sect to attack Skull Mountain in the north? After we break through Yandang Square, we will meet up and besiege the mountain gate of Yandang sect." Fellow Taoist Suzaku, don't worry. Am I not convening my disciples to discuss this battle? According to the information we have received so far, the remaining forces of the Zijian sect over on the Zijian Plain, the Lang family of Skull Mountain, and the Zhu family of Lion Mountain, one of the 5 Bayun Mountains, have all gathered their disciples to prepare for battle and rush to support Yandang sect, and a few days ago, I received news that Yandang sect master Su Yuming asked Fengyun sect about it. Most likely, he has reached a secret cooperation with Fengyun sect's networkers, and they will stand on the side of Yandang sect. Zhurk Sanren sneered. Even so, what do we have to fear? These forces combined are no more than our family. I have already invited the Yuan family, the prominent family of Bohai County, to take action. They are related by marriage to the Yuan family of Zucheng City. If they suddenly attack from the north, they will definitely be able to hold back these forces. Our opponent is the only Yandang sect, and the rest are nothing to be afraid of. As he spoke, he had already come to the center of the hall. Because of the incident at Dayan Peak, the Yandang sect and you are already mortal enemies. In the Yandang sect, Su Kaiyonghe and Chu Jingbo, who were once two of the 6 Yandang Mountains, have already entered the Purple Mansion realm. If Yang Wenju also enters the Purple Mansion realm, they might come knocking on our door. Yang Zushin's face turned pale and blue, as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Is your Earthfire weapon sect ready? It is said that Su Yuming has purchased a quasi-4th order formation, and we need means to break it. I have brought all the 18 Earthfire spiritual instruments, which can draw the 4th order Earthfire to break the formation. After burning the sky and boiling the sea for a month, we still can't break the tortoise shell of the Yandang sect, but I heard that Su Yuming is the direct disciple of Maishan's Henrun. If we break through the Yandang sect and Su Yuming escapes, what should we do if he cultivates into golden elixir and comes back for revenge? The senior from the Bazhaliu family will take action. He will come with a golden elixir magic treasure, and his combat power is comparable to that of the fake elixirs Henrun. Yang Zushin and his son Yang Chenghe looked at each other and quickly retracted their gazes. A senior with the combat power of a fake elixir comes here. He doesn't just want Su Yuming's head, of course. He wants the 3 Cloud Beast talismans, the Cloud Ranch, a place where cloud energy is produced, and the 3rd-grade top-quality sword tea tree that the Yandang sect got from the Zijian sect. The sword tea tree is fine, but you are really willing to give up the 3 Cloud Beast talismans and the Cloud Ranch? Yang Zushin sneered. He promised that our 2 sects can go to the Cloud Ranch to take away the cloud energy for free. In addition, the method of refining the 3 talismans of the Cloud Beast can also be taught to us. The painful expression on Yang Zushin's face eased a little. When will the attack be launched? I heard that Su Yuming is very powerful. If he has a few fellow disciples to help, how can we resist? The Bohai Yuan family will send 2 Purple Mansion cultivators to help. One will resist the Fengyun sect's network people, and the other can rush to help us. What if the Rotten Peach Mountain Cao family comes to help? They have the fake Dan Zhenren. The fake Dan of the Rotten Peach Mountain Cao family was severely damaged in the Yingchuan battle and can only survive. As for their Purple Mansion Great Perfection and Purple Mansion Peak cultivators, I am afraid they dare not leave the outside world, otherwise their Cao family will be destroyed by a monster beast tide. But just in case, I invited a fellow Taoist who is a 3rd step sword cultivator to come to the Hanhei sword sect. Following the example of the 5 beast sect, I also bought some sword charms. These 3 3rd-level mid-grade Angry Red Lotus sword charms are given to your sect. I hope to hear the news of your war with Yandang sect tomorrow. Yang Zushin pondered for a moment. After this battle, I want Xianshu Pavilion, Yandang sect, Yandang Square, Skull Mountain, Red Crab Forest, and Swampland. Zhurk Sanren looked generous. No problem. Our Dahiroki sect only wants the Zijian Plain and the Bayun 5 mountains. The 2 sects talked happily and soon began to mobilize their troops. At the same time, a sound transmission was sent to Su Yuming through the sound transmission talisman. Sect Master, an hour ago, Zhurk Sanren came to Furin Mountain in person and persuaded Badao sect to send troops to attack our Dayan Peak. Their Dahiroki sect will launch a fierce attack on Skull Mountain, and the time of sending troops is set for tomorrow in front of Juayan Valley. Su Yuming stood up. As soon as he moved, Yulin's Henren, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone wall dozens of miles away, spoke. Have you thought about leaving the valley now? Can you come back on the agreed date? Su Yuming's eyes flickered slightly, and he bowed to her respectfully. The junior sect is in trouble, and as the sect master, I cannot ignore it. I hope you will forgive me. On the day Huir comes out of seclusion, I will definitely come back to get married. This oath can be witnessed by the mountains, rivers, sun and moon. After saying this, without waiting for a reply, Su Yuming stepped on the ground dragon boat and soared into the sky. In a blink of an eye, he appeared thousands of miles away. Chapter 199 Strategic Retreat. Yandang Fang is lost. 2 more. Please subscribe. 3 hours later, Su Yuming had arrived at Yandang, which was within more than 1,000 miles of the 6 mountains of Yandang. It was also the place where the elite of Yandang sect gathered. Are they all here? Su Yuming looked over and saw the high-level combat power of Yandang sect. On the Purple Mansion cultivator side, Su Kaiyonghe and Chu Xingbo led the team, as well as the guest Wang Yuiao, and the fox demon Jiu Nangzi who had just broken through the 3rd level, as well as Yubing Jiao and Cao Qingxiu. Including himself and the Golden Light Unicorn horse, there were a total of 8 Purple Mansion combat forces. Puppets could not be counted, after all, they could only follow him and be controlled by his spiritual consciousness. On the foundation building cultivator side, led by Absolute Blade Ancestor Yang Wenju, Chu Hongxiu, and Liu Heng, they were all at the peak of foundation building combat power, and behind them stood more than 40 foundation building cultivators. Everyone is here. Sect Master, please give the order. In this battle, everyone in Yandang sect will do everything they can to kill the enemy and let those bastards from Dahoki sect and Badao sect know what it means to be unstoppable. The Warhol Master Guandao Leozu has now broken through to the late stage of foundation building. His strength has greatly increased, and his confidence is also swelled. Yes, if they dare to come, then we will fight them. Our Su family has never been afraid of war. The Law Enforcement Hall Master Su Yudeng was also full of enthusiasm. He was already in the middle stage of foundation building. Su Yuming glanced at him. Have all the peak masters and hall masters decided on a strategy for this battle? Master, our allies, the Snow family of Lion Mountain, the Sword Washing sect, and the Leng family of Skull Mountain, will join forces with the Fengayan sect, the Pindan building and other forces to attack the Earthfire Mountain range from the east. My suggestion is that we fully cooperate and select an elite force to directly attack Jubai town, attracting the cultivators of the Earthfire weapon sect to come to our aid in large numbers, creating opportunities for the allies on the flank. As long as we defeat the Earthfire weapon sect, the Tyrant Blade sect will retreat, be forced to admit defeat, cede land and pay compensation. The first person to speak was actually the elder of the guest hall, a wind and fire mage in the middle stage of foundation building. Master, I just got some bad news. The Yuan family, the county of Bohei County, is related to the Yuan family, one of the 4 major families in Zhejiang City. They are already gathering family disciples, and I am afraid they will go west to get involved. Su Yuan, who is in charge of intelligence and clan affairs, has already entered the late stage of foundation building, but at this moment her face is pale after hard work and anxious about the prospects of war. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the cultivators standing around changed. This is a family with a high reputation, a pure Purple Mansion power. What is the strength of the Bohei Yuan family? Su Yuming asked subconsciously. 200 years ago, the Yuan family had a top-grade water spirit root Yuan Langshan who entered the Purple Mansion realm. Now he is probably in the late Purple Mansion stage. There is also Yuan Jun who entered the Purple Mansion 30 years ago. In addition, there are more than 30 foundation building cultivators and more than 5,000 Qi refining clansmen. Although it is only a family that has been passed down for more than 1,300 years, their strength should not be underestimated, and the Liu family, whose 2 foundation building Bazhans were killed by the sect master in the Yingchuan battle, may retaliate. However, in order to consolidate the family's position, they will probably only send a group of elites, most of whom will be their ancestor Liu Bezhun, a Purple Mansion Great Perfection cultivator, who will come with a golden elixir spirit treasure. At this point, almost everyone present looked at Cao Qingxiu. Don't panic, everyone. Su Bazhun is the mortal enemy of our Cao family. The second ancestor will come with a Buddha sword to stop him. Cao Qingxiu acted relatively calm. The other side had a Purple Mansion Great Perfection cultivator and a golden elixir spirit treasure, so they also had it. Moreover, the situation in Rotten Peach Mountain made the Cao family very aware of the importance of having an ally in Tao County. The Yandang sect must not be defeated, so even if they took risks, they let the second ancestor Cao Yan come to help. Since Yuan Langshan is a distant relative of the Zhejiang Yuan family, he should have been instructed by the Zhejiang Yuan family to come and get involved, so he may have some treasures in his hands, so we have to be on guard. Su Yuming frowned. On his side, it seems that there is really no one else who can deal with the late Purple Mansion plus heavy treasures. I'll go. Yubing Jiao stood up. I'm the only one who can stop the late Purple Mansion. I'm the direct disciple of Jindan. I don't think Yuan Langshan would dare to kill me. Then I'll have to trouble senior sister Yu to cooperate with Fengyun sect and several major foundation building forces to stop the Bohei Yuan family. Su Yuming nodded. Yu Bingjiao was the best choice. In addition, I'm going to give up Skull Mountain in the north and Dayan Peak in the northwest, and retreat to Yandangfang. All the cultivators present will withdraw all the industries and clansmen in Yandangfang. This must be done within 7 days. We will retreat to Yandang Plain, Master. This is absolutely not allowed. If Dayan Peak and Skull Mountain are lost, the two hostile sects are likely to bypass Yandangfang, which we are defending, and head straight for Xianyang Town in the east and Xianshu Town in the west. We won't be able to take care of them by then. As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme Elder Chu Xingbo was the first to stand up and object. Xianyang Town and Xianshu Town have been included in the formation area. Su Yuming smiled calmly. It's time to tell them a trump card of Yandang sect. What? The foundation building cultivators below were all shocked. Only Su Yuan, Su Kaiyonghe, and Chu Xingbo knew about this. I remember that her quasi 4th level Shadow Sword Light formation only covers the Yandang Plain. How could it include these two towns? The deputy head of the guest hall, the beast's sole ancestor in the late stage of foundation building, couldn't help but exclaimed. I got an opportunity in half a year away and gained a 4th level formation, so I need the great elder Kaiyonghe to sit in Yandang Mountain and sacrifice this formation to resist the attack of the enemy sect's purple mansion. Leave it to me, Su Kaiyonghe, who has been controlling the 2 3rd-level formations, the Dragon Turtle Guardian Array and the Yandang Cloud Mist Array, is undoubtedly the most suitable cultivator to sit in the center of the formation. In addition, the elders of the Book Collection Pavilion, Su Laote, the elders of the Treasure Collection Pavilion, Su Laoxiang, the elders of the Red Crab Pavilion, Su Yumeng, the elders of the Foreign Affairs Pavilion, Su Yufeng, the elders of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, Su Yusong, the owner of the Yandang Pavilion, Su Yazan, the 8 guest elders of the Talisman-making Peak, the 6 talisman-making elders of White, Gray, Silver, Purple, Blue, and Green, and a total of 20 foundation-building cultivators, 5 people in a team, are stationed in various parts of the formation, guarding the 4 formation centers of Xianshu Town, Zujia Town, Huangjia Town, and Xianyang Town. Yes, sir, the 20 foundation building cultivators came out one after another and bowed to Su Yuming. Among these people, the Su family members were naturally direct descendants, and the 6 people from the 3rd grade Talisman sect were also trusted by Su Yuming. As for the 8 guest elders, they are now all his registered disciples. He also promised that whoever made great contributions after this battle would have the opportunity to become his personal disciple and teach him the way of the 3rd grade talisman. The quasi 4th level Shadow Sword Light formation is set up in the Yandangfang area. It is commanded by the Supreme Elder Xingbo, and the masters of the major peaks of the sect will take action to cover the retreat of the cultivators in Yandangfang. This must be done within 7 days. Yes, a group of people came out one after another. Junior brother Xiao, I'll trouble you to stay in Yandang City. Don't worry, senior brother, I won't let the enemy sect cultivators cross the city wall. Xiao Kingxiu bowed and agreed seriously. Yao, let's go to Dayan Peak and take a look at the peak combat power of the Purple Mansion on the opposite side. In addition, we have to give them a big surprise. Yes, the snake group cultivated by Shui Yulong and Zhu Yingguo has already begun to show results. In addition, there are not only those poisonous snakes cultivated in the swamp, but also hundreds of large crabs in the red crab forest. In addition, the corpses of the monsters harvested before have been refined into puppets at this time. Su Yuming was not going to fight the puppet army of the Earth Fire Weapons sect head-on, so he had to give the Big Blade sect of Dayan Peak a big surprise. In addition, he did not use the full strength of the Alchemy Peak and the Talisman-making Peak, and even the 3 foundation-building masters of the Refining Peak did not have any tasks. As for the test attack, he would test the opponent's bottom first. Boom, time passed quickly, and by noon of the 2nd day, a large number of disciples of the Earth Fire Weapons sect had crossed the Skull Mountain and set foot in Lengjia Town. In front of them was the Yandang City that stood majestically between heaven and earth, and inside the city was the Yandang Square. I didn't expect that it would only take us 1 day to reach here. Send out orders to occupy Yandang City immediately, and then dispatch 2 foundation building teams to attack Xianyang Town, Yandang Mountain, and Baiyun 5 mountains in the east. Yes, Sanho Sanran was very proud at this time. Their advancement speed since the beginning of the war was so smooth. He might as well lay out the Bayun 5 mountains in advance and grab the benefits first. Their Dahoki sect has more than 80 foundation-building monks, so they are not afraid of dividing their troops at this time. By the way, immediately ask the Tyrant Sword sect why they haven't crossed Dayan Peak yet. Could it be that the main force of Yandang sect is there? Do they need help? Yes. Not long after, he received a reply. What? Badao sect was attacked by a large number of snake monsters from Yandang sect, and lost 3 foundation-building monks and nearly 1,000 Qi Refining monks. After killing the snake monsters, they were attacked by a large number of puppets and lost 2 foundation-building monks. They only have about 50 to 60 foundation-building monks in total, and 1/10 of them were lost in an instant. They haven't even taken down a station yet. What are they doing? Did the 2 purple mansion monks Yang Chenghe and Yang Zushan take action? 3 fires. At this time, a voice transmission appeared in his ears. Ancestor, Sanho Sanrin immediately looked towards the west respectfully. Su Yuming has called for help, and he seems to be a physical cultivator in the middle stage of the 3rd rank. He fought with Yang Chenghe and severely injured him with a punch. After Yang Zushan arrived, he exchanged a few moves with Su Yuming while holding the spiritual weapon inherited from the Badao sect. Then, sensing my arrival, Su Yuming retreated in shock. Otherwise, I estimate that the 2 purple palaces of the Badao sect would have been annihilated at the foot of the Dayan Peak. What? Su Yuming was actually well prepared. Did the Yuan family also send troops? How are they doing? The 5 Beast sect's direct disciple Bing Jiao Sanren and Feng Yun sect's Luo Renzhong joined forces and fought with the 2nd ancestor of the Yuan family. The 2 sides ended in a draw. In terms of foundation building, the Bohe Yuan family dispatched 45 foundation building cultivators, and the Feng Yun sect dispatched 35 foundation building cultivators. Taking into account the forces of the other families, they were actually at a disadvantage. Currently, the Yuan family has lost 6 foundation-building cultivators and more than 700 Qi Refining cultivators. I estimate that the situation will not be able to be reversed in a short time. Then what should we do? Just as Sanho Sanren hesitated, an exclamation came from the front. Reporting to the ancestor, this city is empty, and the monks of Yandang sect seem to have run away. Run away? Sanho Sanren was not calm. Su Yuming was planning a strategic retreat. It was fine if he didn't want Skull Mountain, and he didn't want Lengjia town either. Wasn't he afraid that the towns and mountains in the east would fall into their hands? Ancestor, Dayan Peak has been captured. Currently, the monks of Badao sect are heading towards Daoshan town at the foot of the mountain. Sanho Sanren frowned. The other party retreated too quickly. Could it be a trick? Chapter 200, Fighting the Reinforcements at the Same Time, Facing the Great Perfection of the Purple Mansion. 3 more. Please subscribe. The 8,000 Qi Refining Disciples of the Earth Fire Weapon Sect and the 7,000 Qi Refining Disciples of the Tyrant Blade Sect all gathered and arrived at Yandang, which was only 20 miles away from the true airspace of the Yandang Plain. The camps that stretched for 20 to 30 miles were enough to prove that the 2 major Purple Mansion sects on the opposite side were about to fight a protracted war with them. On the Yandang sect side, the guest hall alone gathered 3,582 Qi Refining practitioners, including the guest hall master Su Laoning, the deputy hall master Su Yushi and the beast soul ancestor, as well as 7 foundation building guest elders. These 10 foundation building cultivators were stationed on the front line, and the smoke was rolling behind them, so they couldn't see the Yandang sect's true strength at all. Such a large formation, the grade is probably higher than the quasi-4th level. It should be a complete 4th level formation. There must be a Purple Mansion cultivator in it. Immediately send a message to the Bohe Yuan family and the foundation building teams attacking from both wings. Let them advance slowly to avoid being ambushed. Immediately let Zhu Sanren come. We need the treasures in his hands to break the formation. We can't drag it on. I suspect that what we have in front of us is just a trick of the Yandang sect. Their purpose is very likely to lure us into a trap. We must force their main force to the opposite side and fight us head-on. Yes, it must be said that Sanho Sanren is very smart. At this time, several figures have appeared on the flank of the Fengyun sect that was fighting on the Zhejian plain. Su Lang, according to the time, the 2nd ancestor of the Cao family should have arrived, but there is no news yet. Most likely something went wrong. Wang Yuiao stood beside Su Yuming, her eyebrows slightly frowned. 1 stick of incense ago, I received a message from the sect's intelligence disciple that the Earthfire Weapon sect and the Vasti Sword sect outside the territory have reached an agreement. A third-step great swordsman will cross the border and come. Senior Xiao Yan has most likely encountered him. Su Yuming stared at the thousands of cultivators who were fighting at the foot of the mountain. Over there, the two sects have at least 15,000 Qi Refining disciples, 70 to 80 Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the two great Purple Mansion cultivators, Sanhuo Sanren and Yang Chenghe, sitting in charge. It's time. Pass my order, kill them all. Kill the cultivators from Bohei Yuan family if you meet them. The disciples from Sifu Peak will lead the way, and the disciples from Zontang, Yujian Peak and Shendao Peak will be responsible for providing cover. In this battle, there will be a reward of 100 spirit stones for killing a Qi Refining cultivator, 10,000 spirit stones for killing a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and 1,000,000 spirit stones for killing a Purple Mansion cultivator. In addition, the sect's contribution will be doubled. All cultivators, follow me to fight, kill. Above the Zijian sect, the aboriginal patriarch Judeo suddenly led more than 1,100 disciples from the Shendao Peak to charge out, with the two Foundation Establishment cultivators, the aboriginal patriarch Daozihan and the 8 sabers, among them. Kill the enemy. Chu Hongxiu emerged from a valley on the flank. She was commanded by more than 1,300 Yujian Peak disciples. She was the only one holding the Huanho sword and the Xianshu sword. The two swords merged into one. In just a moment, she crashed into a team of 5 foundation-building monks. A late-stage foundation-building monk was knocked to the ground by the burst of the double second-step Xianshu sword intent. She took one step and one sword, and actually killed 3 foundation-building monks in a row. Enemy attack, the sound of the horn echoed on the vast plain. The monks of the Yuan family and Bohei retreated like a tide. Their own more than 4,000 Qi Refining monks and more than 2,000 scattered cultivators recruited from all over Bohei County were all retreating at this time. Because more than 3,000 disciples of the Keqing Hall and more than 1,000 disciples of the Zifu Peak had already rushed down, more than 5,000 people rushed directly to their central army tent, and their 2 wings were cut off again. They couldn't fly away. Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, follow me to counterattack. When the leader of Fengaian sect, Luo Renzhong, saw the more than 7,000 Qi Refining disciples suddenly rushing into the battlefield, he was immediately overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the 5,000 Qi Refining team they formed also began to counterattack. For a while, the huge Zijian plain was filled with colorful spell attacks, countless magic weapons shattered in the collision, and heads flew everywhere. Luo Renzhong, you are so insidious. You don't even want Yandang Fang, just to ambush my Bohei Yuan family. Not far away, Yuan Jun, the second ancestor of the Yuan family, angrily raised a flying sword and blocked Luo Renzhong's way. All is fair in war. You, the Yuan family of Bohei, want to interfere in this war in our Tao County. If we don't eliminate you first, who should we fight? The people in the network sneered, waving their fists to create heavy punches, forcing forward. Although he had just broken through to the Purple Mansion, he had the full support of a Purple Mansion force with thousands of years of history, whether it was the Purple Mansion treasure technique or the inherited spiritual weapon. Young man of the 5 Beasts sect, do you also want to stop me? Not far away, Yuan Langshan, who was in the late Purple Mansion, was blocked by Yu Bingjiao again. I have just entered the 3rd stage late physical cultivation realm. If you have the courage, just pass me. Yu Bingjiao stared coldly at Yuan Langshan in front of him. He was not prepared to besiege him. He could suppress the opponent even if he fought alone. HMPH, you are too naive. Fellow Taoist Zhuk and fellow Taoist Zushin, is it time for you to show up? Yuan Langshan sneered and looked towards the wing. At some point, under a hidden formation, Zhuk Sanren, who was at the peak of the Purple Mansion, and Yang Zushin, who was carrying a sword, appeared at the same time. And fellow Daoists from the Sun family and the Liu family, the situation is very good now. Why don't you help me kill the enemy? Kill. On the wing, 20 foundation-building cultivators led by 4 Purple Mansions joined the battlefield. Sun Nanfang and Sun Dongming, 2 Purple Mansion early-stage cultivators of the Sun family, were stopped by Wang Yu Iao on the 3rd level Fox Demon as soon as they appeared. But on the Liu family side, Liu Bazhun, a Purple Mansion Great Perfection cultivator, stood still. Just his great-grandson Liu Yifan, a Purple Mansion early-stage cultivator. was enough to create a bloody storm at the foundation building level. "You are so brave, I will fight you." Chu Xingbo rushed out holding the top-grade spiritual weapon Xianshu Pavilion, knocking away more than a dozen foundation building cultivators head-on, and directly fighting with Liu Yifan at a low altitude of 1,800 feet. At this time, only Su Yuming, the leader of Yandang sect, was left on the battlefield to face Liu Bezhen, who was at the great perfection of Purple Mansion, Zhu Sanren, who was at the peak of Purple Mansion, and Yang Zushan, who was at the late stage of Purple Mansion. "Su Yuming, your reinforcements have been intercepted by the great sword cultivator of Hanhei Sword Sect. You can't escape today," Yang Zushan shouted, and was frightened back by Kang Shangfutu's handed-down treasure technique as soon as he stepped forward. Then the third-level fox demon puppet on the ground rushed out to kill him, and he could only be forced to resist. Because Xiao Kingxi was involved, Su Yuming was still facing the two strongest Purple Mansion cultivators on the ground in Tao County. The attack was a full-strength attack of the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire Fan. The third-grade top-grade Earth Heart and Lung Fire was the limit that the Vermilion Bird Sanren could refine. When it suddenly came, Su Yuming could only open his mouth and spit out the third-grade 5-God Peacock Fire to resist. More than 1,000 talisman-making disciples were also casting various talismans on the ground more than 5,700 feet below him, and began to cut the battlefield. Hundreds of enemy sect cultivators were swallowed by the spells released by the talismans. On the side of the foundation building cultivators, Liu Heng, Chu Hongxiu, Judeo Patriarch, Shenshu Patriarch and others joined the battlefield, and also formed a one-sided advantage. However, they could only end the battle within one day, otherwise once the two major sects in front got the news and came to help, their advantage here would vanish. In addition, they could not leave any of the Purple Mansion cultivators in front of them empty, otherwise if they were free, it would be a massacre for the foundation building cultivators below. Swish, Su Yuming shot out a beam of Zhengjing divine light with his bare hands, and the golden killing horse on his left arm roared and rushed toward Yang Zushan not far away. Xiao Kingxiu, who was surrounded by danger, was not having a good time. The third-level fox demon puppet had its tail broken and was chopped by the knife light, leaving only half of its head. There is still a trump card. Liu Bezhen, who was watching the battle in the air, had his pupils shrink slightly. The Bezhen pagoda in his palm had expanded to 1,000 feet in size in the wind and pressed down directly on Su Yuming's head. Whoosh! The misty air floating in the sky allowed Su Yuming to escape. The moment he appeared outside the pagoda, the ground within 1,000 feet was instantly raised to the ground by the golden elixir essence. Dang dang dang, his body was attacked by 12 flying knives in a row. The grades were all about the upper grade spiritual weapons. They were combined into a set of flying knife formations, which was the power of the top grade spiritual weapons. Hurry, Su Yuming pointed his finger, and 8 flying swords turned into streams of light and rushed over, forming the 8 phases sword formation. A third step white cloud sword intent fell, and 12 flying knives flew out like dumplings. When they disintegrated in the air, Zhu Sanren's face changed drastically. Not good. One sword cuts thousands of flowers. When Su Yuming made his move, hundreds of miles of plains were directly cut open by a stunning sword light. Zhu Sanren used fire to protect his body in a hurry, but a piece of the top-grade spiritual weapon-level protective jade pendant and a third-level talisman were chopped into pieces. In the end, even the inherited spiritual weapon's Huke divine fire fan in his hand was knocked out with a small gap. White clouds are empty for thousands of years. The moment Su Yuming chopped down his sword again, the 8 treasures pagoda had arrived and directly protected Zhu Sanren in it, steadily blocking the attack. But the next moment, Su Yuming had already opened his mouth and shouted, "Yao Yao, attack!" Clang! A Fang Yanhu Ji, facing the wind, expanded to 1,000 feet long. In just a moment, it pierced through the sky and earth, and came across the void. Liu Bezhen, who was above the clouds, was instantly locked. The crisis of facing death made him stare in amazement. Golden elixir, on the 8 treasures pagoda was instantly recovered and steadily blocked in front of him. He took a deep breath and felt that the activated true Qi on the opposite side was only the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But not far below him, a scream suddenly came. When the endless netherworld iron cavalry of Kang Shangfutu collided with Zhu Sanren, Su Yuming had already slashed down with a sword again, shaking off this Huke divine fire fan in his hand. The second strike was already the sound of a deer calling. Spiritual consciousness attacks the golden elixir magic power. Seeing a purple mansion peak cultivator being killed by Su Yuming in a flash, Liu Bazhan was completely speechless. This country-born Su Yuming was definitely his biggest enemy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.